So we're brothers. We're brothers, we're friends. For many years we're sitting together in one room in Yerushalayim. But there was a time that brothers much greater than us were together in one room, and they did not recognize each other, and they did not hear each other. And I want to begin with this pasuk. V'yomru ish el achiv. This is, of course, Yosef's brothers. And things were unraveling. V'yomru ish el achiv, aval hashemim anachnu. We are guilty. Alachinu asher re'inu tzaras nafsho. We saw the tzaras hanefesh of our brother. We saw what our brother was going through. Yishchano eleinu, and he was crying out to us. V'lo shamanu. We didn't hear him. Al kain ba eleinu hatzara azos. I kain ba eleinu hatzara azos. And because of that, we're going through this tzara now. So we all understand that to blame the generation, to blame the children, to blame the kids for the tzaras that they're going through would be shirking our own responsibility. The reality is lo shamanu. Lo shamanu means that we have not done enough to hear the tzaras hanefesh of our generation, young and old. We're not hearing. We're beginning to hear. We're beginning to hear.
I think people are very, very intimidated to become shom'im, because they themselves maybe never had anyone hearing them as well. But I think that there's a new door today, as Rebbe just said, shematchilim lishmoa. People are starting to hear, people are starting to see. Not to be scared from if you don't do it the best way. Everyone wants to be a perfectionist and take care of things to the best of their ability. And if they don't know how to do it exactly perfectly to lishmaya, as adif shelo natchil, and they'd rather not even start. But I've seen with my own chevra that even we say hate oznecha, there's a little, just hate means just, I don't even know what the right word is in English for that.
To lean, to incline, to try to hear, to listen. Just show that you're actually trying to take in what you see, what you experience by someone else's tzaras and what they're going through, and that's already chetzi. That's already half of the way. People want to be heard. They want to be heard. So many times I've heard kids, of all ages, kids, I've heard them use the expression, I finally found my voice. I have a voice. They were hoping that somehow their parents, their teachers, the rebellion, would hear them crying inside. But not everybody's ears are inclined to listen. So we need people, and Baruch Hashem, there are wonderful, wonderful people, such as the Chevra from Amudim. We need people who are listening, who have been listening for years, and who are able to teach us to listen as well, to be able to begin to hear what is it that's troubling the Chevra. The tzaddikim have taught us that the truth of the matter is that this last generation before Mashiach comes is a very exalted one. They want very, very much to connect to Hashem. They want very much to connect to Am Yisrael. But there's a lot of or, there's a lot of light, and they don't always have the kelim to be able to deal with all of this or. You know, I read something recently. There's a lot of talk now about PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'm not a therapist, although I've spent a lot of time talking to people. I'm not a therapist. But there are new studies that are coming out of something called complex PTSD. What does that mean? The chiluk is as follows. PTSD is usually referring to some terrible episode, a traumatic moment that happened. Chalila, something terrible took place in the life of a child, especially because children don't know how to defend themselves. Something terrible happened. There was a maisa that happened. Complex PTSD means that there wasn't necessarily one particular cataclysmic event that took place, but rather over years and years of feeling ashamed, of feeling some guilt, of feeling that they're not living up to the expectations of parents or teachers. There's no particular thing that necessarily happened. There wasn't Khalila, a molestation necessarily. There wasn't some terrible event that took place. But over years, this feeling of being somebody who is not worthy in Hashem's eyes, who's not worthy in their parents' eyes. And then it's just a matter of time. The parents are not necessarily tuned into this. It's happening very quietly, very, very discreetly. And the teachers are good people, but they have a classroom of 30 kids.
So how does one begin, Rabbi? How does one begin the zihui, the identification of what the shoresh, of what the root is?
You know, I've noticed over the past 10, 15 years, especially with boys, that when I speak in high schools, I go to speak to kids, it's becoming more and more difficult for them to make eye contact. We were able to look at each other in the eyes. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, husband and wife, people who love each other, who care for each other, able to look at each other in the eyes. A lot of the kids, especially boys, but the girls, there are other issues as well, but for the boys in particular, many of them are feeling a sense of guilt and shame. I find that it's not always a siman, but it's often a siman, this inability to really communicate and to make eye contact. It says, it's a fascinating thing, it says at the beginning of Sefer Devarim, but 𝐷𝐸 says why, that it's talking about the time of the Meraglim, that they were, Moshe Rabbeinu says they were complaining in their tents, and they said, B'sinas Hashem osanu hotzionu miMitzrayim, because Hashem hates us, He took us out of Mitzrayim. So how could they have come to such a conclusion that Hashem hates them? B'sinas Hashem osanu, Hashem hates us, He did all the makas in Mitzrayim, and He split open the ocean, and He gave us the man, He gave us everything. So how could it be that He hates us? So the Sforno says over there, Al she'avadnu avodah zarah b'Mitzrayim, because we were worshipping idols in Mitzrayim. So Hashem is saying, I don't hate you, I love you. But if you feel bad about yourself, if you feel ugly, if you heard some teacher that gave a talk about how if a boy does this or a boy does that, then he's finished. There's no tshuva. So even if they don't hear that from the teacher, they've picked up along the way that there are certain grave sins that they're guilty of. Whatever that was, I went to a club, I watched something on my phone, and then there's this feeling of B'sinas Hashem osanu, Hashem hates me, my Rebbe hates me, my parents hate me. Now, there are rare instances where a parent or Rebbe doesn't get along. There are such things, but to be hated, to be despised, no, we love you. They feel within themselves, and you could usually see it in a certain way, in a look, in a walk. You could see it more and more. It's becoming more apparent. That's what I see.
I feel that, but maybe it's because we're sitting in Yerushalayim, and because I was also sitting here with Rabbi, that I'm very optimistic about the awareness of the tzarchei hador, of the needs of the generation, needs of the Noah, that there are people today. There are real people that have dedicated their lives to specialize in making sure that people feel seen, that people know that it doesn't matter, you can reach Sheol Tachtis, but there are people that come to you with zero judgment, and they're not going to leave, they'll wait for you. Like Yerushalayim's been waiting for us all these years, and Hatat, we've been coming back. But there's a story that Rebbe shared a number of times. I would love to hear it again. I think it would be so meduyak about Reb Shimon Skernowitzer.
Yeah. Bishop Kvark, his grandson. Yeah. So what Rav Shlomo was talking about, what we're talking about is a Maaseh for one of the tzaddikim, Reb Shimon Skernowitzer, who was an Einik from Yitzchak Vorka. You know, Amshnov is known for many things, but especially for the Ahavas Yisrael, the love of Jews, Amshnov. And there was a father who came to the Rebbe who said that My daughter's gone. She ran away with some boyfriend who's not Jewish. And she's in a convent somewhere, because in order for her to get married to this person, she'll have to convert. And I've tried everything. I tried talking to her, nothing helped, and she's gone. I don't know what to do. So the Rebbe said, where is this place? Where is this convent? So the father said, it's in this place, whatever. So the Rebbe went with this gabbai. Shimon went with this gabbai. And they camped out. They found a bench by the convent, and they had some fruit or bread, and they camped out on this thing. They were there actually for 3 days and 3 nights. Now the Rebbe gave a little note. He paid. He saw a worker coming out, and he paid this person, gave him a bribe, and gave him a note. And they just sat there. The gabbai didn't know what to do. The was just sitting there. Daven's there, waits there. He's not leaving. 𝐔𝐧𝐢𝐭𝐤. He's not leaving. Finally, like at midnight on the 3rd night, there's a little bit of noises, and then there's a girl wrapped in some blanket, and she's running out. And the Rebbe says, whatever her name is, Perla. And the girl goes, and the 3 of them run off into the forest. Finally, when they catch their breath, the Rebbe says, Perla, how did you do that? How did you do that? How did you escape? How did you get out of that place, the kingdom of darkness? She said, because Rebbe, I knew that you would be waiting for me on the note, and it's not what I'm here. Shimon, I'm here waiting for you. I knew that you would not leave. And because I knew that you were waiting for me, I got the courage, and I got the 𝐔𝐬𝐯 to escape. So we're talking here about Amudim, our friends in Amudim, 𝐶𝐕𝐄, and the rest of the Chevra for so many years have been on that bench, waiting for these kids, waiting. A phone call, a text, we're here. אנחנו מחכים לכם.
Ashley Adar.
So you're 100% right. We've always had problems, but we've never had the army of tzaddikim who are out there now, who are here to help, who are here to educate, to teach us how to listen, how to tune in to the kids, and how to love them, and how to respect them, and how to understand them, and to give us guidance, to be patient, and to wait for them on each one on our own park bench.
It should be filled with Hatzlacha, filled with, and the whole world should know about this avodas hakodesh, and it should mechazek us to, even people that may not fall into the category of a lot of the things we've been speaking about, just push it between 2 people to see each other much more. Mikarov, not just mirachok, as the pasuk also says, Vayiro also echav mirachok. And the tikkun of the brothers is Shenireh kol echad mikarov, which is exactly what Amudim is doing.
And through that, we'll be zaycher to the day of �KI'I'M here, that we'll be able to see Mashiach, we'll be able to see and to look at him in the eyes ourselves, and to be able to agree Mashiach with our families and with all of our Yisrael.
Amen. Ken Yiratzon.
Amen.
All anyone needs to hear is what Rebbe said, and it's all good.
If the client is interested in us following through, we're here every step of the way up until the very end. For some clients, there is no very end. They just want us checking in to make sure everything is going smoothly, if they want a change of a therapist, if they want anything like that. If we're sending a client to a treatment center, we're speaking to her therapist and her whole team at the treatment center. If there are any issues, we're the first person they call to kind of figure out what we can do to make the situation better, to speak with them, to make her experience at treatment the best possible.
Welcome to Unite to Heal, a 36-hour global broadcast powered by Amudim, an organization that has become a lifeline for our community. Amudim is where people turn when life becomes too heavy to carry alone, whether it's mental health struggles, addiction, abuse, or crisis. They're on the front lines every single day, reminding us that no matter how hard things get, nobody struggles alone. Unite to Heal brings together voices from across the Jewish world, rabbanim, educators, leaders, artists, to remind us that healing begins when we face reality with honesty, faith, and compassion. Tonight, we're doing exactly that. This isn't a typical panel. We're calling this conversation uncharted territory, things that as rabbis we never expected to face. Together with some of the most respected rabbinic leaders of our time, Rabbi Shai Shechter, Rabbi Aryeh Leibowitz, Rabbi Larry Rothwachs, Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg, we're going to talk about the real issues confronting our families and communities today. Challenges that probably did exist a generation ago, but somehow not in the same presentation, not with the same intensity, and things that we have perhaps stopped denying existed in our community. Questions that, to be honest, many of us were never fully trained to answer. This is meant to be raw and real. It's going to be intense, but it's also going to involve some anecdotes that I'm sure will bring a smile to your faces and ours. And it's rooted in Torah, because the Torah has something to say and rabbis have what to say about every challenge, even the ones we never imagined we'd face.
And with that, should we begin by introducing ourselves
Yeah.
more fully?
My name is Larry Rothwachs. I'm the rabbi of Congregation Beth Aaron in Teaneck, where I've been for 24 years. I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Professional Rabbinics at 𝐟EITS, involved in training the future of the rabbinate. And more recently, I've had the privilege of becoming a licensed social worker, so I'm also transitioning a little bit into the space of mental health counseling. These are overlapping fields, but obviously each with their own unique opportunities and challenges.
Ephraim Goldberg, I'm in Boca Raton, Florida. We have considered a large community, a large shul of a little over 1,000 families, very, very diverse, and spanning all kinds of ages, backgrounds, levels of observance, political affiliations, levels of knowledge, hashkafos, and that presents a lot of common themes and challenges in the world today, but also some nuanced differences between them, and it's an honor to be here.
Thank you. I'm Menachem Penner. I was for many years a rabbi in Queens, and then I served as the dean of the Rabbi Isaac Elchanan Theological Seminary, where I put together a team, including Rabbi Rothwachs, Rabbi Leibowitz, to try to help the next generation of rabbis deal with many of the challenges that they would face. And now I have the privilege to serve as the Executive Vice President of the Rabbinical Council of America. I'm the only one here who doesn't have a congregation, but in a certain way I do. We support about 1,000 rabbis around the world, and I'm going to be bringing you not so much my own experiences in the last few years, but the collective wisdom of many of those rabbis.
My name is Shai Shechter. I'm the Associate Rabbi at the Young Israel of Woodmere. We have a congregation here in New York that is one of the larger congregations in the country as well. And we have many different kinds of people with a varying degree of ages, different kinds of challenges. And we're here to talk about some of those together, just to discuss as friends how we deal with some of the challenges that all of us are faced with.
My name is Aryeh Leibowitz. I am the rabbi of the shul where we happen to be right now, in the Beis HaKnesses of North Woodmere. It is not a very diverse, neither in age nor in religious background type of congregation. However, my insight into the diversity of the Jewish people comes more from my other job as a Rebbe in the Smicha program in 𝐟EITS, in Yeshiva University. When Rabbi Penner brought me in, I was able to connect with so many young rabbis, so many aspiring rabbis, and many rabbis throughout the country who are dealing with a variety of different issues with different constituencies, and you get to see the full gamut of the issues that come up.
I think it's worthwhile to point out and to share that we're not just colleagues. People watching or listening might be surprised to know that rabbis don't just get along, but sometimes are good friends, like each other, mutual admirers, collaborate, and tap into each other's wisdom. So I think it's exciting for us to do this together, not only as colleagues, but also as a group of good friends.
I think I would do this even if it wasn't being filmed.
In fact, before the cameras turned on, it was more fun than after the cameras turned on.
Can we take our ties off yet? Or?
Not yet.
So where should we begin, Rabbi Panner?
I think probably to try to grapple with, maybe to think back to the first time that you realized that as much as we tried, or those who came before us tried to train us in smicha, that we were sort of already in a different world. That as much as you can try to train in a classroom, that something is going to come before you. What memories do you have of something that happened in the first few years of your Rabbanos? Something that stands out, that's something that you may have thought it would happen, but now that it was really in front of you, you were like, wow, this is in our community too.
I'll go back to literally the second day of the job, because I started on a Sunday, and on Monday morning I was sitting at my desk. I still recall many of my belongings still in boxes, and I was staring at the phone. It was obviously not a cell phone because we didn't have them yet, and I was waiting for it to ring. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. I was sitting and waiting, and approximately, 9:08, 9:09, the phone rang, and it was
I think a very important point that space of the rabbi filling that void of not being the fixer, but being the one who's actually going to hold their hands is a very important space for you to fill, and one that probably many of the professionals would not be the appropriate fit to be filling. So I think that's also an important point that you're raising.
I agree. I found myself fairly often when people are willing, when you have the rapport and there is the trust and they do make the appointment and they're sitting there and they're so nervous and they're struggling to even communicate. And when you can calm down and say, I'm not here to judge, I'm here to love, I'm here to help, I'm here to be your friend, I'm here to be your rabbi. I often say, there's probably nothing you can share or tell me that haven't been involved with, although every time I've said that, I've come to learn something new, which is also an important point. But I think to communicate that and transmit that as rabbis, that certainly we have our values and our principles and our lives and our lifestyles, and we're here to teach and promote and support Torah and Torah living and Torah standards and Torah expectations, but also the humanity of Torah and the fallibility and the fact that we're real people, it's a real world, the Torah is not a utopian document, and we're not here to judge. We're here to listen, to learn, to love, and to try to help you however we can. I remember also, as a young rabbi, I maybe was equally as excited to get a question about like the fleshik fork and the milchik dishwasher, like again to put into practice all the things that we had learned. But the first time I was really jarred, somebody had asked me to come over to the house. It was a man from the community, and he shared with me something relatively scandalous in his own marriage and his wife's discovery of it and its implications for their family, and really out of the ordinary. And I was a young rabbi, somewhat perhaps naive, that the things that happen in the general world are happening in our own community. And I remember, as I was listening to him, I was trying so hard to make sure he doesn't see that I'm shaking. Like I remember feeling I'm shaking right now what I'm listening to, and especially thinking I didn't have the most insulated background. I was I was a good boy. I was well behaved, but I don't come from the most insulated background, and I was shaking, and I was listening, and I was trying to listen in a supportive way, but working really hard that he not see I'm shaking right now. And every time over the last also 2.5 decades that sometimes I encounter new things, and I say, well, this is it. This is for sure the last new thing I'll learn because we've seen it all. And I think that's also a really important idea that whatever is out there in the general world is happening in our community. And maybe not the same percentage or the same extent, same awareness. And I don't think our community in Boca Raton is disproportional or there's a lot more of it. I think, or at least make me feel better to believe that it's happening in all communities. But what's happening in the world is happening in our communities as well. And one of the challenges for us as rabbis is to be aware and exposed and learn and love and help and somehow still be protecting ourselves, our purity, our avoda, our midos, our sense of looking at the world in a certain way, and to find that balance in between the two, I know is a regular ongoing struggle.
I think a lot of people assume the rabbi is the last person that they would want to speak to when something unfortunate is going on in their life, something that they wouldn't be proud of, because they assume the rabbi is, only sitting over a Gemara all day and what will he do with this? The reality is usually exactly the opposite. A seasoned rabbi, I'm not talking about someone with 30, 40 years, but a rabbi who's in the field and congregants probably has seen much more than your friends, much more than another type of mentor. That's the position of the rabbi, and that's what it means. I think the rabbi can often bring a lot of sage counsel and also a lot of support for things that people wouldn't think. Why am I going to go to the rabbi? The rabbi? How is he going to react to this? As if, imagine if the rabbi is cordoned off from the realities of the community. And I find that usually it's exactly the opposite. The rabbi's understanding of many of the issues going on in the community is much greater, and society and the culture is much greater than the average person.
It's interesting because I'm so used to looking at that from a completely different vantage point when we're trying to train rabbinical students to be prepared for a very wide range of possible issues and challenges that are brought to their attention. Very often, the rabbi will say to himself, "Why are you coming to me?" And, to train them, first of all, as Rabbi Goldberg said, not to look at them and say, "Oh my gosh, I've never heard anything like this before. That's crazy. Did that actually happen to you?" Even if in fact it is your first time, not to say that. But ask yourself, why is this person coming to me? And if somebody's really, if they want to know, I can't decide where to get pizza tonight. I think you can actually say to them, I'm not really sure they have much to offer here in case you do. But if somebody's coming and they're not necessarily even asking a question, but want to talk about a particular topic, and you're saying to yourself, why are they coming to me? I know the Rabbi Penner has offered a whole range of possibilities why people would be coming to the rabbi, other than the most obvious reasons because they're seeking halachic counsel. What are some reasons why people would come to a rabbi?
Many more than the rabbi fixing it. Sometimes they hope, in the case of this example, that the rabbi is going to fix the problem. But very often I think that, you learn this after that. We all have those things where someone comes to us and we're like, okay, how am I going to fix this? Very often they're not really coming to the rabbi to fix it. And I think that was one of the hardest things for me to learn as a young rabbi. I remember a situation where a woman shared with me an abusive situation with her husband. But she didn't want me to reach out to the husband. It was an absolutely confidential, which really left me with very few options. At the time, I thought, as a young rabbi, that if I could just speak to the husband, I could solve the problem. Of course, that's not true either. But she spent an hour crying and talking to me, and she said I couldn't share this with anyone. About 6 months later, she called me to tell me how disappointed she was that I hadn't followed up with her. And I was just thinking, as a rabbi who was trying to fix the situation, that couldn't be fixed. And when she left my office, I assumed I was done. What she really needed was someone she could talk to and someone she could cry to. And I think that that's something that you really learn as a rabbi, and something that sometimes only a rabbi could do. Maybe a good friend. Not everything could be shared with a good friend. That the role of the rabbi is simply to be there for somebody, even if the problem can't be solved, can't be fixed. That simply being someone that somebody checks in on you. Someone who knows what's going on checks on you. Not the typical, how you doing? Everybody says, how you doing? But how you doing doesn't mean anything if you don't know what's going on in the person's life. And that was a really important lesson to learn.
If I could highlight a different reason that people come to rabbis that maybe we need to be more sensitive to be able to see through. Rabbi Shmuley Marcus, another good friend of ours, told me that his father, who was a great rabbi in Toronto, once got a phone call at 2 a.m. And the fellow on the other end of the line was telling him this elaborate problem that he had. And Rabbi Marcus, Zichrono Livracha, said to the fellow, it seems like you really have a problem, but this seems like a problem for a lawyer, not a problem for a rabbi. And the guy said, I know, but I can't call my lawyer at 2 a.m. And a lot of times they'll call the rabbi because the rabbi is free, the rabbi is available, and that's part of our responsibility also, to know when it's not a problem for the rabbi, when it's a problem for a therapist, when it's a problem for a lawyer, when it's a problem that someone else might be better equipped to actually deal with.
It's not only when we don't have the skill set, but continuing what you were saying is, how do we place the boundaries? I find and struggle with that sometimes too, is you want that person to know we're available, we're accessible, we care, we're following up, but where are the boundaries between when is it inappropriate that we become too much of a crutch, too available, too accessible? In what way are they getting in touch with us? Is there WhatsApping going on? not crossing boundaries that, God forbid, are illegal or even not tzanua, but where are the healthy boundaries for us, for our family, for our own identity, to both be a resource and helpful, but also have healthy boundaries and times for it. I don't know if that's something that you also face.
Yeah, I think everybody in one way or another faces that. But I always like to, as I'm deflecting, as I'm saying, maybe this isn't a 2 a.m. conversation, and it usually isn't. At least I feel fortunate that the person reached out, because I think that's ultimately what the rabbinate is about making those connections with people and letting people understand that you're someone that they can turn to. And so, it is inappropriate when they attack you with the kiddush, or when they call you at the wrong time, or whether, but I think that it's also, we could be thankful that, we've succeeded with this person, in the sense that this person feels that they can call us and they can reach out to us.
You're talking about the 2 a.m. call. Sometimes the 2 a.m. call is exactly why they're calling the rabbi, because they know that at 2 a.m., when, let's say, there's a situation that does need to be addressed at 2 a.m., some major crisis in a hospital or some extremely abusive situation, the rabbi is the only call they can make. And the fact that they feel comfortable doing that, I think, speaks to the relationship that a rabbi can have with the community. And it's important for that to be recognized as well. But sometimes that is appropriate.
Sometimes. Don't learn from this discussion that it's appropriate on
a daily basis.
On a regular basis. But sometimes it is a sign of success, and sometimes the sign of someone who's a little socially awkward, and they call him the rabbi, I suppose.
Rabbi Goldberg, what did you mean by boundaries? Meaning to maintain our own mental health and our own, or did you mean something else?
There's somebody who leans on you, whatever they're going through in their life, be it recovery, be it a family situation, and you've now responded. You're available, you respond, you meet, you give advice, wisdom, or you're just listening. So that becomes a very comfortable place to go. Either because, like you pointed out, you don't charge for your time. At the end of the hour, you don't kick them out and say, our hour is up, you need to go, make an appointment, and I'm not available for 2 more weeks. So then they start to text or leave regular voice notes. And where do you set the boundary between, I'm here, I'm available, and I want you to know this is not only, am I okay spending my time, this is how I want to spend my time. I just answered an email on the way here of a meeting I have coming up this week, helping parents make a certain decision for their family. And it begins with, we're writing this email to tell you what it's about in case you don't think we need to meet, because we know how valuable your time is. And I wrote back, there's nothing more I want to be doing with my time than talking to you about this and helping you. And we would never want people to think that we want to spend our time on other things. This is why we do and went into what we do. But how do we also sort of protect our time? And where's that fine line between we're available, we're here, we want to help, but also there's some healthy boundaries. Don't abuse that. Don't overuse that.
And also protecting the people themselves from becoming over-reliant. Meaning it's not always emotionally healthy for us. Right. It's also not always emotionally healthy for them. If the only place they go whenever they have any issue is the rabbi.
And let's be honest, and I don't know if we want to take this conversation there. I feel comfortable because I think we're B'nai Torah, and it isn't a challenge, but it could be. There's a divorce, or abusive situation, and there's a wife, there's a woman, she's WhatsApping, it's voice notes, it's calls, it's text, I'm filling you in, you won't believe what just happened, and I can't take this anymore. And how do we both listen, believe, follow up, but also that it's not late at night and you're on your phone, and where are the boundaries? When is it appropriate? And how do you manage that without the person feeling, I guess you're saying you're too busy for me, I guess you've done too much, and how do you find the line for that? And at least be struggling with it and have the awareness of it. Yeah. And whereas the Rebbetzin come in not ever violating confidences of disclosing who someone is, but also, maintaining our phone and so on, they're complicated things for rabbis to navigate.
I've thought about this a lot over the past number of years, because there was a point where I would say, and I think Rabbi should say this, I'm not qualified to be able to address this particular issue. I don't have the training, I don't have the skills, and so therefore I have no choice but to sort of refer you. I'm now at a point where there are certain situations that are coming my way as a rabbi, and I could at least, with some degree of credibility say, I am actually qualified to be able to deal with this as a clinician. And I would use a different word than boundaries, but that's not my role here. And if I forget that, and it goes both ways, by the way, there are times where people come to see me as the therapist, and I have to remind them, I'm not a rabbi. I am, but that's not what you're getting here. If I forget my role, so it's going to become very, very complicated. When it comes to, besides the ethical and just social boundaries that Rabbi Goldberg mentioned, a therapist has the ability to be completely devoted, dedicated to the client, and he or she is essentially my entire world for the purpose of this conversation. A rabbi doesn't have that luxury. If somebody comes to me and they're part of, they always are, a larger family system, so the more I learn, the more it's going to be more complicated for me to be everybody else's rabbi. If you put me in a position where I feel that I need to do something or I should do something, it's going to come at perhaps a cost. And what's going to happen is slowly but surely, I'm no longer going to be able to really to fulfill my role as your rabbi. You really, really can't have it both. And so I agree with Rabbi Goldberg said that sometimes we're not qualified, but I think especially when we feel that we are, and the same is true if a rabbi's an accountant. We all know at least one, I can think of one, very successful rabbi who was an accountant as well. I don't know what his policy was, but I'm hoping that he didn't do the tax returns of his balabatim, because there's going to be a point in time where that's just going to become too complicated.
Fundraising efforts.
Yeah.
So I know.
You're not getting miser.
But speaking to everybody out there, I think it's important to realize that there are many situations where you want to come to your rabbi, but when your rabbi then holds your hand and refers you or says, I think that here's an individual who could best help you, that shouldn't be felt as rejection. That's my rabbi doesn't care. He has so much time for everybody in the world. It's just that's not my role here. I want to continue to be, again, your friend, your neighbor, your educated, your mentor, your posek, the person you can come to in times of crisis. But I can't do all of that and really, really, immerse myself in this. I just want
to clarify. I always refer to a professional. I never think that I'm trained or competent to do the counseling. I think people find in us, in their rabbi, someone who can maintain their confidence, someone who can empathize or sympathize or understand because they do know the other people. Meaning often therapists, which I refer to and admire and believe in, but they're really hearing one side. And I think there's even policies about not, unless it's couples therapy, meeting the other side if you have one particular as a client. They actually appreciate, sort of see the whole system, and that's what draws them even more to hear us. So always with referring, but then figuring out, maybe my aversion is I would never want someone to say, and I called the rabbi, he handed me off, he had no use for me, he put up a wall because it was too many times I bothered him, and I'm not saying you're suggesting we do that, but which I would ask you, Rav Shai, I think you have a reputation that people in crisis know they come to you, that you handle them. A lot of them probably not coincidentally end up at your doorstep. Why do you think that is, that people feel comfortable coming to you?
I don't think I have such a reputation. Maybe it's possibly because I'm younger than all of you and I haven't learned how to put up the proper boundaries yet. It could be. I'll say I think the most important thing I've learned from my own parents, who have been in this space, not as pulpit rabbis, but been in the space of rabbinic leadership for quite a long time. The most important thing that I've learned from my father is just to be real. Just the other night, there was someone who came to talk to me about a very preliminary crisis that they felt they were having, which really wasn't such a major crisis. For them, obviously, it was, because it's overwhelming to them. But they're just starting the process of infertility, and they're trying to figure out what the next step should be and where they should go and who they should speak to. And it was a lot for them, and I just burst out crying, like sitting with them, even though we've seen cases that are obviously much more severe. And this is a couple that just got married, and it's nothing overwhelming just yet. But they asked me, why are you so overwhelmed? And I wasn't trying to hide. I never try to hide that I'm shaking. I think being vulnerable and being real is totally acceptable and appreciated. And I told them, I said, I'll be honest, I just heard so many difficult things today and dealt with so many different possibilities of hardships that people are going through. You happen to be the last person who's here today. It was 11 o'clock at night. It just, at some point it gets to you. And I think showing people that we're real and showing people that we really take to heart the situations that they share with us, to me, I think is more powerful than anything else. I can say I'm talking about my father, but I've been to so many Shiva homes with my father. He's not a big talker, not a big schmoozer, and I find very often that he'll go into a Shiva house, not say a word to anybody, and I feel very awkward. I feel very awkward being the one going with him and just sitting there, and obviously I'm not going to speak if he's not speaking, and we leave. And so many people have told me subsequently that your father just sat there and cried with us, and that was worth more to us than any other visitors that we had. And I think that's an important role to play. just to be that person who really feels and empathizes with other people's situations, to understand that we really connect to it, that we really relate to it, that we appreciate the severity or the overwhelming nature of what it is for them. That's a very important piece of it.
With your permission, could we maybe just take a step back over here? We're not talking to rabbis right now. We're talking to the people who would come to a rabbi. So someone's going to be watching this, and someone's going to say, okay, now if I ever become a rabbi, I now have a lot of good advice about where my limits are and how to handle it. But there may be people watching that are going to say, you know, I wish I felt comfortable enough to talk to my rabbi. What do I need to do to develop the kind of relationship where if I were in crisis, I would be comfortable to go to my rabbi, even if it were a minor crisis, even if it were the beginning of something? How do I pave that road to be able to make sure that avenue? I mean, I've spoken in many places where I'll quote Mori v'Rabbi Harav Shechter Shlita, referring to your father, of course, even though you're also a great Rebbe of mine. But Mori v'Rabbi Harav Shechter Shlita, and people will come over to me and say, I don't have a Mori v'Rabbi. Like I don't have a rabbi. I don't have a Rebbe. So do you have, as rabbis on the other side, do you have ___ for balabatim, for people who want to be able to develop that relationship?
It said, like any other relationship, it's about investing for the time that you need the relationship. I think that all of our most important relationships, you know, there are times when you're okay and you're at stasis and you're okay, but you need to be investing in having those relationships. I guess it's probably easiest to say about a friend. You know, if you continue to invest in a relationship over years, then it's there for you when you need it. And it's not so much that the rabbi won't be there for you. As long as you're in the community, even if you're not part of the community, we all have so many relationships with people who are not actually members of our shul. The rabbi will be there for you. That you don't have to be concerned about, but it'll be much more meaningful if there already is a pre-existing relationship. And I think that the job of the rabbi, again, going back to the rabbi, is to establish those interpersonal relationships. But I think people also need to invest in their relationship with the rabbi, to be open when the rabbi invites people to come talk to them, to find opportunities to be with the rabbi, even in downtime, because then the relationships, you know, will be there for you when you feel that you need that comfort level. The rabbi will be there, I think, either way.
As a rabbi, I'll say that when people reach out to share very, very small, seemingly insignificant developments in their life, I get a new job. You know, I very much appreciate when young men and women are going to Eretz Yisrael and they'll call me a day or two beforehand. I know you're very busy today, but you know, if we could just meet up for a minute or two, you know, I'd love a bracha. I'm not a rebbe that gives brachas, but that 2-3 minute interaction, which sadly, but I'm going to be honest, very often I'm not the one to initiate. I'll try to initiate. I'm going to think about it more the obvious situations. But when men come over on Friday night after davening and say Good Shabbos, you know, I know I'm speaking to, you know, people who may, you know, 𝐕𝐻𝐕𝐄. If you're doing that week after week after week and saying Good Shabbos, even if that's all we're saying to one another, our relationship, slowly but surely, is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger, even if no words are exchanged. And if that never happens, as Rabbi Penner said, that's okay. You know, I'm still here for you. But that investment doesn't mean that we have to, you know, get together for lunch every Tuesday. It really, really doesn't. Families can do that. Individual members within the family can do it. Rabbis interacting with children, people at different stages in life. These are all ways to sort of keep those relationships going. It's a very good point. It's sad that somebody said, I don't have a Rebbe. I'd like to think, and Rebbe Penner, who's...
It's an only child. You know, an only child, it's not your choice. You don't have a sibling. You don't know what that relationship feels like. But this is your choice. Aseh lecha rav. You can have a Rebbe. You can have a rabbi. You just need to do that for yourself.
So let me ask a more difficult question. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this. What if somebody says, I did try, but I find that my rabbi is just not available. He doesn't seem to have the sort of interest or commitment that I'm hearing on this panel. I mean, is that conceivable? I think so.
Or I've come to discover over the last 5 years, both through Corona and then the war with Israel, that there are people who live in communities who their rabbi has said or participated in things that makes them just feel I don't connect anymore. And therefore, I don't want to go to them about my personal things if I don't connect to the way that they're interpreting more global things. And they feel lonely, even within a community, even paying a membership, even showing up in shul, they feel lonely and bereft of leadership. Some.
And I think that's important feedback for Balabatim to give the rabbis, because I know, again, we have to continue to remind ourselves that we're not talking to rabbis. But I don't know if this is what you were alluding to, but if a rabbi is going to get up and make some very, political partisan comments from the pulpit that may unintentionally or maybe intentionally marginalize certain individuals, if that's how you're feeling in shul, whether he's making comments about politics or anything, I think in respectful ways, rabbis would appreciate that sort of feedback. I would. The worst case scenario is he won't listen. He'll dismiss it. But if he does take it to heart, I love critical feedback. I don't get enough of it. I love it. And then we can adjust. And then we can say, maybe my messaging on global issues is having the unintended consequence of making people feel that I'm not relatable or they can't connect with me. That would be a terrible price to pay. I don't think rabbis would do that intentionally.
I think this really aligns with our host, Amudim, and the purpose of this conversation is there are resources, and it's a shame if people would hesitate or feel not welcome. I hope that the people listening and watching know, whether they're immediate local rabbi or there are others, but there are people who care and who have experience and who have connections. One of the most enriching part I find of the Rabbanos is our Rolodex. For young people listening, 100%. That means the contact information of other people. But sometimes we can make one phone call or send one text that connects somebody that is a life changer for them and took us 5 seconds. The gratitude almost feels undeserved because all it took was like a text. Can you see that person in your office they can't get through? Can you take on this case? Can you? But we're here. I mean, rabbis are here, and until your rabbi proves otherwise, give them the benefit of the doubt. Don't complain about it if you've never tried. Ask them if you can have coffee. Meet them for lunch. Ask for an appointment. Linger after shul and say hello. Shalom aleichem. Show up at a shir, which becomes community within community and builds a chevra. Go on a trip if a trip is advertised. Not everybody can. But that's exactly where those relationships are formed. And you have to put the time in advance so it'll be there for you when you'll need it. And this is not the point of our conversation, and I probably will regret and get in trouble for saying it, but the enormous growth of davening opportunities that don't include rabbis, which may be convenient and comfortable in the short term, but in the long term, when you may need a rabbi for a life cycle event, a significant question, a crisis, if that's where you've placed your lot and you've chosen comfort and convenience over relationship and community, we'll still be there. I think we'll still be there. But the nature of it's going to be different.
I agree with you 100%. And I definitely won't get in trouble for saying this at this point in my career, so I'm going to say it. The number of people over the past several months who have commented to me, more to my wife, you will always be our rabbi. For
so share with our listeners why you won't be.
I'm planning on making Aliyah this summer, Be'ezus Hashem, and continuing to serve in some capacity as a rabbi, but it'll be different. And on the one hand, we appreciate that very much when people say you'll always be our rabbi. There will be other rabbis. Hopefully I'll have a wonderful successor who will be even a better rabbi. Wonderful. But in some of these situations, these are people who they haven't davened in our shul in years. And I know that they mean it. And on the one hand, but it also leaves us sort of wondering, what does it mean for you that we will always be a rabbi? On the one hand, thank you very much. But wouldn't our relationship be so much more enriching mutually if we spent more time with one another? But if you're davening in your neighbor's backyard every Shabbos, what am I to do?
So what I'm hearing is, if we're trying to advise people on how to get the most out of your rabbi, how to get the most out of your relationship with your rabbi. So the first thing is to create a relationship, to have touch points. I also want to highlight something Rabbi Goldberg said before, that you got an email in anticipation of a meeting coming this week. How many times I'll get an email that will say, need to talk, right? And I don't know if they're about to attack me for something I said in a drasha, or if their kid is on drugs, or if it could be any, and I have no way to mentally prepare for that meeting. So I would also advise people, if you want to get the most out of your meetings with your rabbis, or with anybody for that matter, but I can only speak from a rabbinic perspective, give like a little bit of a hint, like a little bit of a clue. If
you have compassion for your rabbi, because it's not only a matter
but also you want him to be able to help you.
Right, but even aside from that, it's the compassion. Like, you don't know tell me what it's about, so I'm not imagining and anxious over things that never happened. So even
I always feel like I'm being called to the principal's office. Right. Anytime someone's, I always feel like I said something that offended somebody. I'm going to get fired. I always feel like something, like I must have done something terrible. And usually it's not the case.
I think that even if it's not, now the four of you are sitting shul rabbis, and you're shul rabbis, but even if it doesn't happen to be a shul rabbi, there are cases where it could be someone else in your life. It's not necessarily the person who happens to be at the shul that you daven in or used to daven in, but that need of having one person that really understands you, that can be there for you, is absolutely critical. I mean, we're speaking about Israel. That very often doesn't exist in Israel, where a lot of the functions, a lot of the halachic issues, a lot of the day-to-day Jewish functions are handled by the government or by a larger mechanism. But it doesn't allow for that connection with the rabbi. And there are many reasons why the Israeli society may have developed that way, but I think it's something that is still missing to a large extent within Israeli society. And that people really need to have somebody who gets them and knows them. The concept that when a person is sent to an 𝐼 their Rebbe has to go and be with them. Doesn't mean that the 𝐼 didn't have their own Batei Medrash. But your Rebbe has to go with you. I mean, I feel bad for that Rebbe. It's a separate question. But the fact to have someone there in your life who really knows and understands you and can suggest that people push you forward. Listen, it's also true in terms of where you're getting your Torah from. We have individuals in this circle to whom thousands and thousands of people get their Torah by listening to them, which is beautiful. It's not exactly the same thing as getting Torah from someone in a group of 10. So listen to your Daf Yomi, listen to your Shir, listen to the podcast. That's great. That should supplement someone who you're actually learning with in a personal way and in a real way, because that community that you spoke about, that community of learning, that really can't be created with all of these amazing opportunities to learn with other people online. Because without that connection with the rabbi, I feel most people don't take their next steps forward. And certainly when you're in a crisis, you don't have that person that you need by your side.
Can we pivot? I would love to listen and learn from your perspective on most rabbis. They sit in the front, they look out, and they know something about almost everybody in that room that everyone else in the room doesn't know. And that's a privilege and it's an honor. It's without judgment. It's only with love. It's to have been through situations, but it's a lot to carry. We were talking before we started recording about the notion that when we lose our innocence because we're exposed to things, we need to react. Minimally, not even being exposed to scandal, but just bearing the burden of carrying a lot of confidences, pain. You were talking about before, feeling the pain, that end of the day, overwhelming and crying with emotion. Mori Varabi, Rav Shechter, Shalita Senior probably cries at the first meeting of the day and throughout the day, which is not a criticism of you. It's a description of his greatness. At the opening meeting of the day, he's already crying. What do you do to balance that out? Both balance it out from the mental hygiene, mental health perspective, to be able to stay healthy even while carrying all that pain, all that burden, all those confidences. And what do you do also, it's a second question, a parallel one, what do you do to balance out having been exposed to things that generally B'nai Torah are working hard to not learn or listen or see or hear directly testimony about, and we do without judgment and with love, but still need to sort of protect our neshama in some way. How do you handle both of those things?
I'll respond partially. I think it's important for us also, I know we're not talking to an audience of rabbis, but we are talking amongst ourselves. We need to continue to have people who we look up to as well. And the same way Rabbi Leibowitz was saying before that Aseh L'Charav is important for every community member, I think it's important that rabbis also, Aseh L'Charav, have their own people who they can turn to, who really are living a life that when I look at that, I can be reminded there is purity in the world. I can be reminded that there is something very pristine and very perfect that is untainted. And there are very few places where we can find that, but we all know that we can find that somewhere. To me, that's always a big source of comfort and clarity. I'll say also just personally, everybody has their own dynamics in their own home. My wife and I talk about, obviously without disclosing details, but we happen to work as a team very often. And we discuss a lot of the situations that are going on, obviously with the permission of the individual who's coming, but we go on walks together a lot and we discuss this. And I feel, to me, that is a very healthy way that we sort of lower the tension, but also try to remind ourselves how serious of a situation it is and brainstorm and try to figure out how we can be involved and hand-holding and where it is appropriate, where it's not. Also, in all of our communities, we have so many mental health professionals, and to use them as a tremendous aid to all of us is something that we've all done, and something that even I personally have called a mental health professional and said, you know, this is how I felt after somebody told this to me. I'm curious, is that a normal reaction? Like, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I'm not understanding them. Maybe I'm not understanding myself. Sometimes you just need that reassurance. No, that is totally appropriate. But I think the collaboration of the mental health community together with the rabbinic leaders of many of our communities is such a beautiful new wave of possibilities that we've seen, and it's so helpful. I'm sure all of us have had situations where a mental health professional will call us and say, you know, I did this, I want you to step in, can you do that? Maybe someone can speak to that. But that collaboration, I think, is extremely powerful because we're coming at it from different angles, but we're working together to be as supportive and as helpful as we can be.
I'm reminded of one of my favorite varts on the Asara Nisyonos Shenisnasa Avram Avinu. Some of the Rishonim say the last test that Avram faced was not the Akedah, but it was purchasing a burial plot for Sarah and having to deal with Ephron. And the question is obvious. The Akedah seems to be the ultimate. You know, people haggle over burial plots and prices and get taken advantage of ad hayom hazeh all the time. And I don't remember where I heard it, but someone suggested this was the first time that going into the test, Avram Avinu knew that at the end of the day, he was not going to be able to come home and say, Sarah, you're not going to believe the day I just had. And to be able to go through that test, knowing that he wasn't going to have Sarah at the end of the day, knowing, at the Akedah at least he thought she would be there, but knowing that she wasn't going to be there, for him to emote, to unload. I can't break down in front of everybody all the time, but there's at least one person that I can be completely comfortable breaking down in front of. And it's similar to what Rabbi Schechter just shared about having a Rebbe, having that, you know, that pristine, you know, sense of purity and someone that you can turn to, and also a wife, a family that you know that you can find comfort in, you know you can turn to, and also a chevra, everyone sitting in the circle I've turned to in different times where I know that you get me in a way that other people can't possibly. You're going through a tragedy in the community, and when you have an entire shul that is mourning all at the same time, what does that feel like? No one else can understand that except for the people sitting in this circle and people like us. And there's tremendous comfort in being able to draw that chizuk from one another.
Something I'm very proud of that we do at REITs. Rabbi Penner gets really all the credit for being sort of the trailblazer in this regard. We have what we call processing sessions with our students, which is awkward for all of them in the beginning. But we put a tremendous emphasis on the importance of talking, actually in circles like we're doing right now, after we go through at least simulations, role plays of some very intense topics. And at first, it seems like a waste of time. Why are we doing this? What's the purpose? But we emphasize this is important because these are muscles you really need to learn to flex right now. There are going to be certain experiences that you're going to have that you're going to need to talk about it. Not necessarily everyone and not necessarily with the people in this room, but you have to get used to that discomfort about talking about how does this make me feel? I don't know. I'm very excited about this. I'm very upset about this. And to be able to, you know, to develop a greater sense of awareness as to what I'm feeling, to be able to talk about that. This is something that's built in structurally within the world of mental health counseling, certainly on a training level, which can last many years with supervision. Rabbis are not required to have supervisors. Again, you want to call it a Rebbe, you want to call it a Chevra, you want to call it a wife, all the above and more. But this is necessary. This is necessary. So one other thing I'll mention as well, and that is, I was just thinking about this recently. Rabbi Goldberg is correct. When we look out, we see all, again, sort of all those secrets, you know, the pain of so many people in front of us. But there's something else we see as well, and you know where I'm going with this. And as we see all the strength and the resilience as well, Dr. Pelkovitz, who's a mentor to all of us, you know, has most of his training, I think, and his professional experience was in trauma work. But he spoke a lot always about this, what he called it, post-traumatic growth, vicarious resilience. And we always talk about the vicarious trauma the rabbis, mental health professionals, emergency responders, that they endure when they're dealing with, some unimaginable crises. But there's something else that can and often does evolve, and that is a tremendous sense of resilience, of strength. And people often say to me, how do you deal with this? You see people, you go to so many funerals. It's true I go to so many funerals, but I also see people come back from the darkest of places, people who I would think to myself, how is your life ever going to be normal again and be able to slowly but surely move forward? We get an inside, perspective on that as well. And there's a balance there, but I can go for another 100 years. I'm not close to burnout, and I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I would be shocked if anybody here would say otherwise. There's tremendous chiyus in this work, despite all the pain.
I agree. I say that all the time. Being at the bedside of even a young person, chas v'shalom, who's terminally ill, is not what drains the energy. That energizes. Being able to comfort and give strength and guide and seeing the resilience in people. It's maybe a topic for another podcast or conversation, but it's the shul politics, or it's the text that says, I do need to let you have it about your certain, those are the things that drain the energy. I think people get that wrong. Rabbi, how do you do it? There's so many, no, those are the things that's why I went into this. That's what gives me meaning and purpose. It's the other things. So many, your other conversations with me, that's what's draining me of the energy. So I agree. It strikes me that we're talking about sort of balabatim or community members putting in the time to get to know their rabbi for when they'll need it. But in hearing the descriptions about what the rabbi needs, that also takes preparation. Knowing that you have a rebbe and working hard to have a rebbe and a rebbe that you'll have for life, having a chevra and having colleagues and rabbanim who are your friends that you can count on and lean on. In dating, I don't know, smicha students or those who are dating, looking for a wife who can be a partner and source of strength and confidant and on these things. These are all critically to have lined up before the rabbi goes through his own particular crisis. Your story about calling or a therapist to say, is this a normal reaction? Many years ago, someone in the community had taken their own life, and people didn't know that. And I did, and I'll never forget to this moment, officiating the funeral and looking down at them and thinking in my mind what the rest of the people gathered had no idea, but essentially how could you do this to your children, to your wife? Understanding, obviously, it's the result of mental illness with no judgment, but I was a much younger rabbi who had much less understanding of those issues then, and I was haunted by that question, and haunted, how could this happen? How could he do this? And I spoke to a professional, and I think it's important to take away the stigma, to say that we support and we believe in it. And they said to me, if you could understand it, you'd be capable of it. The fact that you can't understand it is actually a reflection of your being healthy. And so stop trying to understand or explain or relate to it in that way. And that was enormously helpful to me. That actually let me let go of that. And again, it was a very immature, unsophisticated understanding I had. It was much earlier in my rabbinate. I was younger, and these topics were discussed much less. Not that I think I have an expertise now on it, but absolutely there should be no stigma, rabbis or others, to lean on people who are professionals when we need it to help us guide through these times.
I think you also realize over time that it's a harsh reality to realize. My wife says that the only thing she absolutely loved being a rebbe in all the years, and she said that the only thing that she regrets about or didn't like about being a rebbetzin was that she thought a certain naivete, a certain way of looking at the world, was shattered over the years. Not because people were bad people, but just because there's so much out there. And when you sit and you face the shul, the rebbetzin at least faces forward. The rabbi in many of our shuls has to face the shul, and you're looking out and you just realize, I think that there is a learning curve for a rabbi where you realize that crisis is the norm. Crisis really is the norm, that many, many families in the shul at any given time are going through a difficult situation. There are so many levers or so many potential potholes along the way. That's what life is. And then I think at a certain point in my Rabbanis, I began to realize that that's really what life is about. Life is about the particular challenge that each person was given. We've certainly had in our life a number of very unexpected detours along the way. And to realize that those detours, that's really what life is about. So I think that at a certain point we went from a place where we looked out and we saw all of this difficulty and all of this challenge, and we began to see it as all of these different tafkidim in life. That what people saw was something that was taking them away from what they were supposed to be doing was very much as difficult as it is, and as little as we understand why we have a certain tafkid and why, to suddenly see an army of people in front of us who were given very different tafkidim to try to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu in those kinds of ways. And I think that over time we moved from a place where we said, I wish I didn't know about all of this. I wish I didn't realize how much challenge there was, how much pain there is, to realizing that at least we're in a position, we're lucky that we're in a position that we can be there. It's not ours to finish or to fix or to be there to the end. There are many organizations like Amudim and others who have the kinds of abilities to take situations to a place where we can't do it, but to almost feel privileged to be able to really play a role in these people's lives and to be able to play a role in their tafkidim. Once we began to realize that the challenges that they were facing, the unique challenge of this household and that household and that household, again, wasn't something that was taking them away from their avodas Hashem, but was their ikar avodas Hashem, to grapple with this kind of situation in their life and to feel like we could be on that journey with them. So it took a lot of the pain and it sort of gave it meaning, it gave it purpose, and to feel like somehow we were a partner, or we were somehow encouraging or supporting someone in the struggle that their life was about, that became very, very energizing for us. And in many ways, we're not a shul rabbi in Rebbetzin anymore, but we feel that with many of the families that we deal with on many levels.
Can I highlight just one more point? I'm sure we're wrapping up, but I think this is very important for people who aren't rabbis. You now heard that rabbis deal with a lot, that we love to help. It's why we believe God put us on this earth to try to help people. No matter how with it your rabbi is, no matter how in touch he is with the people in the shul, no matter the size of the shul, there's no way that he's aware of everything. And it's very important for all of us to have eyes and ears on the ground. And if you're aware of someone in the shul, in the community that's going through something, and you're not sure, even if it might be, if you're not 100% sure that the person is getting the rabbinic help, is getting the chizuk that they could use, tell the rabbi. And you know what? 90% of the time he'll say, I'm aware, I'm on top of it, thank you so much. And 10% of the time he'll say, oh wow, I didn't know, thank you so much. Because we need it. We need the help to know where to help. We need the direction.
Absolutely. Should we end the way we began by thanking Amudim and encouraging everybody to support? We rely as Rabbanim on Amudim. They play an enormous role in the community. They're a resource for the things that well beyond our training and skill set. So we thank Amudim and we thank you for your partnership and help in supporting Amudim. And I feel so honored and privileged to have this support system for me and to listen and to learn to all of you. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shkayach everyone.
I'm asking each and every one of you to please take a few seconds to hear what I'm about to say. I'm coming to you on behalf of an organization that means a great deal to me personally and should also mean a great deal to each and every member of our community. Amudim is an organization, as so many of you are aware, that responds to all kinds of crisis, whether it's personal, familial, communal, whether it's in your own community, whether it's in your own state or across the world. Once a year, we have an annual campaign in which the proceeds from this campaign comprise the overwhelming vast majority of our budget the entire year. Every single one of the services that we provide and every drop of assistance that we provide to those that are struggling or facing a crisis, we don't charge a single penny for. This is the time that once a year we're coming to you to please open your minds, open your hearts, and open your pockets as much and as generously as you can. Because if you believe, as I do, that the issues we're dealing with are critical and need to be worked on further, and that we need these resources readily available for when people do face a struggle or a crisis, then please contribute to this campaign and please partner with us so together we can unite to heal.
Shalom, my name is Rabbi Moshe Bamzer. I am a Rav in Albany, New York, and I've had the b'schus, the bracha, of knowing Rav Tzvi and knowing Rav David and knowing Amudim from its inception, the dream that became a reality on the part of one who wanted to serve not only Klal Yisrael but in the entire world. Being a Rav in a small community like Albany, New York, the challenges that come forward, the difficulties, certainly the crises that arise need an address. Who do you turn to with a teenager? Who do you turn to with a young adult? Who do you turn to when it comes to issues of whether or not it's obsessions or whether or not it's addictions? Who do you turn to when you need a placement? Who do you turn to when you need help and guidance when it comes to a family? Amudim has been and continues to be an extraordinary address on the part of Klal Yisrael. We have been direct beneficiaries of its activities. We wish mazel and bracha. We applaud and we hope that they will go mechayel el from strength to strength. They are inseparable. They are indomitable. And certainly they are a core of our Jewish community, providing help, guidance, and support, always with a smile and always with a sense of commitment and concern. Yasher koach, chazak v'yamatz.
Welcome back to Jewish Jeopardy! Not to be confused with Jews in Jeopardy, which is a show about Otisville. Great daf yomi there, by the way. I'm your host, Chaim David Mendelbaum. Let's meet our contestants. First up, he's 5'8" with acid reflux, works as an audit partner at Ernst & Young. Please welcome from Woodmere, New York, Howard Schwartzberg.
Hi, call me Howie, and it's Deloitte.
Deloitte?
Yeah, Deloitte.
Shkayach. Next up, from Great Neck, New York, we have Nissan Mateheda Weda Yusvadelian. No, Nissan, how are you? Welcome.
Wait a minute. Are you related to Daniil Mateheda Weda Yusvadelian from Great Neck?
No.
So, Nissan, tell us, what do you do for work?
What do you mean, what do I do? What do you do, Rabbi?
Well, how do you make a living?
I make it, Baruch Hashem, thanks God.
What, you sell rugs or something?
No! Why, you need one?
Okay, never mind. Let's move on to our next guest. Please welcome from Congregation Rodev Shalom Simon Tavu Mazel Tov in Bushwick. Ladies and gentlemen, Rabbi Shelley Newhouse Dreyfus.
Hi, Shalom. I am so honored to be here celebrating unity, advocating for justice for all, combating anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and...
Listen, Shelley, please keep it short, okay? We can't keep you on screen too long. Mishpacha Magazine's a sponsor.
I don't even know how to play guitar.
Oh, we're looking for a rabbi. What'd you get, Chovevei? JTS? Harvard Divinity School. Might as well get Shabbos Kestenbaum.
We pronounce it Shabbat.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Shabbat Shalom.
Moving on. Okay, let's move on to our final contestant. He is a self-described artist who just released his first single on 24/6, My Rebbe Loves Me Anyway. Please welcome from Toms River, New Jersey, our youngest contestant, 16-year-old Momo.
So, just out here trying to fill that klipas nister with some fresh orpanecha. You know what I'm saying?
No, I have no idea what you're saying. Does anybody know what he's saying?
I believe he's talking about Tikkun Olam.
Yeah, of course you would think that. Does anybody know what he's saying?
I think he said his vape died.
Vape died. Baruch Dayanemes.
It's like a baby hookah.
Okay, let's check out our categories. We have Shidduchim, New, What's His Deal, Say Better, Name That Hashkafa, Jewfluencers, Learner or Earner, Can You Take a Small Package for Me, Out of Town, and finally, Goyim.
I don't love that term. We prefer Semitically challenged.
Okay, before we start playing, I just want to remind you to please answer in the form of a question. We're all Yidden, we know how to do that, right? Verstehst?
Mazel tov.
Let's begin with, yes, Howie, what?
Are you validating the parking?
You serious? Yes, Nissan, what?
Rabbi, the prize, it's all cash?
It's all for tzedakah, it's for Amudim.
Oh, tzedakah. Okay.
Momo, why don't you go first, since I doubt your attention span's going to last the whole game?
I bet. Hit me with Say Better, 200.
They made the wedding in Lakewood on a Tuesday because it's halfway between New York and Baltimore and said it was more convenient for the families. Yes, Rabbi Shelley.
What is Tikkun Olam?
No. Yes, Nissan.
What is? It's cheaper.
Correct. Simcha's cheaper on a Tuesday. They probably serve chicken. Nissan, the board is yours.
I want shidduch.
Okay, you got to pick a number.
No, I want shidduch for my daughter. She's too old. 20.
Okay, someone call Eliza Ben Shalom. Ha! Okay, now, please pick a number.
Shidduchim for 200.
Okay. The shadchan swore she's beautiful with a big neshama, but she doesn't send pictures because it's not tznius. Yes, Shelley.
Rabbi Shelley. What is she's not focused on her looks because she doesn't want to be objectified? You should give her a shot.
I don't think you understand the game. Yes, Momo.
She beat.
She beat? I don't think you understand English. Also, you have to answer in the form of a question. Yes, Momo.
She beat?
Yes, Howie.
What is she's ugly, but they already paid the shotgun and she's got to deliver something?
Correct you are, Howie, for $200.
Wow, you buy wife for $200? Where's she from, Esfahan?
All right, Howie, board is yours.
Okay, let's try Name That Hashkafa for 400.
He's hideous, she's gorgeous. He keeps Chalav Yisrael, she has a tattoo and a nose ring. Yes, Reb Shelley.
What is Chabad?
Wow, Reb Shelley, that is correct. Good for you. How do you know Chabad?
They put tefillin on me every day.
Really? Rashi or Rabbeinu Tam?
Yes.
Okay, Shelley, the board is yours.
Rabbi Shelley. Let's do Name That Hashkafa for 800.
Okay. I'm strictly kosher, but I eat out dairy.
What is Scarsdale?
What is Englewood?
What is Tom's River on vacation?
All correct.
Isn't all dairy kosher?
This person. Since you all got it right, Nissan, why don't you take the board?
I'll take What His Deal for 200. But listen, you give me a receipt for 400.
You can't do that. That's called tax evasion.
What? Who you work for? You wearing a wire?
Okay, back to What's His Deal for 200. And for this answer, we're going to go to our special video clue. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 1840 podcast. Today, we are going to explore the various particularities and intersectionalities by which our community finds itself in crisis. We will explore the exegetical framework by which we find common understanding through our communal infrastructure. While the foundations of our community are collapsing around us, we need to find common understanding, and oftentimes people struggling within our community at the various fringes and marginalizations find comfort in seeking consultation from me. Who am I? All right. Anybody know who that is? Anybody get that at all? Yes?
What is?
Don't you say it.
Tikkun Olam.
Every time with you people. There's other things. Shelley, there's other things. Anybody else know who that was? Yes, Howie.
Who is David Bashevkin?
Oh, nobody knows, actually. Oh, that's your answer. Correct. Rabbi David Bashevkin. Howie, board is yours.
I'll take What's His Deal for 400.
He says he's a comedian, but it seems like all he does is touch his hair and talk about dating.
I don't know if that's all he does.
Yes, Howie.
Who is Dovi Newberger?
Correct.
Oh, he sounds gross.
I feel like some people like him.
No one likes him, although Elon and Modi are currently fighting for full custody.
Howie, you like him?
I don't know him, but I'm sure there are more talented comedians with less hair that find him frustrating.
Well, his father's a big rub. He's probably very disappointed.
I don't think he's that disappointed.
Wow, his father's a rabbi?
Oh, yeah.
Like a real rabbi or this?
No. Legit.
Liz Glazer was on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon.
Is her father a big rub?
No, but her wife is.
Ah. All right, Rabbosai, let's keep it moving. I got a Wachnacht to attend tonight.
Bless you.
Howie, pick the category.
Let's do Jewfluencers for 200.
Okay. Andrew Cuomo, Shabbos Kestenbaum, and the couples on Stories of Hope. Yes, Momo.
What are people that settled?
Correct. All right, Momo, you got it right, but it looks like you're spacing out. Take a hit of the vape. Nissan, you're up.
I'll take Jewfluencer for 800.
Answer is Sebastian Maniscalco.
Who is 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄?
Correct. You all got it right. Momo, you want to go?
I'll take Say Better for 600.
All right, say better for 600.
Say Better for 700.
6 or 700?
6 or 700.
What is wrong with these kinder? The answer is 3 Reform rabbis and a Satmar Chassid walk into a bar. Yes.
What are Jews for Zoran?
Correct. Surprise, surprise. You got that one. All right, we're up to the last answer under Jewfluencers. It says it's for 1,000, but we'll give it to you all for 7,000.
Who is Lizzie Savetsky?
Correct. You guys are rocking it. Great work. Great job. Steiging away over here on Jewish Jeopardy.
Can I leave?
What do you mean?
I gotta dip. My Adderall's wearing off.
Momo, you can't leave. We're in the middle of the game.
I gotta record. I'm going to the studio.
That's fine. You'll do it later.
No, I gotta go now.
We gotta go. Okay, moving on. We're gonna.
Rebbe, you love me.
Oh my God.
Even though I smoke the pot, you still love me a lot. Rebbe, you love me.
All right. Enough. Rabbosai, please. Final Jeopardy. Can we do Final Jeopardy? We good? Howie, what are you doing?
Yalvi.
Good call. This concept, originating in the Torah and later expounded upon in the Mishnah and Gemara, teach us that we must repair all that is broken in this world. You have 30 seconds. Okay, Howie, let's start with you. What did you put down? What is Tikkun Olam? That is correct. Very good, Howard. Very nice. Okay, Nissan, what do you have? What is Tikkun Olam? That is correct. Congratulations. Very good.
Rabbi, you pay me now?
Okay, we're going to go to Shelley now.
Rabbi, I gotta go.
Fine, Momo, we'll go to you. What did you put down?
I forgot, but I got bored halfway through, so.
What is Tikkun and then a picture of your hand?
That's my hand.
All right, it counts. Tikkun Olam. Congratulations, Momo. Okay, Shelley, I know you got this one right. We have, I assume, what is Tikkun?
Yair Shalomi Das from Maseches Baba Metzia, Chaf Aleph, Amud Aleph, Chaf Aleph, Amud Beis.
I have to say, that's not correct, but I'm very impressed. It's very stark.
I do the daf with Rafali Stefanski every day.
Maybe she is a rabbi.
She?
Rabbosai, you're not listening.
Hi, my name is David Chalak. I've been working with kids at risk for a lot of years, and in the business, it's hard to get the resources and the care that sometimes one would hope would just be there. The organization Amudim is there, and they care, and they're 24/7. They are a remarkable group of people. They're people that give their lives, they give their time, they give all of their energy and efforts on behalf of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. Please support them. They do incredible work. Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Dr. Josh Schwartzbaum. Amudim is an organization founded on kindness and compassion, and they're there for people in their time of need. No matter the event or life circumstance, no matter where you are or how far you may feel, Amudim will be there for you. Every person they encounter is treated as an individual, and every approach is tailored to ensure the best outcome. It's an organization that's true to its vision, that every person in a time of crisis has a place to turn to. Their work, especially over the past year, has been more vital than ever. Families have been separated because of COVID. Addiction has skyrocketed, and our brothers and sisters are dying. As an addiction and emergency physician, I'm there. And to be there when someone really needs you, like Amudim is, can save a life. So to all the people that make Amudim a reality, thank you for what you do.
This is Dr. Hindy Klein, and I am so pleased and honored to be part of this presentation in honor of the United to Heal event for a wonderful organization of Amudim. So I'd like to start out by introducing the people on my panel, my trusted friends and colleagues. So we'll start with Dr. Malki Meyerfeld, who some of you may know is my daughter, is our daughter. So let me start with Dr. Malki Meyerfeld. I'm going to just read you a little bit of her bio. Dr. Malki Meyerfeld is a psychologist practicing in Monsey, New York. Dr. Meyerfeld worked at Achieve Behavioral Health in Monsey, where she conducted individual and marital therapy, crisis intervention, clinical supervision, and the co-leading of several groups, including skills-based DBT groups, parenting groups, and process groups within the clinic's intensive outpatient program. She's currently the clinical director of the Monsey Lighthouse Project, which is a drop-in center for young women within the community. She is the clinical consultant for Pillars, an organization for young women who have lost their parents. Dr. Meyerfeld maintains a private practice in which she incorporates a variety of methodologies, including EMDR, sensory motor psychotherapy, and DBT. In addition, Malki has been an active facilitator at Ray of Hope for several years and has done extensive work with sexual abuse survivors. So thank you very much, Malki. It seems that you've had a tremendous amount of experience in many areas, and welcome. Thank you. We also have with us today, welcome Chevy, Mrs. Chevy Samet, who is a Monsey-based college teacher, adult educator, and marriage and family therapy trainee with 2 decades of teaching experience focusing on building healthy relationships with oneself, others, Hashem, and His Torah. Her engaging and relatable styles fuses deep ideas with practical applications. Chevy has developed and delivered trauma-informed and emotionally focused teaching workshops for college teachers across the communal spectrum. She is also the Associate Director of Education for CORE's Kala Conversations, Community of Practice, an international community of college teachers where she works to cultivate, support, and facilitate continuing education opportunities for college teachers worldwide. Thank you, Chevy. Wow, welcome.
Thank you.
What a beautiful bio. Very impressive.
That I did not write myself.
And I am Dr. Hindy Klein. who I'm going to be the moderator today. And I am a psychologist, psychoanalyst in private practice. I'm the former director of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. I was the editor of OHEL's journal, Voices of Strength, Personal Stories of Strength that Empower Our Community. I was also the clinical project manager of the groundbreaking OHEL film, Rising from Divorce. And I've done a lot of different things, and I'm on the clinical advisory board of Amudim, which I am very, very proud of. In addition to all the work I've done for OHEL and et cetera, and my private practice, and on Amudim, I just have to give a wonderful shout out to Nefesh International. I'm on the board of Nefesh International, and I am also on the executive committee of United Task Force, which is a coalition of 40 agencies that serve the community in all different spheres. And they're two very important organizations, and they're great, and I'm proud and honored to be on their boards as well. But right here today, we are here to talk about a very important topic, which we are entitling Intimacy, Attachment, and the Inner World. So what happens when you take a psychoanalyst, a trauma therapist, and a college teacher, and you put us all together to have a conversation about couples, relationships, trauma, the unconscious, dreams, and everything in between? So we are going to get started. And we've composed a series of questions that I'm going to be asking and posing to Dr. Meyerfeld and to Mrs. Samet, and we're going to have a discussion about it. And then, of course, I'll throw in my 2 cents as a discussant, because that's always fun. All right, here we go. When attachment meets intimacy. How do the patterns of attachment we learned in childhood, our longings, our fears of being too much or not enough, quietly shape the way we enter marriage, the way we seek connection, and experience desire? In your work, and I'll get to both of you, how do you help a caller or patient begin to trust that love and safety can coexist in the same relationship? What contributes to the making of a marital relationship and intimacy that can be healing and a reparative experience? Alki, can we start with you?
Sure. So if we look at it from a like the central nervous system perspective. So the body or the attachment system develops through love or attunement with the mother, attachment with the mother. Even from the very, very beginning, upon like the beginning of birth, a child engages in certain developmental movements that teach it about security. So for example, a baby's first moment is to yield into the mother. Imagine a baby who falls asleep on your shoulder. So they have completely like melted into you. That's a sense of yielding. There's also other developmental movements, like they have to push away from you, they have to reach, they have to grasp. All of these things allow them to develop, and it helps reinforce to them what security looks like. If someone will be available, it develops their own autonomy. And all of these are like the building blocks, also with the mother's attunement, of what creates attachment and how they learn about love. So it doesn't just teach us, exactly, how to develop, but it's also about really relying and trusting on another human being. And from a more relational perspective, in order, let's say as we get older and we want to learn to communicate with couples, so we're drawing from this experience of secure attachment, of what it means like and what we're searching for, but what we're essentially learning to do with our partner is to earn secure attachment. Hopefully you are drawn to someone and you marry someone that you feel connected to. But then once you're in the relationship, there is a certain level of trust that has to be built. It's going to be informed by your prior experiences, but it's also going to be informed by interactions that happen within the marriage. And through that, you can develop a narrative of what secure attachment leans on. Does my partner have my back? Can I rely on them? Are they dependable? Do they hear me?
So I think what you're talking about, which is the basic elements of early infant attachment, is trust.
Yes.
Right? Erik Erikson, basic trust versus mistrust, one of the basic core, right? And it develops through the mother-infant dyad, right? Through the mother-infant attachment. And I always say the first year is the most important year of a person's development, because with there you develop your trust, your stability, your security. and from there, everything else will follow. Okay, Chevy, please.
So I think that, as a Kala teacher, we're educators, right? And so educators in general we're inclined to focus on our content, on what we're saying, definitely on how we're saying it, right? But we tend to focus more on the what, and our training is really focused a lot on the what. I think would say specifically Kala teachers, where there's so much emphasis on, the hashkafa that you're giving over, the halacha that you're giving over, the practical relationship skills that you want to kind of weave into it. There's a lot of focus on the what. And I think it's also, fair to acknowledge that many teachers in our community also don't necessarily have like formal, like training in terms of, graduate level training and education. Some certainly do. But what that means is that we have many, many educators who their methodology is really informed by their intuition. And I would say that the vast majority of teachers have wonderful intuition, and this very much works. But I also believe that attunement in the educational relationship is something that we need to intentionally cultivate it, right? So I actually said this to Malki in one of our lunches that we love to have, is that a Kala teacher needs to attune like a therapist and teach like a teacher. The Kala teacher-Kala relationship is unique because it's one-on-one. We're not teaching in large groups anymore, right? So I've been a classroom teacher for many, many years, and that has its own dynamic. There's a lot of input, and there's the dynamic in the classroom is informed by a lot of different things. The benefit of the Kala teacher relationship is that it's one-on-one, but that could also make it a little bit tricky because you don't have the distractions of a group, right? You also don't necessarily have that input that you would sort of use in a group, whether it's something as simple as somebody else asking the question that you've been thinking of, or, the ability to sort of space out or whatever it might be, right? So I think that there's a unique opportunity in the sense that we can cultivate that sort of almost therapist-client relationship, that one-on-one time. You're spending a significant amount of time together. You're talking about some very intimate, personal, topics. So the attunement in that relationship is crucial. And you have to also do that without losing sight of your objective, which is, I need to teach this Kala halacha. I want to give her the opportunity to build a relationship with the mitzvah of Taharas Mishpacha that is healthy and honest, right, and authentic to who she is.
So I think that's some amazing points. And I think also, as a Kala teacher, you see, many of us have patients who come to us for whatever problems they have or traumas they have or whatever. But very often there are young ladies who will come to a Kala teacher and not be in therapy, will not even be self-aware that they might have traumas or issues from early childhood, relationships, trust, security, attachment issues. So in a sense, you are like a gatekeeper because they come to you first. Sometimes they may say, oh yeah, by the way, I had this and this trauma, I'm also in therapy. But very often, you're it. And that relationship, that attunement, that picking up of whatever nuance that you need to pick up will not only help your work and is very important to your work, but will also be a bridge because then you'll say, you know what, maybe you could benefit. It seems to me that, and then you could benefit if needed from psychotherapy or, trauma therapy or, I do analytic therapy, which is more exploratory of the unconscious as we know it, so on. So, but that's why your role, besides teaching halacha, hashkafa, and marital relationships and the closeness, and having a good, healthy marriage is so crucial to being like a gatekeeper for the future of these young ladies.
Yeah, I think that it can be really helpful for Kala teachers to recognize the opportunity in this relationship. Some Kala teachers also teach high school or seminary. They have that persona. And then there are many Kala teachers who don't. They do a variety of other things in addition to teaching Kalas. And I really believe that every Kala hopefully will find the teacher, and some will actually specifically seek out, certain personalities. let's say a student did not particularly connect to her Chumash teacher, and that's not the personality, that's not the persona that she's really going to be able to learn well from. There's a whole variety of temperaments and personalities and teaching styles that she could potentially learn from, and I think that there's a tremendous opportunity in that. So I would love for Kala teachers to recognize the opportunity they have in being that figure. And I don't think you have to change much. I think we'll talk a little bit more about that. Sometimes it can be overwhelming. When I say attune like a therapist and teach like a teacher, I don't mean become a therapist, right? You are still a teacher. It's more in how you're relating and how you're regulating, and we'll get to this more. So I would love for Kala teachers to recognize that opportunity, and also for Kalas or their mothers, when they're looking for a teacher, pay attention to the relationship that could potentially be built, not only as far as will this be somebody who I can follow up with in the future and have a long-term relationship with, but can this experience be positive relationally, even if I never speak to her ever again?
And I want to add, in addition to what you were saying, not only is it a gateway, that she could recommend a therapist, for example, if someone may not have realized that that's an option, but what Chevy is saying, it's the relationship itself can be reparative, maybe sometimes for the first time ever for a Kala who didn't, but a ruptured attachment.
Because sometimes with a Kala teacher, this is the first experience that they've had with a really good, like a therapeutic alliance.
And female.
And female. So so especially if there are mother issues.
I think it's female, it's hierarchical in a sense. There's an authority figure. I think there's a lot of potential. Somebody could walk away from a relationship like that, even if you didn't directly make a referral, and say like, wow, it's possible for me to connect to, like an authoritative or, older woman in a way that I didn't think was possible.
Right.
Especially in such a vulnerable.
Yeah.
Okay. Every question we're going to pose, we could speak about for like an hour.
The whole video.
The whole video. So I think that I'm going to have to move things along because I know that we are time framed. So we're going to go on to our next question, which is called The Sacred and the Wounded in Sexuality. Okay? Many people hold a vision of sexuality that feels holy, but carry experiences that feel fractured or shamed. This is a really, really important topic. How do you help someone reconcile the sacred language of intimacy and the very human places of fear, pain, or numbness? And how can spirituality be a source of healing rather than pressure? And what are some of the ways Kalas or patients hold both holiness and humanity in their experience of intimacy? So, Chevy, would you like to go first?
Sure.
Think about that.
I know for myself, like when I hear a question like this, I get a little panicky, meaning I feel a huge responsibility, like I feel the weight of the question, like I need to make sure that this Kala walks away from our classes feeling like marital intimacy is a holy thing. And that agenda, it shapes the way I structure my teaching, but it can also get in the way. In the sense that if I'm going to be too agenda-driven in my education, then I'm maybe compromising her autonomy, right? She's going to relate to this however she relates to it. And I actually think that the best way that I can give her, a healthy container is to really just hold and accept whatever is coming up for her when we talk about different things. Meaning, it's okay that she's grappling with, you're saying that this is holy, but I also have, negative ideas about what this is. I've gotten other messages. No Kala is coming to us completely blank. Even if she's never received any overt messages around the topic that she's aware of, no message is a message. Why was this never spoken about? Why did I never have conversations with whoever it was, whether it's parents or teachers or mentors, and this is the first time I'm having a conversation. Even coming in blank creates some sort of a foundation, right? I also really believe that what something is objectively and the way people experience it and relate to it can be different. And there really is room for both, right? So a lot of times we'll kind of project our feelings around something for what it is. The number of times that, my students have said to me something like, these halachos are objectifying, or, it's not fair that, women become nida, right? So, and what I like to gently point out to them is your feelings around this are completely valid. And often, if I'm able to, if I have the information, I'd love to point out to them how it resonates and it makes sense that they have, that they feel this way. And that may or may not be the objective truth, right? It's like if my child comes home and says, you made meatballs for supper, meatballs are disgusting. Well, first of all, interesting because you ate them last week happily, right? But also, you're not in the mood of it right now. You were hoping for milchiks. This is not what you like. I don't like it, and my kids are incredibly frustrated when I kind of try to correct them between the I don't like it and it's not fair. But I do think that there's like a maturity and a healthiness in being able to distinguish between each, but actually still hold onto both, right? So the Torah perspective around marriage and marital intimacy is, right, really based on genuine holiness. There's a sublime element to it, and it won't always be experienced that way by every person every time, and that's okay.
And can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Sure.
Do you find, or have you found, or do you think it's worthwhile to provide them with religious sources that indicate, like, to bolster your opinion on it, or do you find that just shuts them down if they're already feeling that way? Like anything that would bring out the beauty of intimacy from a spiritual lens?
I think it's a great question. And I think that, like the educator part in us is going to want to go straight to like the content. Oh, that's not how you feel? Well, let me just flood you with information and proof that you should feel that way. Right. And I think we have to time that very, very gently. I think there really needs to be like a genuine validation, not just in our like, oh, it's okay that you feel that way, but would you consider, right? I think that there's a way to do exactly that, slower, more softly, more gentle, and say, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that you would feel that way. And then at the right time, I wonder if you're open to having a different relationship with this topic. We're here. Now is the perfect time, right? You're entering into this relationship where this is going to be, a very primary, well, I don't want to say primary, actually, we can take that out. I don't like that. I don't like when we kind of overemphasize, the sexual intimacy. I think that it needs to have its like correct sort of context. But if this is something that you are including in your relationship for the first time, or this is the first time that you're going to be having, a committed, really intimate relationship with another person, does now feel like a good time to consider other opinions? And I have no agenda. You might walk away not feeling that way. And that's something that I have to grapple with.
So if I could just jump in, and this is a little personal for me, but as you're talking, so this was my free associative response and my free associative memory. And it goes back a few years for me, but I remember my college teacher. She was amazing. And I think that when I listened to you talking, it was one-on-one many years ago. And I remember then having girlfriends getting married and say, ooh, the thought of going to the mikveh, ooh, I have to go through all these different things, take a shower this way, that way, after the mikveh, because I feel so. And what this woman imbued for me was a sense of how beautiful the experience that I had with her and the experience that she gave me about Taras HaMishpacha, about the laws of Nida, about the experience of going to the mikveh, was that it is a beautiful, I don't know if she ever used the word holy, but she's made it sound, she imbued it with holiness, so that it was such an amazing experience. And going to the mikveh never bothered me. The whole business, even though it was annoying, of course, in all the different aspects that could be annoying when you're a young woman who doesn't want to be separated from their husband, but it was a beautiful experience because the sense of what she brought into the experience between the two of us, imbued it with spirituality, holiness, love. I walked away, I remember, we're going back quite a few years ago, I walked away with a feeling of, this is good. I can do this. It's fine. It will create a beautiful feeling in my life. My amazing college teacher was Zahava Broadstein. And those were the days she was not, this was before her group days. She was doing one-on-one. And I developed a really, Aleha Shalom. She was an amazing, amazing woman. And she imbued the experience and the teaching, the whole package, with beauty, holiness, spirituality, I never had issues with mikvah. Never.
I would love for all of my kallas to recognize the potential meaning that they can find in really truly any mitzvah, right? And the meaning is inherent. You're going to relate to it in different ways at different times. Sometimes it might feel beautiful. Sometimes it might lean more towards the frustrating. Sometimes it's even just neutral. I don't have strong feelings about this one way or the other. It's something that I'm doing. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It just is. And I actually find that a lot of times women feel uncomfortable with that. Like there's two camps. There's the love it or the hate it. And I have to put myself in either one. What if it just is? No. What if it just is? And it's inherently meaningful because that's what mitzvos are.
And it's part of life.
And it's part of life.
It's part of the beauty of life. Okay.
I want to add one thing, if we have time. I want to add one point. Similar to how Rebbe Bronstein infused with holiness, I think a little bit of a side point, but something that might help with feelings of objectification is from Rebbe Neuberger when she teaches Tuma and Tahara, because people might have a visceral reaction to that. It's not about Tuma Tahara, which it is, but it's essentially about accessibility and inaccessibility. You're accessible now, you're not accessible now. First of all, it's within you. It's in a sense somewhat empowering. And it's also more descriptive, like you're saying, as opposed to a judgment. And I thought that was such a beautiful way of looking at it, and it's also the truth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, these responses are so nice. Okay, I know we have to move on. So let's go to attachment, safety, and the sacred. And I think this one is going to be for you, Chevy.
Maybe you're doing the next one.
So let me read the question. Trauma therapy posits that emotional and physical safety is the prerequisite for secure attachment and healthy intimacy. How can the Kala teacher's instruction on the sanctity of the marital bond and the practice of nida, which is family purity laws, be utilized to enhance the sense of safety and secure attachment, particularly for a couple where one or both partners have a history of relational trauma?
Yeah. This is a big one. Thanks. And in short, I'm going to try and, do justice to the answer because it's huge and also really subjective and is going to be experienced differently by different people. So, I'm trying to give a broad answer, and if someone's listening and it doesn't resonate, that's okay. There's nothing, it's not you. It's just I'm trying to be as broad as possible. When you initially in kind of like our introduction, we're talking about trust and how important trust is and how that's really the sort of cornerstone of safety and security and stability in a relationship. As challenging as the halachos are, the laws of nida are, and I would hope that they're challenging to a certain extent. I always tell my colleagues, if it's not hard, please call me, right? Maybe there's a different conversation that we need to have. There should be a certain amount of struggle within it, but there's a lot of potential to build trust in restraint, right? When we experience in our marriages the desire for something and then restraint because we have the desire to connect in this way as a couple, and we also have the desire to observe these laws and, kind of prioritize what Hashem wants over what we want. And when we make that choice and in the process exercise restraint, there's a tremendous potential there for building trust. And I think a lot of couples kind of shy away from this and they don't necessarily convey this to one another. But I think that there's something so powerful in saying, I want this, and I also want this, and I'm choosing this for the benefit of our, whatever it is, the sanctity of our marriage, our spiritual values, whatever it might be, right? Mm-hmm. And to be able to hold that and really feel like, wow, so I trust you to not just act on whatever your current desire is, but this is about something bigger. This is about, you're able to sort of, hold back where necessary, and in the process build a lot of trust. Now, certainly when there's, any kind of relational trauma, the idea that we can't have the connection that we want can certainly be re-traumatizing to a certain extent. It's painful. And it's possible that there's another way to relate to the restraint that isn't negative, but is maybe an opportunity to build more trust and safety.
Yes, Mom.
I'm wondering, and Chevy, you can tell me if you think this resonates, but do you think it's possible, especially for somebody who has survived a trauma, to see halacha as a container? In other words, there's a structure, a very clear structure to halacha. And like we said before, you're not always accessible, which maybe works for them. And so can we see halacha as a containing element that has very defined rules to a certain extent, and to create safety because it's containing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think 100%. I think that it makes a lot of sense that many people will experience halacha as, an affront to their autonomy, right? And I think, like you're saying, there's value in having the shared expectation, even, something that can be really challenging for couples if, either one is a survivor of any kind of a trauma, is kind of negotiating the types of intimacy that they'll experience together and when. It's always a bit of a fraught topic. It's like, if somebody is initiating that kind of connection, they're not just offering you like a cup of coffee, they're offering you themselves. And so when we sort of either decline or want to negotiate when that kind of connection happens, it's very, very fraught. And there can actually be something really useful in having, like you're saying, a container, a structure that sort of informs how we'll connect and when. So yes, it can certainly, we sometimes have to grapple with this isn't my choice, the choice is being imposed upon me by halacha and that kind of a narrative, although we always have free choice. We always have, the capacity to choose what we're going to do and if we're going to follow that. But yeah, I do agree that there is another way to look at it. And I think that sometimes we do have to sort of take ourselves out of our current narrative and expose ourselves to something else potentially. I think the Kala teacher can really do that, but it has to be gentle. It cannot be agenda driven, because if I'm hearing what my Kala is telling me, I don't relate to it this way, and I'm saying, help. If she's not relating to it this way, I am not a good teacher. I'm failing as a teacher, and if I'll feel successful as a teacher, if she walks out of here excited to do this. It's a
little more complicated than that.
Yeah.
I want to mention something that maybe you could speak to more, because when Chevy was speaking before about the communication that really needs to take place between the couple, even within the confines of halacha, always within the confines of halacha, then really in a sense what she's speaking about is mutuality. And if we're going back to repairing attachment wounds or creating, like we said, earned security, then there is this sense of mutuality where I see your inner world, you see my inner world, and we relate to each other. And, from a psychodynamic perspective, I'm sure there's so much to be said about that.
So I look at that, and it's a great comment and a great question. So I look at that as, when we talk about, again, many of, especially people who have relational trauma, what is one of their biggest, I don't know if it would be fears or issues, the vulnerability aspect. It's really hard for them to be vulnerable with the other. They have a hard time being vulnerable with themselves.
Right.
So it's really hard being vulnerable with the other. So part of building a good marriage and a good relationship is the ability to know I feel safe, I feel trusting, and I can be vulnerable with my partner, and I can, and they have my back, I have their back, and we're on the same page, and so on and so forth. And you could kind of let go, and that has to do a lot with physical sexuality too.
And that's the yielding I was telling you about.
The yielding, right, the yielding and the letting go. You're surrendering, and that's when you have a better sexual experience, and that's when you have a better physical experience, because you are allowing whatever vulnerabilities you have to kind of be there, and the other, whether it's the husband, the Kala teacher, the therapist, contain that and hold that and take care of that. Yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we are going to move on. Yes. Thank you. Let's talk about transference in the teaching and therapeutic relationship. So in both therapy and Kala teaching, students or patients often project deep hopes, fears, parental dynamics onto the teacher or the therapist. How can we work with those transferences in ways that bring awareness and healing rather than confusion? What are the signs that transference is occurring? And how can naming the dynamic itself become part of the healing or learning process?
I think it's important to understand just as the foundation that any time an individual enters a space that either feels safe, and specifically with an authority or someone who's guiding them, it's very likely that, and I say safety because if it's safe, then these feelings can emerge. But most of the time, it's also, let's say, with authorities, especially if it's a female authority, right? Which is why it could happen just as equally in the college teacher room as in the consulting room. But essentially what happens is that many attachment wounds, if there are, which we all have some, even though you're the best, begin to surface and begin to get projected onto, the person who's in front of you. Now, the task is not to just immediately analyze or whatever, or even to react, because you can get very reactive because they might be presenting something to you that might feel uncomfortable for you. But really the goal is to be curious. And I think if, as a therapist, and I'm sure in all of our realms, if you can maintain a sense of discovery with compassion and without judgment, then you really create a space and an arena where there could be an understanding that they're delving into. I think in terms of let's just say in the therapy room, how do you work with that? So I think even before everything, you really have to, this is where mindfulness and somatic awareness comes into play. Because number one, you want to be mindful to your state that you're in. Whether it's your own unconscious things, and we could talk about that more in the context of countertransference, but just in what's being elicited in you. Is this something that's often elicited? Does it feel different today? Does it feel different today with this person than it did last week, right? And then, so one, you really want to maintain a stance of mindfulness, and then you want to also tune into your body and see, do I feel tension? Am I suddenly feeling a need to protect or to save? Am I feeling a sense of anger? Do I have to fix everything? So it's about pausing, really. It's about noticing what's going on in the room. It's about noticing what's going on between the two of you. But it's really about maintaining that sense of curiosity and compassion.
Right. So I want to jump in before we get to Shebby, because I think it's important for the audience to understand. We'll talk about countertransference, which is our own inner thoughts, feelings, emotions, and whatever issues we have from our past that come out during the treatment, and then we can start analyzing within ourselves, why are they coming out during a session, or why are they coming out with that particular patient. But if we go back and look at transference, so what you said is true. Transference is the projection of the patient projects onto the therapist, onto the college teacher, any issues or past historical dynamics or conflicts or patterns, dynamic patterns, relational patterns. So if they had this and this kind of relationship with their mom, their dad, their boss, they're this one, they're that one, it can get projected onto the therapist. So now the therapist becomes the mother who's always criticizing them. I want to concretize it so the audience can understand very clearly what transference is, as opposed to countertransference, which is our issues that come up because of our past. Everybody's got a history and everyone's got issues. So transference is the projection of the patient onto the analyst, therapist, college teacher, whomever, the boss, of past imagos or past issues that get played out onto the therapist. And it's the therapist's role, like you said, to hold the space, to contain the space, the college teacher's role. Hold that space, listen to what they're saying, be present for them. And then, of course, whether it's listening to their unconscious, which is more analytic, or doing somatic work, or doing EMDR work, or whatever it is you're doing. When I used to run the clinic and supervise these students would come to me and say, okay, but I don't want to study psychoanalysis. They would ask me advice. I said, no problem, because I would always encourage them to go for postgraduate work. You're going to go for postgraduate work. You always say, you don't have to be an analyst. You want to be an expert, EMDRs, somatic experiencing, sensory motor, just study and do that well. Okay. I had to give my little plug for education.
Yeah.
Yes,
I love
Shebby.
that. And I think it can be it's really helpful for college teachers to be aware of the fact that transference and countertransference does play out in the relationship. We tend to think of it as something that's exclusively therapeutic. And it's not. It very much, again, because this is a unique dynamic. We're teaching, but it's one-on-one. And when I was first looking for kind of more education and training around how to be trauma-informed in my teaching, I actually Googled trauma-informed tutoring. Because I was looking for something out there. No, because, most of the trauma-informed education is, systemic, classroom-based. People aren't generally in educational relationships that are one-on-one. That's not so common, right? So there's something really unique that plays out here. So for college teachers to be aware that it's happening, and it's not bad. It's not bad that it's happening. It is happening. I would say for, in this relationship, the two that play out the most are going to be prior relationships with a parent, specifically a mother, and teachers. I would say high school teachers even more, seminary teachers, because that's often the sort of role that you're most similar to in her life. And if she is projecting, not to pathologize it. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. Not to defend yourself, but I'm not her, right? It's just like notice it, like you're saying, Malki, like a sense of curiosity and to hold it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I think compassion goes so far.
Yeah.
And I think it's necessary for ourselves in the room and then for who we're working with.
As we go back, like we just talk about in the attachment literature, attunement.
Yeah.
It is Theodore Reich wrote a book, Listening with a Third Ear. It's an old Freudian book from he was an old Freudian analyst from the 1940s. And he would say you have to learn how to listen, not with both ears, but with your third ear. Pick up the unconscious. Pick up what they're saying and what they're not saying. And that's what he calls this listening with the third ear. It's a very important concept, how to listen and with compassion and so on. Okay.
Adding to your point, sometimes I'll even get feedback, let's say in session, that we'll be talking about either business matters or technical matters in the beginning, and then we'll get into the content of the session. And my patients will even point it out to me like, oh, you shifted, you're speaking in a different voice, something feels different. And I may not even notice personally, but what's really happening is that I'm not going, okay, now we're in work mode. It's not a very conscious thing. I'm slipping into this much deeper level of listening. And I'm pulling from a deeper place. And by doing so, I'm able to really hear what they're saying. You're also bringing in the past, their personal history. You're bringing in what's non-verbally happening in the room. It's a completely different level of
you're in a different zone. Right.
Yeah, different zone.
And as we talk about the difference between the therapeutic relationship, the transference relationship, and the real relationship, like Greenson talks about. Ralph Greenson talks about the real relationship. The bills, the timing, the schedule. You have to take care of that too. You have to be real.
Or just two humans in a room.
Or two humans in a room
like,
talking
I'm sorry,
about anything.
I broke your foot.
Right. Exactly. Oh, you were sick last week? How are you feeling?
Right. Or you had a loss.
He has this amazing example, I just have to say. In his book on psychoanalysis, and he talks about the real relationship. He introduced this. He talks about how he had a supervisee, a psychiatrist, who came to him every week talking about this woman, the woman whose husband was very sick, or I think the husband was very sick, something like that. And one day, the supervisee, the psychiatrist in training, came in and said, "My patient dropped me." And why'd your patient drop you? What am I doing wrong? My patient dropped me. Why? Because he never asked. He never asked the patient, like, how are you feeling? How is your husband doing? That's part of the real relationship. That's humanity. And he never asked. He went straight into a very psychoanalytic, kind of mode and mold of, being silent and so on and so forth. He never utilized his real relationship with her in a very therapeutic relationship
So there's
way.
a person in the room with you.
Exactly.
You're two people together.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay. So there's some wonderful questions here, and I thank you to the team for coming up with these amazing questions. I want to try to get to, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine a kind of few concepts together, and then we can have some time to really talk it through, explore it. Okay, so let's talk about shame and how it can relate to transference and triggers and relational conflict, and then ultimately talk about rupture and repair. How's that?
Perfect.
Ladies, here we go. How do we work with the shame that often surrounds sexuality, especially when that shame is intergenerational or culturally embedded? It's a biggie.
Yeah.
I want to talk about discussion of superego development, trauma transmission, and the specific cultural context that college teachers navigate.
Yeah. So, as a Kala teacher, Torah educator, there's like a part of me that really wants to answer this from like a Torah-based perspective, and then also, but with the emotional health in mind also. And then Malki, you can kind of jump in more clinically. First of all, the therapeutic definition of shame, and then the Torah concept of busha are not exactly the same thing. And very, very briefly, busha, right, which we often translate as shame, is really it's the natural corrective system that Hashem gave each of us so that we can learn from our behaviors and self-correct, right? It's like the spiritual nerve ending that we need that tells us that we've kind of crossed a line. The same way
almost sounds more like guilt.
Maybe, and I think sometimes this turns into semantics, like guilt, and because, regret would be more charata, right? Like if you think of the shame system, busha came into the world after Adam and Chava ate from the Eitz Hadas. Previously, they didn't really need busha. They didn't need this self-corrective system because there was no Yetzer Hara that was internalized. Once the Yetzer Hara became something that we have to walk around with all the time, well, how do we do that safely? Our busha helps us. Yeah. So the same way if I'm walking and I walk into a wall and I'll feel it, physically I'll feel it. My nerve endings will take in that input of wall, boundary. Yeah. So that sort of drop in my stomach that I feel when I said something or did something that wasn't aligned with my values is going to help me self-correct. So maybe it's like guilt. I think if we're going to kind of borrow, the differentiation. But busha assumes that a person...
Well, it's part of superego development, right? It's how you... Right.
Yeah.
How you develop your superego and how your superego is developed by the way you were raised to develop a sense of right and wrong.
Correct. Yeah. Because busha does not compromise your inherent self-worth. Right? Busha is, I am a good person. I am in the neshama, loved by Hashem, and I just did something or said something or behaved in a way that fell short of his expectations of me, my expectations of myself. That's an uncomfortable feeling that we understandably try and avoid, but really is very, very useful to us.
Are you saying that shame doesn't really exist from a strict Torah perspective?
You're saying shame like the therapeutic, Brene Brown,
yes.
Meaning it exists because people experience it.
Right, but in terms of an emotion that the Torah uses to depict our experiences. Not that it's not valid because you experience it as the self, but...
Yeah, I think that it's I made a mistake.
Is because I did something wrong.
Right, well again, embarrassment is often in front of other people, right? It's I made a mistake, not I am a mistake.
Like you said, right from wrong. It's
right.
Moral development.
Yeah, the idea.
It's moral development.
And I would say even more than that
which develops over the years with development.
Right,
Aging.
right, exactly. And I think it's really interesting to consider where Kalas often are developmentally, even just age-wise, and how that plays into their superego development.
A very, very quick example of moral development. On the IQ test, when you give IQ tests, there's a subtest called comprehension. And on comprehension, it's all about questions, what do you do if? So for example, if you find a wallet on the street and it's filled with money, what do you do? And then you see how the child or the adult responds.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I found a wallet, I'll take the money, who cares, finders keepers type of attitude. Or do I look inside the wallet, try to see who it belongs to, and Hashava Saveta, right?
Yeah.
And return it to that person.
Yeah.
The 2-point answer is return it to that person.
Yeah. And I would say it's
right?
like
the
2-point.
It's a 2-point. It's a 2-point, 1 point.
It's showing a sense of development.
It's showing a sense of what is the right thing to do.
If you know right from wrong.
Yeah.
If you know right from wrong. Picking it up and saying, oh, too bad,
it's not
I
just a
found
moral
that.
thing. What you're saying maybe is that a lot of behavior that, let's say, we'll see is coming from a place of stunted development, not because a person is inherently good or bad.
Well, how they were developed, yes.
Right. In other words, let's say someone has a tendency to steal, like what you're saying. Let's just say, right? That might not be pathological, but it might be developmentally something happened that they didn't consciously learn.
Didn't consciously learn to know the right from wrong. And as a matter of fact, I know somebody who did a study, a PhD dissertation study on, he analyzed all the responses of comprehension subtests on the IQ test, and consistently
Orthodox Jewish kids always came out higher on comprehension.
Wow.
Always. Good to know.
Wow. One point that I want to add to all of this is that if we're assuming that, shame is a sort of very healthy, self-correcting system that Hashem gave each of us to inform our, let's say, morality, right? So it's the more I'm able to hold myself in that warm, positive regard, the more I'm going to want to hold myself accountable. They're not actually on opposite ends of the spectrum. But when we have so much accountability and no warm regard, I think that's when we fall into this, really like debilitating shame. But if we had lots of positive regard and no remorse, I mean, that's quite dangerous also.
Exactly.
So I think that when we talk
balance.
about, yeah, exactly. You really need to hold both. And I think that we see that, I'm a neshama, Hashem loves me. I'm in this world for a reason. I have inherent self-worth, and I'm not always going to make the right decision, right? Let's say the kid does take the wallet and keeps the money for himself. When he wakes up the next morning, how does he feel about himself versus about what he did, right? So I think that we get a lot of messages that leave us feeling very shameful around, sexuality and intimacy. And I think we kind of need to separate between how this makes us feel and what it actually is. Because if marital intimacy is an experience, that is a mind, body, soul, the neshamos are connecting through the body with the emotions, with the intellect, it's everything all together, right? I'm bringing my whole self into this and the spouse's whole self into this. So that warm regard for myself and for the other is integral, right? And it's also understandable that sometimes we will feel a certain amount of this yucky shame, because how comfortable are we with bodies, our own bodies? I guess that just sort of balance between body, soul. We do get a lot of messages that I think are, they're important messages that prioritize, the soul over the body. We want to be careful that in those messages, we're not demonizing the body. We're not shaming the body, right? Like, I think that sometimes that's a piece of it that happens. And that's before you even get into anything, traumatic, relationally traumatic, sexually traumatic. So in terms of, practically kind of how do we deal with this? I think that's a huge, huge answer. I think we ourselves, the teacher, the therapist, whoever it is, we need to kind of sort that out within ourselves, because there is going to be, the counter transference for sure, right? What does their shame bring up in me? And I think that we also need to, just from an educational perspective, be really firmly anchored in an understanding of what sexuality is, and how busha plays into that, how shame might play into that, and that.
And also culturally, what the children have been taught or not taught,
Correct.
Or exposed to or not exposed to,
Right.
over the course of their development.
Correct.
So there are many young men and women that go into kala classes or chassan classes knowing very little about sexuality, very little about pleasure and desire. They know somehow in their body, but they don't know it because they don't know their body. Many of people that I work with, they don't know their own bodies.
Yeah.
And this is something that comes out hopefully in a good kala class, but so it's very culturally based as well. So there has to be, when a kala teacher or a therapist is working with, let's say, young men and women who are coming, let's say, from more restricted environments, that they were not exposed, girlfriends, boyfriends, physical, anything like that. They need to understand and go into that knowing what they need to learn about their bodies and about pleasure, of course, halacha and so on, and spirituality and, a whole attitude. But they need to also understand, because of marriage and so on, their bodies. They need to understand their bodies, right? Okay, Malka.
I also want to mention, just whether in regards to shame or in regards to any triggers that come up, in an intimate space, or emotions that come up, intimate or non-intimate, but let's say within the context of the relationship. And this is really something that I've learned from, survivors that I've worked with, because, we try to fix, use a grounding tool, use this, use that, right? And at a certain point, many of them are like, just don't, this is not working, I need help. And what we've discovered together, what works is, number one, first, always being mindful about what your current somatic or emotional experience is. But then number two, sometimes it's enough to just say, this is what I'm experiencing right now. I don't need to fix it. I'm filled with shame. I know the logical and intellectual reasons why I shouldn't feel that right now. I even know why I do feel that way right now. I can't necessarily change it right now, but I can accept it for what it is and I can have compassion for myself.
And can you help me hold that?
Can you help me hold that in the therapy room? And then can they learn to hold that for themselves when they're in an intimate space with another person?
And when they're with themselves.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of, from a college teacher perspective, a lot of normalizing that it's okay that you don't necessarily love everything about your body. We can still respect, we can still accept, we can still...
It's like psychoeducation.
Yeah.
It's like real psychoeducation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And non-pathologizing.
So, and non-pathologizing. Okay. So, this has really been amazing. There's so much. We could sit here for hours because both days.
We need more coffee.
Both of you have so much to say, and you have both been so incredibly eloquent and wise and well-educated.
As have you.
Thank you. And it's just been a wonderful experience for me. I have to say, I think we're meeting for the first time.
Yeah, we are.
This has been an amazing meeting to meet you for the first time. You're just so wonderful and brilliant. And this is not my meeting with you, Malki, for the first time.
That would be enough.
But as
Paper.
usual, I shep nachas with you, for you, every time we talk.
As I do from you as well.
Okay. So we're going to end with the following question. I'm going to read it. It's a little bit. Talking about repairing the disconnect. When intimacy feels frightening, shameful, or distant in therapy, teaching, or marriage, what does repair look like? How can emotional safety and spiritual meaning work together to rebuild trust? How do you define repair within your discipline? What does a moment of repair sound like or feel like when it's happening well? And considering that both psychoanalysis, which is, let's say, where I come from, and trauma therapy, where Malki comes from, and with a therapeutic relationship, and the Kala teacher teachings and wisdom, where you come from, all of us view marriage as a path to spiritual perfection. We're always looking for sites for relational repair. How can the act of marital intimacy itself be intentionally framed and practiced as a powerful tool for healing past attachment wounds and repairing the impact trauma? Because as we know, very often when there has been trauma pre-marriage, and whether it's addressed by the Kala teacher or even when it's addressed in therapy, there are still major ruptures that can develop in the marital relationship, because sometimes it's so hard from both sides. Yeah. Because sometimes we always assume, let's say, the Kala, the young wife, has trauma and therefore she's bringing that into relationship. Well, sometimes you see with couples, they both have trauma that is being brought into the marital relationship, and that's affecting.
Sometimes trauma happens in marriage.
Yeah.
And in the marriage.
Yeah.
So it gets really complicated. Mm-hmm. So how do we address, intimacy as repair? How can we do this? It's difficult.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'll say briefly, because I feel like none of my answers are as comprehensive as I wish they could be.
We could go on for hours.
We could go on for hours. We're just trying to give little nuggets. No answer is really a full answer. But to start with, kind of what you ended with, I think that when we look at marital intimacy as an experience of really intense attunement, and the way that we can attune to each other emotionally, physically, right? I think in that is a lot of the repair, and very often it takes a lot to kind of get there. Like we've talked about, the vulnerability, which can be very anxiety provoking, certainly, the necessity for trust and for safety. But when it can happen, I think that in and of itself is very, very reparative, and it's not an all or nothing. I think that sometimes we look at these experiences like, was the experience reparative? And what if we looked at that and said, were there elements of this experience that I felt were really reparative? as opposed to the whole thing. Like that moment, or I was able to express something and the other person was able to catch that, like that in and of itself was reparative, as opposed to the whole thing. And I would say, very much for in the Kala-teacher-Kala relationship, so there's definitely potential for repair, even small things like a misattunement. I said something, it was overwhelming. Just to even notice that and say something like, I think I missed something. It feels like, I didn't quite answer your question. It doesn't even necessarily have to be therapeutic. Kala asks a question and I answer based on what I assume her question was, and then I see on her face that wasn't quite her question. And I can say something like, is that what you were asking, or did I? That's a repair, right? That's a realignment. I think it's an ongoing process.
That's an excellent repair, because it gives the person the opportunity to know that if the other, meaning let's say in this case you, is not doing something right, it's okay to ask and to say, you know what? No, that's not what I was wanting. That's not, and to ask it another way, or to ask from the other person, because maybe they come from histories where if they didn't say it just exactly right, or ask for it just exactly right, whatever, they might be screamed at, or they might be abused, or they might be dismissed. Here you're saying, it's okay. I didn't get you. Ask again.
I invite you to tell me.
I invite you to tell me. I invite you, it's okay.
It also relays a message of respect to the patient or the student that, I thought I understood it one way, but really at the end of the day, you hold the wisdom to yourself. And I have to respect that and see this as a collaboration, that I'm really hearing you and understanding it from your perspective. And through that, you can become healed.
Excellent word.
I
use that word all the time. Perspective is so.
I think it's huge. Even if I don't get the sense that I missed the question, a lot of times I'll ask, like, did that answer your question? Or did anything in that resonate with you? I think there's a humility that we need to bring into these experiences.
Tremendous.
That really are reparative. Because if somebody, did experience relational trauma, they probably were not in the presence of a tremendous amount of humility, right? And when we can bring that into the relationship and say, I don't know for sure if I got you or not, but I would love to know if I did and what I could do different, I think that's huge. And that's one of the ways where, again, we're not as teachers necessarily doing this therapeutically. We're using education as a way to sort of create, that repair. I think not like challenging our students in such a frontal way. Really, it's okay if you didn't catch that the first time. I'll say repeatedly, there's no expectation that you're going to hear me say this once and you walk out of here an expert on these laws. That's not my expectation, and to really convey that repeatedly, because there's a lot of pressure.
Right,
there's a lot of
because
pressure.
that's in keeping with what we call therapeutically the working through experience. Because when and I'll say this to patients all the time, you're going to repeat, and I'm going to ask you to repeat the same story over and over and over again. I've had patients say to me, "Am I not boring you?" And I'll say, no, because that's part of the working through process. We go over it over and over again. And every time we come to a different level of consciousness, a different level of meaning, a deeper level of meaning. And sometimes it works, and sometimes we have to keep going. But that whole, and also validating them and saying, you know what, maybe I got this wrong. Like, I didn't quite get you. So tell me again. It's okay.
Can I say one more thing? Yeah. I think that idea of like the working through, to recognize both as a Kala and as the Kala teacher or anybody else involved, that typically people will need to learn and be exposed to these ideas over and over and over again over the course of their entire marriages. A lot of times we have this expectation, like, I'll learn this when I'm engaged, and either it will be a positive experience or a negative experience, and then that's going to inform my relationship with this whole topic moving forward. And sometimes we do need to hear it again at a different stage. That's how I felt about it when I heard it for the first time, before I was even married, before I was even in it. And do I still feel that way about it? In either direction. I thought it was so meaningful or beautiful, and now I'm not so sure. Or I didn't really connect to it, but now here I am, married 25 years, and I have a whole different perspective. The going over it and the working through, I think, happens educationally also.
Good. Yeah. Mommy. Final words.
I wanted to add something on rupture and repair, which is really so much of the crux of the work, I think, in therapy. And I think one of the things that we're talking about ruptures, and what's important to keep in mind is that, rupture it's not a disappointment. It's an inevitability. It will happen.
Excellent points.
In every relationship that you have.
Points. Yeah.
And I think from a therapist perspective, any kind of therapy that you practice, from a college teacher, any, dynamic, it's can you hold steady to a certain extent? Can you remain with it? Can you create safety in the room so that really the truth can emerge? Vulnerability. You can take ownership over what happens on either side. You can empathize because you might have hurt someone, and then you attempt to reconnect. And in that reconnecting, that's where it's a foundational shift. And that's where safety gets created. That's where people are able to recreate a narrative. Things can go wrong and you're still here and I'm still here and we survived and it's okay. And I can learn that people are trustworthy. And I think it's such a fundamental, beautiful element of therapy. And I think it's something that each of us appreciate in all of our different ways of working.
Right.
As college teachers, we talk so much about connection and the potential for connection and how to build connection. I think it's really important that we also normalize that there will be moments of disharmony. And that doesn't mean that your relationship, there's a lot of fear around that, a lot of anxiety around that. And I think that when we're educating about relationships and about marriage specifically, and we talk about how, this desire that Hashem has for us to be connected, all the different opportunities for connection, we can't leave out the inevitability, like you said, of rupture. The fact that it's not necessarily a bad thing, it's an opportunity to repair and reconnect and strengthen, without demonizing the disharmony, which is, it's inevitable.
Right.
It doesn't mean something's wrong.
No.
It's just a part of a relationship.
It means you're two feeling people who are communicating. If you're not rupturing, you're probably not talking.
Right. People who have really, mild relationships are probably not connecting.
I think that very often people feel that if there's a major rupture, that's it. Maybe it's beyond repair. Maybe because of what happened to them in the past. Right. And now in therapy, they see there could be a rupture. Whether it's real between the therapist and the patient, or whether it's transferential.
Very important to understand.
And very important to understand, is this a real rupture? Maybe I screwed up. Maybe I did something wrong in the treatment.
And it happens.
And it happens all the time. And you have to understand that. And you have to understand how to repair that real relationship rupture. Right. And then also differentiate it from, is this a transference relationship rupture? I represent somebody to them. I represent their mother. And now when I act a certain way, it reminds them of the mother. And that's why they get angry at me. And then there's a rupture. And how am I repairing that? And you have to walk that delicate balance all the time, understanding the difference between between therapist and patient, real relationship rupture, and between the transferential relationship. And sometimes they look like they're melding into each other, and you just gotta know it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
this
you.
has been, thank you, Chevy. Thank you, Malky, Dr. Meyerfeld, Mrs. Samet. Thank you so much. This has been amazing. I just want to put in a final statement about Amudim and how I've been on the clinical advisory board of Amudim for many years. They're an amazing organization. They help so many people. I can't name everybody. I could name Tzvi and Miriam, but everybody who works there they're so amazing, and they've done such amazing work. And look what they support every year, these type of presentations. So I thank Amudim.
They really give a voice to things that are not always spoken.
And I thank the two of you. You have been absolutely outstanding, really outstanding. I hope that the people who see this are able to walk away with something really meaningful. I'm hoping they will. And have a great day.
Thank you.
Amudim has its hands full. But we're very proud of the work that they're doing because, in my eyes, they're game changers. They've changed the awareness across our community, and good things are happening and bad things are decreasing, are happening less. The difference between before Amudim and after Amudim in this area is revolutionary. things that used to be swept under the carpet almost by necessity. Because nobody knew, when you don't know how to deal with something, the most convenient approach is to just ignore it. We don't know how many instances of abuse 20 years before could lead to eating disorders and substance abuse and alcohol abuse and all these kind of things, how much are related to abuse that took place decades ago. So if we're preventing that now, we're saving lives not only in today, in the here and the now, we're saving lives decades to come.
Shalom, my name is Rabbi Moshe Bamzer. I am a Rav in Albany, New York, and I've had the b'schus, the bracha, of knowing 𝐓𝐡𝐢𝐬 and knowing David and knowing Amudim from its inception, the dream that became a reality on the part of one who wanted to serve not only Klal Yisrael but in the entire world. Being a Rav in a small community like Albany, New York, the challenges that come forward, the difficulties, certainly the crises that arise, need an address. Who do you turn to with a teenager? Who do you turn to with a young adult? Who do you turn to when it comes to issues of whether or not it's obsessions or whether or not it's addictions? Who do you turn to when you need a placement? Who do you turn to when you need help and guidance when it comes to a family? Amudim has been and continues to be an extraordinary address on the part of Klal Yisrael. We have been direct beneficiaries of its activities. We wish mazel and bracha. We applaud and we hope that they will go mechayil el from strength to strength. They are inseparable. They are indomitable. And certainly they are a core of our Jewish community, providing help, guidance, and support, always with a smile and always with a sense of commitment and concern. Yasher koach, chazak v'yamatz.
Amudim is there to help. It helps the vulnerable. It helps the brokenhearted. It helps everybody who's in need. And now, it's our turn to help Amudim.
Thank you, everyone, for being here for another segment of Unite to Heal. It means a lot that you come out and watch and learn about all these fascinating things that are going on. Tonight, we have two really amazing people with us, 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and 𝐿 Hecht, two amazing professionals who are going to talk about the way they work with clients. So many of our clients are, so many people out there are searching for answers, for healing. And I felt it was important to bring to our audience two different views, two different modalities, one could say, but with one very strong mission of helping people find healing and find peace. So with that, I'm going to ask 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 first, if you could introduce yourself, what you do, and then we'll have Shaya do the same.
I'm Dr. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. I'm a clinical psychologist. I'm founder and director at the CBT-DBT Center, which is a group therapy practice specializing in evidence-based practices for the frum community. We do a lot of DBT, but we also do a lot of other evidence-based modalities for all kinds of problems that people struggle with. And I'm also founder of the Therapy Should Work Project, which is a community project aimed at helping change attitudes in the community towards evidence-based practice in mental health care.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to have you explain some of those letters that you said before CBT-DBT, but thank you. Shaya?
I'm Shaya Hecht. I'm a clinical social worker working on my doctorate sometime soon, hopefully.
Ditto. It's great having you in class together.
I have a group practice in the New York area where we deal with all kinds of issues, challenges, diagnoses, including trauma. And I'm sure we'll cover some of that here. And I'm also an assistant clinical professor at the Wurzweiler School of Social Work in the 𝐟𝐮𝐬 program, which is a real honor to be able to teach students from the ground up some of these ideas.
Yeah.
I feel like I wish I would have had such a robust type of education. And I think that's about it. I'm a dude. I'm a human.
Love that. The human factor. That's fantastic. So, Shaya, we'll start with you. Maybe you could share with us your core worldview or philosophy that guides your clinical work.
Okay. So thank you. First of all, can I just say it's a real honor to be here. My work is really grounded in a belief, a philosophy that what we call symptoms are almost always survival adaptations, which are brilliant ways that the nervous system learns to stay alive in unsafe or unpredictable, overwhelming relationships. So I don't see trauma or mental health, or even what's often labeled as BPD or CPTSD, if we could get into that. Can we start talking about that a little bit?
Sure.
As lifelong defects or disorders, I see them as patterns. Patterns, nervous system adaptations that can be rewired when the body finally experiences real safety.
That's great. Let's hear 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄's view.
I would say my philosophy is heavily informed by what's called evidence-based practice, as I already said, but to translate what that means, it means three things. It means up-to-date science in the area the person's struggling with. It means clinician experience, and it means client preference. So I guess the way I think about that practically, or what that means, is compassion, like true compassion for what a person is truly struggling with. In DBT, we use the phrase, and that's my favorite phrase, phenomenological empathy. What that means is really understanding why a person is struggling with what they're struggling with, and then being completely empathic toward the problems that show up in every interaction because of those things that they're struggling with. Like, that makes perfect sense that you're going to talk to me this way or struggle with this thing because of the things that are bringing you to this work in the first place. So that, coupled together with real scientific honesty of what we know, what we don't know about what actually helps people get better. I definitely use more of what's called a behavioral lens. So I think about how responses or things that people are struggling with have developed over time based on our learning, because we're all constantly learning beings from conception till death. We are learning beings. And so everything is informing how we get to where we are. And so thinking about problems from that perspective. And let's say that's like a nutshell. I have a lot more to say to that. I'll leave it.
Okay, good. So, and I asked this question because, very much informed by my work at Amudim, trying to help people find the right therapist. Like you said, therapy should work. That's one of your projects. And I think, Shaya might not have a program called Therapy Should Work, but definitely I know enough to know that he's a big believer in that as well. Therapy should work.
Practice is called HIP counseling, which stands for humanly as possible, which someone told me I should change to healing as possible. So we're on the same page.
Right, exactly. Nice. I like that. So is it possible for both of you to describe to me what is your ideal client and what kind of struggles do you find your work, what you do, your approach, your philosophical view of things is best suited to work with?
I'll jump in.
Please.
So my heavy training and expertise is really in a treatment called DBT, which is geared for people who are struggling with emotion regulation or managing emotions as the core issue. So there could be a whole host of kinds of issues that relate to that, but the core problem is management of emotions. And so that's really where my expertise is. Together with that, I end up working a lot with family members. I work a lot with parents who have a young adult who's struggling, or a young adult who's not getting things moving in their lives. a child who has OCD or things like that. And then I work also a lot with other kinds of issues, a lot of OCD, PTSD, and other kinds of issues people struggle with. But I find like a big unifying factor is that people who have been in therapy for a long time for maybe more serious mental health problems without really getting the kind of results they're looking for or getting really the kind of meaningful improvements that they're looking for. And I like to think that even though I'm working out very often with people who are come in with very big struggles, they're often very motivated for things to be different. And that gives me a lot of chizuk and helps me to be motivated for what we do, because I love helping people who want to get better.
So is that motivation like intrinsic to the process? Does it, or could it work without it?
That's what I love that question. So I always say, I need this much commitment and willingness, like this much. I can work with that. We can build that out into so much. I'm basically using what's called like motivational interviewing and commitment strategies from DBT, but we can build on that. If like someone won't get into the session, you can't force your teenager who has no interest. That doesn't help anybody. Bribing them into therapy is not going to help anybody. But anybody who has like any iota of I want things to be different, we can work with that. That's fine.
Nice. Shaya, tell us what does your ideal client kind of look like, and who would be like the right referral?
Yeah. So I have like these thoughts in my head, and then as I hear 𝐂𝐈𝐬 talking, I'm like, ooh, it's like still growth. I hope I get it all in. So basically, I work best, I think, or not I work best, but my ideal client would be somebody who has a complex presentation, right? Complex trauma, we can call it. Chronic shame, dissociation, attachment injuries. That's personally what speaks to me in my work at this point. I also used to do a lot of what 𝐂𝐈𝐬 does. I came from that world actually, and evolved and came to this somehow. But basically, so those clients who are coming in often have very challenging attachment wounds, and they may be manifesting in their relationships in multiple ways, which I'm sure we'll talk about throughout this talk here. But one of those ways might be even in therapy, where they have very challenging therapy relationships as well. So that's another way, and that makes a lot of sense. That will mirror some of their relationships. So there might be a lot of intensity in the emotion, whether it's like hyperarousal, which is the hypervigilance and that type of presentation, or even the hypoaroused, where they're shut down or frozen or dissociated or something like that, which oftentimes is very scary, I guess, for a clinician to be across from, especially if we're trained in talk therapy or something like that. When a client's kind of showing up that way, you're just like, what am I going to do with this person if they're not giving me?
And just clarify the hypoarousal for the people who might not be familiar what that looks like.
Thank you. So there's a term, the window of tolerance. So let's just call it window of tolerance, however big that is, which is in a person's nervous system, right? And so that's what we can tolerate. So when we're regulated, right, we're in that window. When we're up, so we're either going to go above that window or below that window when we're dysregulated. So we might be hyper aroused, which you might be familiar with, fight or flight, which is fighting off the threat or running away from the threat. That's one way that someone can present when they're feeling threatened. And another way is through freeze, which is the hypo-aroused, like frozen, shut down, dissociated, disconnected. So those are really everyone, all of us have that in our lives somewhere when we're under threat, right? So we're gonna turn to something like that. So the clients that I'm seeing are the ones who are threatened by relationship itself, because they've been hurt in a relationship, they're threatened by a relationship. So when they come into the therapy relationship, that's going to be another relationship that feels threatening. So they will most likely present in one of these ways, but they don't actually see that it can be different, meaning it's their normal, like it's chronic, it's the way that they've been living, and that there's something else that's possible doesn't really make sense to them. And oftentimes they don't even know what's wrong with them. Like they can't tell you a symptom necessarily. Like like when the classic therapy question, like, what brings you in today? They're kind of just like sitting there like, I don't know, right? Sometimes they're anxious and stressed and, or they're push and pull in relationships and they're aware, or someone in their family is aware or something. But sometimes they're just like, I don't feel right. I don't know. People say I should come here, and they're just not exactly sure how you're going to help them, if you can help them, what help even looks like, because this is just how they've pretty much been. So, yeah, that's the complicated, complex presentation. So I guess that's the client right there.
Right. Complicated and complex. So I'm wondering, 𝐿, when you were describing somebody who needs help with managing their emotions, does it include the hypo and the hyper arousal? Does it include fight, flight, and freeze? Does it look at it from, or just somebody who, let's say, is acting out, like there's more of just the hyper arousal?
So I guess I don't conceptualize it that way. Think about emotions more like, let's say, 0 to 100, and there's a few different categories of how emotions work. So, category of emotions called anger. There's a category of emotions of sadness, and this is basically how they work. And so we want clients learning about those different categories. But yes, some clients, and side note, a lot of clients who struggle with these kinds of issues will also have dissociation, which is kind of like disconnecting from yourself. So I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, but yes, a lot of clients I work with struggle with dissociation or feeling kind of like numbed out and flat. There's also another common issue with DBT clients, or issue that clients struggle with, either numbing out, either like everything's fine. Let's say, we'll call it this way, everything's fine kind of model, like everything's fine, I've got this, I'm being skillful, I know how to do this, I'm okay, versus I'm in crisis, and there's very little in between. So maybe that's what you're referring to, but yes, we definitely want, and that's, I guess, where like mindfulness becomes so critical in DBT, is starting to learn how to notice what is happening, when, what moves from where, and really learning also, like what I would call like self-validation, or like, it's okay that I feel different things, and I can acknowledge a 10 and a 27 and a 63. And that can all be okay. It's not just 0 and 100. And this is very common for people who come to DBT, because very often they've gotten messaging that that the way you experience emotions is not normal. And so they basically learn how to shut it off, or that becomes impossible. And then there's this explosion, which can look a lot of different ways. But it's hard to learn to be with the 47, it's hard to learn to be with that. So learning more, safety around experiencing emotions, which oftentimes we're not doing until a little bit further into treatment, depending on what the person's starting with. But at some point in treatment, yes, we do want people learning how to sit with a 47. That's, again, depending on where you start from, is going to be how quickly that's going to happen. But yes, what we call like emotional experiencing is really critical. And so I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah. I think, we all know that in the schools of psychology, excuse me, the schools of psychology and different treatment modalities will often talk about the same thing, but have different, there's like a different vernacular around each school of thought. But I think this is a very good segue, though, to ask each of you, like, what are the psychological principles or mechanisms of change that are at the heart of what you do? You know what I'm saying? So I think that based on what you're both talking about, like we could start hearing what's the process? You know what I'm saying? What makes the magic, or to say it differently, what's the secret sauce? Shaya?
So Miriam, I'll be honest with you, I'm still trying to figure this one out. It's still evolving for me, but I do have some ideas that are speaking to me as of today. So I have the right to change that, because I think I've been humbled enough to realize that there's so much that I don't understand. Like really, there's just something about humanity that I will forever try to understand, but I don't know if I ever will pin it down to what it is. But for me, because like the things that 𝐿 are talking about, like the intense emotional experiences and things like that, and the messaging that they're not good enough. So the way that I view that is like, that's a rupture. That's an attachment rupture. And since that's a rupture that happened in relationship, so the healing has to happen in a relationship, in a corrective experience, where the person's not just told like, oh, you can be 67 and that's okay. They have to feel like acceptable, right? Like, I am okay. And that's a felt sense thing that doesn't happen with words. Maybe it could. Words can help, I imagine, but it's something that they have to feel. And it's very, very tricky for it to feel that way when the relationship itself is the threat. So for me, so the relationship caused the wound. So now relationship needs to heal, but the relationship itself is threatening. So the amygdala, which is the part of the brain that's firing a threat, is saying to the therapist themselves, not in words, right? But in reaction, that this is not okay. I'm not okay. When am I going to speak to you after the sessions? Where are you going to be? What's going on? How are you going to help me? How are you helping me? I don't feel better. Whatever that is going on, or the freeze, because this actually, I've learned implicitly that this itself is not safe. So that becomes a very, very big challenge. So if we can find a way to help the person rewire this system that's firing threat for it to feel more safe, if we can find a way, which has to be in relationship, then the person can start to feel the safety that's automatic, right? It's just automatic. And once a person feels safe,
that might even have been like their birthright, but somehow it was taken away.
And once they're safe, they're regulated. Once they're safe, they're regulated. The reason why they're not regulated is because they're not feeling safe. And the reason why they're not feeling safe is because the relationship is threatening. And there's implicit memories that their nervous system has and learnings that they're holding on to that needs to really go back into the nervous system through relationship to provide the corrective experience, which is a very, very big challenge. And over time, through neuroplasticity and more and more and more connections, we could build new neural pathways to be able to feel like, you know what? Ooh, I can be okay. Whoa, I've never felt this way before. That's unbelievable. Wait, is that safe? Because I have to be hypervigilant. The world is threatening. My relationships are threatening. I don't know who I am. I've split off from myself. We could talk about fragmentation. And this feeling doesn't feel safe either. So we're going to now, again, the amygdala is going to fire. And there's a lot that has to really be rewired in the nervous system to rebuild it to a place where they are really healing and they have this felt sense of safety and are regulated.
Thanks, Shaya. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, tell us about how it works. What's the mechanism in your world, and maybe even respond to Shaya's conceptualizations.
Sure. Okay. So 2 separate questions.
Yes.
So
start with the first.
Yeah. I'm just noting for myself. I'm gonna get to all of it. So firstly, I love this question because to me, I think that process of change or mechanisms of action is really the front line of what's going on in psychological research today. So really understanding why, even 10 years ago, that's when when I think the field started to really direct attention towards, okay, we know a lot of things that help, but why do those things help? And let's really get specific about it. And now we actually do know a lot. So this is a fascinating area to me. That said, I'll talk specifically about DBT since that's what we're the kind of issues that we're talking about right now. So I'll talk specifically about that. First of all, and this is more general, therapy has to be collaborative, meaning the person in therapy and the therapist have to be on the same page about what is the problem, what the person cares about, what we're moving towards. So that's really important. And therapy should be responsive to progress. So that's one very core thing, but more specific to these types of issues. I'll say, I explained already a little bit about how behavior or behavioral theory informs the kind of work that I do. So I'll say more specifically, within DBT, stability creates capacity for emotional experiencing. Let's say it that way. So when we start in DBT, we call this the house of DBT, and there's different stages of treatment. So people start in I'll explain it this way and then back up to the processes. When people start in DBT, they're very often starting out what we call the basement. They're in stage 0. They don't know what DBT is, and they also are probably in some level of hell, is what we call it. And they're in the basement, and there's no there's no even commitment yet to what we're going to do. We form commitment as like our basis, and we climb up in the house, like to level 1, right? And stage 1 is where we're going to focus on building stability, behavioral control, and emotional control. And those words sound like a little harsh, but what they mean is very often people come into DBT in a level of chaos, and we can't do anything in that level of chaos. So I know there's a big debate about treating PTSD symptoms or trauma, but I'll explain my thoughts on that. Treating trauma first, because that's like the root of the issue. And DBT takes a very hard stance against that. And I think the field does. I think the PTSD researchers as well are like that. There's like some ability to do something, but the bottom line is that PTSD treatment, what we know about PTSD, again, in terms of processes, we're talking about like why what works. So PTSD is an issue of avoidance. What I mean by that is that that people go through all kinds of experiences in their lives, and every reaction we have to those experiences is completely normal and understandable. I may not understand every reaction, but every reaction is normal and makes perfect sense. And when I get stuck in my reactions, that's when I develop a PTSD type of issue. So the stuckness is the problem we're trying to address. Now, that stuckness has to do with avoidance of my ability to sit with what happened. Now, what happened might be horrific, and I don't know why anyone would want to sit with it. But my inability to sit with my reality is what keeps me stuck. So given that that the issue that's driving the symptoms or the problem is avoidance, if my issue is the instability, right, that chaos I was talking about, that level 1, in hell kind of experience, I cannot, it is not humanly possible to sit in contact with the thing I've been avoiding while I have no ability to do that, right? That doesn't actually logically make sense. So first I have to develop the capacity to sit without running away. So we're going to be developing that first. And that's what I mean by behavioral and emotional control and stability. That's my ability to sit with. Once we are no longer self-harming, suicidal, taking drugs that aren't prescribed to us, getting into fights with my husband every day, whatever it is, once that's not happening, or even other like more simple things, like I'm keeping up with a job, I'm just keeping up with my daily schedule, okay? I'm awake during waking hours, okay? So when the regular stuff is happening, now we can actually introduce capacity to sit with massively difficult emotional states and experiences. More emotional states, but I'll leave that. In terms of, I did want to also come back to the point about.
Well, I'm gonna stop you from answering question number 2. I'm just curious, Shaya, does this sound like what somebody who's working, let's say, somatically will need to do, let's say, resourcing, grounding before they will jump into trauma work? Does that sound similar? Is it feeling familiar? It is to me. I'm wondering if it is for you.
I completely agree that a person, we can't go after, let's say, trauma memories and healing them if a person can't find some safety or stability within themselves, right? I think where I would just differentiate a little bit here is I think I peel it back, I think, even more. Like, I think I'm even more cautious, a little more cautious. Because for me, I want to just differentiate PTSD and CPTSD, if that's okay. Like, 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 is absolutely right that PTSD is all about like the avoidance of the overwhelm and the memories or the sensations, whatever. And in CPTSD, there is a much bigger nuance that we have to talk about, which is an inherent lack of safety that's felt due to a lack of connection with somebody else, right? So the trauma came from a disconnection. That's how it overwhelmed the nervous system, from disconnection. So because I was in this overwhelmed state, it was too much for my body to manage on its own. I didn't have the attachment that I needed, the co-regulation that I needed to get through that time. And therefore I'm overwhelmed. And now my nervous system is like the wiring is kind of faulty. I don't want to use that word, but I just want to use it as a metaphor. Like kind of like the example of like the smoke detectors going off, and you can have burnt toast, in the thing, or your house on fire, and you don't know the difference. To you, it's this massive emergency because that's literally what it feels like inside. And that's chronic. Like, that's my nervous system. So it comes from real chronic childhood neglect or emotional abuse or attachment ruptures over and over again, or coercive control, or things like that. So that's going to affect my identity with myself. Who am I? It's gonna cause a fragmentation. There's a theory called structural dissociation where I'm literally gonna have to split off of myself in order to function. And like, how am I gonna survive? Like, how do I go on? How do I go to work? How do I go to school? How do I make friends when that's my nervous system? So there's these traumatized parts of me that are stuck. Like I was saying, they're stuck inside of me. They're inside of me, and they're actually still here right now because my hippocampus, which is the part of my brain that differentiates past and present and is able to organize the memories. When I was overwhelmed, it wasn't doing its job. And therefore, right now, when I'm 35 years old in therapy, I literally am 6 or 7 or 8 in my nervous system because of that's when those things started to happen. And even though you're a kind, compassionate therapist who really, truly cares and is truly safe, I don't feel that. I don't feel any of that. And I'm super overwhelmed. So for me, I need to like back it up and work on this relationship with co-regulation because they never got it or it wasn't consistent enough. So I want to get to the same place. But for me, I think I can't force that regulation, through like skills or something like that, because that doesn't feel safe. That doesn't feel safe. Clients who do that are often fawning because they need the attachment. So they just like, yeah.
Explain fawning, Shaya, for people who might not know what that is.
So we have the F's of fight, flight, freeze, fawn. So fawn is a adaptation to trauma, which is in order for me to survive this very scary or overwhelming relationship that's here, I need to be what they want me to be in order to have connection. I can't survive without it, right? So if they want me to just be quiet and suppress my emotions, that's what I'm going to have to do. If they want me to take care of them, even though they're adults and I'm a child, that's what I'm going to start to do because that's the fragmentation. That's what I need to do to survive. So a little bit when a therapist is like sitting with a client and saying like, we're going to teach you regulation skills, let's say, the therapist, the client's firing in their brain, like regulation, I don't know what that is. I can't actually feel safe. I'm actually hypervigilant right now. I don't know that. But you're actually the person who is stressing me out because you're in a relationship. So I'm actually overwhelmed and feeling threatened by this whole thing. But I also need you because my life is not okay. Right. So I will do whatever you say. I will try my hardest to do whatever you say to sort of get to the place where you need me to be so that my symptoms are improving or whatever, because I need connection. Ultimately, that's what I need. So that's what I'm going to do. So for me, I want to be very cautious that I'm not reenacting the fawning response and the like, I need you to be this way. In order for me to work with you, you need to stop being like that or something like that, like a behavioral, which is what really they've been through. And that was survival. I'm trying to rewire this whole thing and say, yell, scream, kick, you make sense, go for it. I got you. Let's go. Bring it out.
Great. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, I want to hear how.
And then,
sorry.
That's phase one. To me, that's like a phase. So I'm like lower in the basement. I'm like the sub basement.
Right.
I'm going a little bit underneath.
You're in the miklat, like in the,
I'm going
in the bomb shelter.
Because I can't get to the skills yet. The skills are so awesome. They really are. But the safety is not there. Like the safety is not there. So to bring the skills before the safety, it's just, for me, I need to make sure, and I think we're always going to be dancing in both, somewhat. I need to start with like, okay, co-regulation. I'm going to have to be very, very regulated, which means I need to be pretty worked on because whatever's coming at me is pretty intense and also challenging the attachment, the therapeutic connection. So I have to like be really in tune with my own nervous system and really able to tolerate a lot. And then to remain that regulated presence where the client actually can feel through my social engagement, through my micro expressions in my face, through my calm, through my connection, my compassion. They could start to sense it and feel it, which will at first feel threatening, and they'll test it subconsciously, but over time they'll start to come in very, very differently. They'll feel different, which I can't necessarily measure as a symptom. Here, look what happened. Before they came in, they looked around the room 7 times, and this time they looked 8 times. Usually they scan where's the door and the window. This time they're not scanning where's the door and the window at the same intensity. It's very hard to like quantify it, but the client can feel a difference. I could feel a difference. Now they're like, the window of tolerance that we described is increasing. The dissociations are less intense. The testing of the relationship is slowing down, where the person has enough of a safety there, where now we could start to introduce the idea of self-regulation. Because if you think about it, the idea of self-regulation is you're on your own, right?
Right.
Which is basically the trauma that they've been through in CPTSD. Is like, go home, practice this, have a nice day, right? Or something like that, which I'm glorifying. It's obviously very compassionate, but I'm just saying it's the idea of self-regulation is scary. In the body, my body's maybe been abused. My nervous system actually needs this hypervigilance right now. And I can't like slow down. It's like telling someone who's being chased by a tiger, take some deep breaths,
Now's not the time. Right.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling threatened. So I first need it to be like that. And now, deep breaths are so helpful. Wow. So to me, then I'm coming up to the basic. Yeah.
Got it. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, I'm curious your thoughts and how this, weaves in with what you were talking about and how you hear it.
Yeah, I guess I'm not 100% sure where to start. So I'll probably bounce all over the place. But I guess my first thought is I'm not going to be working on like the kinds of things that you brought up, like whatever, and any of the things that you brought up. I'm not going to want to work on those things when I have somebody in front of me who's suicidal, self-harming, active eating disorder, active substance use, or in constant crisis interpersonally. That said, we do rely okay, forget about DBT a second. We leave the term on the side because I think people associate it too much with skills. But the way that this model is going to work, we're relying heavily on the relationship. So, for example, we have 24/7 phone coaching. That means that I'm available to you anytime you need. Now, I also am going to have a life. Like, I just texted a client right before we started this, who I know is having, whatever, we had a difficult session. We were talking a little bit about it. And I just said, like, call if you need, but my phone's going to be off for the next, while, because I'm going to be in this meeting. But that is an ongoing part of my life, is that I'm showing up for my clients whenever and wherever they need, because in the moment is when real change is going to happen. So yes. And I always say, this is also, I think, why a lot of times therapists think I'll send my client for DBT. They're self-harming. They start self-harming. I'll send them to a DBT skills group. And we always say, like, we're not saying no, but we don't think it's going to help you, because learning skills is a nice thing. Applying them is a whole different ballgame. And not that skills is even the only tool we use. Skills is one tool that most people who are struggling with managing their emotions probably need some. I mean, I think all people could use help with learning emotion regulation skills or skills for managing emotions. But particularly if you've been struggling with managing your emotions in a big way, you probably are going to benefit from learning a bunch of skills about how to do that. But that's only one small piece of the picture. And
this is a really important point. I'd like you to elaborate on what comprehensive DBT is. Yeah. I feel like people out there don't know, and it's something that I may have even learned from you. I'm not sure, but what is comprehensive DBT and how is that different than just learning skills?
Yeah. So comprehensive DBT, I started explaining before, I like to talk about a few main things. So number one would be that house of treatment, or the stages of treatment. So we've got stage 0, which is pre-treatment, which is about orientation and commitment. Stage 1, which is about behavioral and emotional control. And then stage 2, which is about emotional experiencing and PTSD treatment. And then stage 3, which is about ordinary happiness and unhappiness, really where we're dealing with depression, anxiety, relationship issues. Fine. quality of life issues, and then stage 4, which is like peak spiritual experiencing. I always say, well, my clients don't stay for that part. That's okay. They don't need to get but that's basically the house of DBT, or the structure of how we think about how to work with different issues. And then there's also important to know is the different modes of treatment. So most treatments include individual therapy. That's what we traditionally know about. In DBT, we have 4 modes of treatment. The first, or it's not really in order, one is individual therapy, which will very often, depending on the situation, but very often include a family component. So very often we're doing family sessions or parent sessions, depending on the situation. It also includes skills training, where we're learning skills, where we're focused just on learn skills. But individual sessions have a different focus, which is really to get a very detailed in stage 1, a very detailed understanding of why the problems that I'm experiencing are happening and what is making them happen, so that we can really target making them different. And then there's phone coaching, which is about a few different things. Number 1 is about generalizing the things that I'm learning in treatment. So if we've talked about doing something different, I'm in that moment and I want to do that thing, and it's really, really hard. So the therapist can help me with generalizing it. Usually that means that there's going to be more phone coaching earlier in treatment and less later on, but that can be different. A lot of people don't use it at all, which is a separate treatment problem, meaning we have to get them to use it more. Some people are going to use it relationally and have a lot of relational challenges, and we're going to use that to actually structure new learning relationally, of how, like, hey, like if you call me every night at 3 a.m., I'm really tired by the time I get to your session. And you don't want such a tired therapist, right? So just as like a silly example, but yes, but when I get that client who has never called me once in 6 months of treatment and calls me and says, I know we talked about going to do this exposure and I'm about to do it, but and I'm able to walk them through that. And then all of treatment is easier from there on out. Like, please call me 1:30 whenever you want. That's phone coaching. And then there's also consultation team. So DBT therapists need to be part of a team, which is with the main goal of therapy for the therapist. So that therapists are walking in able to do adherent DBT and take care of themselves in the challenging cases that they work with. So that's like the modes of DBT. I hope that explained that.
Yeah. Right. And I think it's important to put it out there. Thank you. Thank you for explaining it so comprehensively, because people really think that DBT is skills group, and it is much more than that. And it kind of explains how it could be a successful model, because it's providing so many layers of support. While the skills group is like a very nice thing. I always say they should teach the skills in school. I don't know what they're waiting for, but
there is a school curriculum. There is. I don't know what the schools are.
I'm sure. Yeah. I don't know if any schools have them, but I'm sure there is a school curriculum. It would just make sense. Okay. That kind of like rounds out the picture of where the treatment is really happening in these different styles and these different philosophical approaches to treating difficult situations. So I'd like to maybe tease out, what are some of the stigmas or myths around BPD, and can you speak to how do you define BPD? Is it the same as trauma? Is it different than trauma? Is there a correlation? Is there a causation between one and the other? And I'd love to hear, maybe even, if you off the top of your head could speak to what the literature says about it. I think that would be really interesting for our viewers to hear.
First of all, this also lights me up, like that we're having a conversation. What's BPD? What's CPTSD? Like, these labels are so challenging for our clients. And the way that sometimes they're stigmatized based on their labels is just so upsetting. So the way that I think that the literature is a little bit conflicted. I'm just in my understanding, and I'm still researching this. This is actually a big topic of mine in my doctorate. There was definitely a movement that was saying that a lot of BPD diagnosed people, borderline personality disorder, really have CPTSD, right? And really there's underlying trauma that's there. And that's what's, the root of this presentation. Mm-hmm. Now they're trying to I think they're agreeing that most people with borderline personality disorder have an underlying trauma root. I think you may find some percentage that really it's genetic or something. I don't know exactly. That's not my field, but something that's separate from trauma. But let's assume, for our argument's sake, because I think it's most people with trauma personality disorder, what they're dealing with is rooted in trauma, right? So now, if we are viewing, but what's the differentiation? So some people say, okay, so the CPTSD is more the shut down states and the identity thing, not necessarily the relational fast pace, switching, push pull as much. But that's just in like the way that it might present itself. But underneath it, it's going to be the trauma. So if we're viewing it as, so to me, it's like almost unimportant what name we give this thing, because if we're viewing this as it actually is important, because we might give it the wrong name and the wrong connotation. So if we're viewing this as rooted in trauma, then it's not a personality. It's not something that like you're going to deal with now for the rest of your life, and you're just going to have to cope with it. I think there maybe is a view like that out there, right? And I don't subscribe to that. To me, it's your nervous system's wired a certain way. I could probably link your label of borderline personality disorder to disorganized attachment style, which is a push and pull in the relationship. And if we go back to your history, we'll probably find that your caregivers were very scary to some degree, and you were craving connection, and also
or very scary to you, right?
Scary to you in your perception,
right? Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So for you were craving connection, and you're also terrified of it at the same time. So there's like this they call it disorganized, right? Or fearful avoidance. It's push and it's pull. And what you'll see in borderline personality disorder is really, if you want to put it in trauma terms, it's a switch between the hypo-aroused states and the hyper-aroused states, right? Mm-hmm. I'm disconnecting, I'm connecting, I'm clinging, I'm disconnecting, right? So we have that push and the pull and the push and the pull. So why that's happening is from a trauma root, which is an attachment trauma root, not PTSD, right? But CPTSD. Then what we need to do is heal this through relationship, and then the system will feel safe, and the system will regulate itself. Mm-hmm. Because we don't teach babies any skills. We take them out of their cribs, we put them here, and they're okay, right? So if this person had ruptures that wired it differently, so now we have to do that again, and we have to go back there, do that co-regulation, and the system will start to feel safe. And regulation's just going to happen, just like that. So for me, that's so hopeful, right? We don't need it's not a bad behavior. It's not, you're misbehaving. Something's wrong with you. I think I was saying before as well. Like, that's not what we're talking about. This is a survival adaptation. This is the way your system does it. And now we'll provide the co-regulation and the healing in the relationship, and you'll be good to go.
So CPTSD or PTSD behaviors, completely healable. It may take a while, whatever, but this is not...
Let's rewire the nervous system. Now, I don't like the destination called healed. Like, I'm not into that. I don't know what that is.
No, it's always about the journey.
I don't know exactly what that is, but we're building capacity. We're building capacity to be okay in the world. We're building... My relationship with myself is better. My relationship with the people around me is better. My relationship with God is better. Everything just falls into place like naturally. I don't have to address these things necessarily directly to get that result. It's through the process of just feeling more safe, just through that co-regulation and that relational piece. And that starts to develop, and regulation shows up. And can I just say one more piece of it? Lately, the word dysregulation is bothering me. Like, I just have to put it, because it's pathologizing. Like, it's the lack of regulation. Like, you're doing something wrong. It's like I'm disapproved. It's like you're dysregulated. Your nervous system's naturally dysregulated to survive. You went into dysregulation means I'm hypo-aroused or I'm hyper-aroused, right? Or I'm going back and forth between both. So in relationship, how could you be in a relationship and go back and forth between both and feel okay, and the people around you don't feel okay with you, right? But there's nothing wrong with you. You're just surviving through what we're calling dysregulation, which really is the way that you survived. And now we're going to teach you that there's such a thing as regulation, which is not calm. That's not what regulation means. Regulation means we can be with emotional experience, a range of experience, a range of intensity. All of that is going to be okay when we could increase the window of tolerance through that relational piece.
That's nice. That's a very compassionate, beautiful view. Thank you. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, you're on.
I have like a million things to say, so
go for it.
I'm
Jump.
trying to organize my brain. The first thing I want to say is that borderline personality disorder is one of the most one of the disorders that people recover at the highest rate from. So, like, different researchers.
So that myth is false. I would like to put it out there.
False. We know at least 80% of people with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder within 10 years will no longer have that diagnosis, like will no longer meet criteria. At least. Number one. Number two.
I wish we had like a studio audience so everyone would have just clapped. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have that here with Zoom. I
posted it on my.
That's a big deal to hear. Yeah.
It is. The whole system of diagnostic categories has to do with the fact that we're operating within a certain model. Like, listen, it's not a good system. It is a bad system. It is a flawed system. It is not a system that helps us to treat from a functional perspective. Everybody will acknowledge that. The reason we had to create it is because, yes, medication trials, yes, treatment trials, yes, insurance companies, yes, funding, yes, grants, yes, this is how the field had to develop, unless you had a better idea. But like, that's how it had to work. We have to be able to discriminate and come up with diagnostic categories in order to develop these things. That said, nobody really, I don't think, should be treating from a diagnostic model. Most people would agree it's an oversimplified approach that doesn't address function. So we need to be addressing function. I don't ever use the term borderline personality disorder unless my client is bringing it up because they've been told this by other people or other places. So I'm not even talking about that in the first place. What we talk about is a biological emotional sensitivity that lots of people are born with. Probably majority of therapists are biologically emotionally sensitive, let's be honest. So biological emotional sensitivity, not a problem. Some people are just more emotionally sensitive. Some people are more sound sensitive. They can pick up on nuances in music much easier. No one's pathologizing that, right? There's nothing wrong with being biologically emotionally sensitive. However, if you are biologically emotionally sensitive, you might get into some trouble when you experience the world, which is true of everybody who's different in any way, shape, or form. But if you're going to experience the world through your emotional lens, and the people around you are going to be like, what is wrong with you? That is going to be very confusing. Now, it can be neglect, abuse, terrible, horrible things, but it also can just be as simple as getting a constant message of emotions are unsafe to feel. You can't really interpret them or understand your emotions. And anything you try to do about them doesn't work. So you should just try to shut it out as best you can. And you're going to fail a lot because you're emotionally sensitive and you're going to hate yourself for it. And that's a really bad cycle to be in and often leads to a pattern of instability and difficulty with regulating emotions. I'll use that term again just to talk about the topic of difficulty with managing, controlling my own emotions. Okay. Or like emotions kind of running the show instead of me and my own, we call them DBT, like my wise-minded capacity running the show. Fine. I want to also say, many people with all kinds of mental health conditions have a trauma history. People with psychosis often have a trauma history. People with bipolar disorder often have a trauma history. People with social anxiety can have a trauma history. People with OCD can have a trauma history. So saying that trauma's at the root is really, I think, and here's why I'll get like really upset, is the most stigmatizing and destructive thing that we could do to this community of people is by saying that it's kosher if you went through a classified, prescribed, diagnosed, if you went through a classified, diagnosed, physician-approved trauma, then your symptoms are now kosher. And if not, then it must be a personality disorder, genetic, whatever, your fault kind of thing. That you're going to have this personality endlessly, and it's something to do with you, and probably your spouse should divorce you too. I get this all the time. If it's just personality, like what are we supposed to do? And so they'll go to all these diagnosticians to get feedback and then go to the rub to be told that if she really has, then therefore, this is total nonsense that's fueled by this belief that if there's this underlying trauma, then all of a sudden, I remember having a conversation with a therapist who sent me a client. It was a spouse of their client, because they believed that they had borderline personality disorder. And when I spoke with the therapist after meeting the client a few times, and I started to explain about my conceptualization, they said, "Oh, so you're saying it's trauma?" I wanted to hang up the phone. I was so like, and if it wouldn't have been past learning experiences, which it always is past learning experiences, because our learning shapes everything that we do. If it wouldn't have been past learning experiences, then what would you have told your client? Then what? Then she's bad. That's insane. And that's not a service to anybody. Now, so we back up on the actual thing that we're looking at here. Borderline personality disorder, whatever you want to call it. Yes, it's a problem. Already years ago, they've been trying to remove this personality, whatever categorization, and they haven't come up with a good consensus yet. Fine, granted, it's a problem. Okay, the labeling is old, outdated. It doesn't capture what we're talking about. But the diagnostic category holds. Now, when we look at current research on CPTSD, which is, just to clarify for people, CPTSD stands for complex PTSD, or complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's a diagnosis that's been included in the ICD-11, which is the diagnostic manual for Europe, predominantly, and it's not been included in the DSM, which is the diagnostic manual for America. The research that exists today, as far as I'm aware, is that yes, we can use statistics to separate out these two categories of people to some degree with minor differences, but we can separate them out. But that does not translate into any differences in what's helpful in treatment. As far as the research is today, it's all obviously very new because this is a new diagnostic category, but there's not been established that a unique treatment category is needed. The only thing that's been established is things that actually repeat what we already know. So either traditional PTSD treatments like prolonged exposure or cognitive processing therapy, taking maybe a little longer for treatment, but the same approach, or a phased approach like how DBT does it with like establishment of like skills and affect regulation, and then a PTSD component, which is exactly what we talked about already. My biggest issue with the diagnosis, my biggest issue, and I already hinted at this, is that it is way too validating. Way too validating. I will not tell you the number of people come to me and said, "Oh, I was told that it's actually CPTSD. Now I'm good. Now I don't actually have to work on these things because it's my CPTSD. So now I have to," and basically the mindset is, now I'm going to be in endless trauma treatment to treat my trauma, which, just to also clarify, you can't treat trauma because trauma is an experience or set of experiences. It happened. I'm sorry it happened. I'm very sorry it happened. It's terrible that it happened. It shouldn't have happened. You can't make it not have happened. You can only treat the things that you're struggling with now as a result of what happened, which can look different for every single person. And you may fit in this group of people who present with this set of symptoms versus this. And guess what? None of us are so massively unique that we're going to present with something so crazy that nobody else has, even though it can feel that way at times. You're going to, respond in some ways that are similar to other people. Feel that that's okay. It's okay that your responses are your responses. Like you're normal in your responses, but deal with the responses instead of getting hooked on, well, it was trauma, therefore what? So that's where I get because it's way too validating. It massively further stigmatizes BPD and borderline personality disorder. It massively further stigmatizes that category and makes it that therefore I'm only kosher as long as I stay traumatized. I have to stay ill to justify my symptoms. And if I don't stay ill, then the perpetrator was okay. The person who harmed me was okay. And it's my fault for struggling. That's where people get really, really stuck. And I don't see that people really start to get towards the lives that they're looking to get to. So, and
so you're saying that people are comfortable owning the trauma diagnosis because it gives them permission or leeway or gets the rabbi off their back or something like that.
very like manipulative and intentional. I would say people like it because not people like it. Like, don't you want to be told that your symptoms are not your fault instead of a pathologizing model that says that your symptoms are your fault? Of course. And nobody's symptoms are their fault. We're all a result of our experiences, and we're all struggling with whatever we're struggling with because of us, like because of the lives that we've had and the situations and how we've responded to it. But that's not about fault. It's all normal. It all makes sense. And if you want to get better from that, if you want to lead a healthier life or a life that's more aligned with who you want to be, you have to own that. And that's really hard to own if the only way you can justify the struggles that you've had is because of your trauma. That is very sticking.
I'm curious, Shai, how do you hear that, and how does that mesh with?
I don't understand what I'm missing, because I love the passion here, but I'm not getting it. I'm sorry. Why would someone want to say that they were traumatized? I think that's who wants to say that they have trauma? In my experience, most people don't want to have trauma. They want to be okay. So like I must be missing something. I'm not getting it.
Right. Yeah. Not in my experience, people want to say that the reason that they're struggling with the things that they're struggling with are because of somebody else, because of the things that have happened to me. I'm like, they happened to me, so I can't control it, versus your problems are your fault. Like, get your act together. Why are you behaving this way? Or why are you this?
So a trauma diagnosis says this, you are like this because this happened to you. And a BPD diagnosis says you were born this way. It's your genetic makeup. So it's your fault. There's more.
I'm not hearing that it's your fault. How is that your fault if you were born this way? I'm not getting that.
Not that it's not that it's your fault.
The social stigma, I think, is what Kylie was talking about.
Like, there's something inherently wrong about you. There's something inherently about you that's wrong.
Right. So we both agree there's nothing inherently wrong with you. That we both agree on?
Yes.
We both agree that the reason why a person can be presenting with these symptoms is because they've been through a trauma. We both agree on that? And you'll say everyone. Okay, but I'm saying someone who's presenting this way, we both agree on that. So where are we disagreeing? That's what I'm not getting.
I don't know.
We've been agreeing? Okay, I thought we were disagreeing. So
Sorry, this is such an agreeable debate.
No, I thought I heard you say that.
No, I think the point that 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 might be bringing up, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that perhaps there is a leaning in the clinical world, in the therapeutic world, maybe even specifically in the frum community, but I'm not sure if you were implying that trauma, good, so meaning not that it's good to have to be traumatized or to have trauma, but that's okay. We get it. We'll support you through that. But if it's just, if we look at it just through the lens of BPD, then yeah.
That is not my experience at all in the frum world with trauma. Trauma is not something that we embrace. Trauma is something that we do not deal with. Trauma is out of this. Society itself doesn't deal with trauma. So I don't have this experience. In the frum world, we just want to say we all have trauma, and then everyone's so accepting. I find it to be the exact opposite, actually. Like, your trauma, I can't deal with you. That's crazy making, and you're just damaged goods. That's been my experience. That's why maybe I wasn't relating to this conversation so well.
Right. I think so. It's just interesting, and I think it's really worth highlighting. I'm taking notes as you're speaking with my little red pen, and some in blue and some in green. But I think that what's fascinating, what's coming out from this conversation, is that 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 and Shai both have the experience of clients coming in, or 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 seeing it indirectly through the collaterals around the client's life, who are stigmatizing them. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄's experience might be like, oh, if it was packaged in trauma, then maybe it would be kosher. But Shai is saying those packaged in trauma are also being stigmatized. Here we are, two clinicians coming at it from very different points of view, and are in pain because their clients are being marginalized. Yeah. And I think that is a very eye-opening and profound realization that we all have to look at, and hopefully the people listening, outside, however many people will be listening to watching this, will recognize, be mindful. People are a byproduct of their experiences. Nothing wrong with them. Give them a chance. Don't stigmatize. We're all a byproduct of our learning of our experiences.
Yeah. I hope there's a day that Klal Yisrael says, oh, trauma, you make sense. Come to my house, come to my table, come marry into my family. It's not your fault, that your family had to just have a marriage dissolve because somebody did some terrible things there. It's okay that there's a single family now. That's going to be fine with us. I hope we could take a moment to just pray, like really pray that our community is at that point. That sounds amazing. That is totally not where we're at. Like totally not.
Definitely not from the experience of our clients who are coming in and sharing their experience.
In fact, they're getting the exact opposite messages, that it is their fault that it's like this, and they're the problem, and absolutely.
Yeah. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, thoughts?
I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying that every person who grew up with a divorced family is going to have the easiest time in shidduchim, depending on a million other factors. But I do think that there's a very big world of difference between a person having an active mental health disorder versus a person identifying as somebody who's been through a traumatic experience.
Right. And again, I think what we're both hearing is that both of those people are feeling marginalized, and yeah, I'd like to hear a little bit more, 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, about this conceptualization of seeing trauma, over validating trauma. I'm wondering if you can give us maybe even a case example of how that played out clinically, because one of the things that we do is we validate, at least clinically, clinicians are going to validate people's experience. So this idea of over validation, I want to hear a little bit more so that people out there, and maybe we could talk about, could hear about it and we could talk about it a little bit more. Validation is key until that safety is experienced. So where does the over validation come in?
Yeah. So the person I'm thinking of did not meet criteria for PTSD, did not actually need, from my perspective, any kind of PTSD focused treatment. They came in with some emotion dysregulation and some OCD. And we started with this frame of let's establish some more stability. Now, as we started doing that, past therapy experiences kept getting raised of well, the reason I struggle with that is because, my mother and then the story. And what I kept redirecting for at that stage was okay, we'll get there, but now let's focus on what you want to focus on first. Let's get that down, because she was really motivated to work towards the OCD stuff. So we worked on that. That got down within, let's say 3 months, I would say. And then we were able to focus on the OCD stuff, which I would say maybe was another 3 to 6 months. And that really calmed down as well. Once those things calmed down, that's when more of the well, the reason I have this is because my mother did these crazy things, because my father, and the language around it was so awful. A lot of, and what I mean by that is that the language was very, I call it, and this is how I explain it to clients, non-specific and likely to make you more upset and more stuck. So the way that we often talk about issues, he was so narcissistic, you won't believe, I can tell you 100 examples how my father prioritized himself. He's so narcissistic. He's a terrible person. I don't want my kids to be exposed to that. Let's say language like that. That leaves you very stuck and very unable to figure out to actually work towards the things that you've been starting to tell me about, which is that you want to figure out how to handle an adult relationship with your parents and your siblings, given the things that have happened. I want to help you figure that stuff out. But it's going to be really, really hard to do if you keep on thinking of them in these terms, because there's so much anger to this storyline that's going to keep you very miserable. And then could tell a lot of stories about how terrible her mother was. And what we have to stop with each story and each example is, that's awful. I'm so sorry your mother did that. That's terrible. And that, therefore what? And that happened. But if you keep talking to yourself in this story, in this way, in this kind of language of talking about she's so unstable, she's so unwell, there's something seriously sick about her. When you keep talking that way in your head, you are going to feel a lot of intense emotions about that, because it's language that fuels that emotional response. It's not happening right now. And you get to, as an adult who's not going through that right now, decide based on what's actually going on right now, what you want to do about that. And the client did eventually get to a place where she was able to decide, okay, this is who my parents are, and this is how I feel about the past. And I therefore want to do X, Y, Z. And that can also change. I can change about those feelings, right? I can get new information. We could do a Shabbos together and I could be like, okay, that is not acceptable. I'm going to now say something, or I'm going to not invite them back for, or whatever it's going to be, right? I can decide what I want to do about that, but I am not trapped by, and the reason I'm bringing up that, the reason that case came up to my mind was because I could see this easily have going the direction of, and I think that is what she had historically experienced in other therapy experiences based on what she had shared with me, that there was a lot of air given to, air, I mean like a lot of like space in treatment given to like working through all these stories of how horrible her parents had been. And so there was a lot, like when we first started working together, she would use words like they were abusive, they were crazy, they're really sick people, you know, they're clearly mentally ill. And that kind of language, like by the end of the first year of working together, that was a completely different, my father will like parent my kids, and in a way that is like dismissive, and I don't want my kids hearing that. And so I'm going to either like try to explain to him why that's not okay. And if that's not going to work, then we're going to have to limit that. Great. You can do that. You can do that. And you can like step into owning that you want to do that. You want to try to have this relationship, and you're aware of things that are not acceptable to you. Perfect. But we were able to focus on the treatment that actually moved her forward in her own goals and her own things that she wanted in her life, that didn't get distracted by the validation of the over validation of the trauma. Okay. I've seen that like just so many times. So I'll leave. Hopefully the story captured it.
Yeah. Right. Okay. That definitely paints a picture.
Let's talk about what we agree on again, which is that somebody like staying in, I assume 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄 meant like this angry, like state of like, this is not okay, you know, like they're not okay. And I'm like staying in that angry pattern, I don't know, emotion, whatever that experience. I agree that that's definitely not like what therapy should be about at all whatsoever. The only reason why we might frame something that way is just to understand the imprint that left on the nervous system. So it's less about the stories themselves, the details of the stories, who we're pointing a finger at. That's all like very much a side point. And it's not really a side point, but I mean, in terms of therapy, it's a very real experience. It's a main point. But in terms of therapy, that experience left an imprint on your nervous system that is resulting in you adapting in a bunch of ways. One of those ways might be in therapy, you now have this part of you that needs to just blame your parents and not focus on how you feel. That might be a survival adaptation. So I could choose to say, well, don't talk that way. That just fuels your emotions, which is kind of what the way their parents talk to them. Don't be this way, be that way. I'm not going to do something like that. I'm staying far away from something like that. I would rather go and slow them down and say like, hey, I'm noticing there's a part of you that's really focused on how bad your parents were. They have all kinds of like assessments that are going on, judgments. It's coming up in all of our sessions. I'm really wondering what the role of that is here. Like, what would happen if that part that needs to do that, like, kind of like gave you a little space just to see how you feel about all these stories that you've told me, right? And now we can start to meet the part of them that actually was wounded and to give it the care that it didn't get and compassion that it didn't get. And maybe that part of them doesn't have to do that job anymore. And I could honor the job that it's doing, and it can be in our sessions. If it needs to come in at any time, it can come. But let's understand what the role of it is, because it's an adaptation. It's a symptom. It's helping the clients stay disconnected from themselves. It's too scary to go into the imprint of the nervous system. So they're going to keep that alive. So my approach would be to really just honor the whole experience, accept them in their whole experience, And also really try to like, okay, and then what? And then what? And who was that one that got hurt by that parent? And where is she now? And what does she feel towards that parent? What happens when you go to your family and your father is parenting the way that you parented? Who's getting activated? Who's the one that's showing up there and getting dysregulated or whatever? That's the part of you that probably has been wounded. So let's see what we could do to help her. So I would try to get her to the same place of like, how do we build the safety inside so that we can actually feel much, much better and also be connected to your whole self, because that's wholesomeness. And trauma is a fragmentation. And rather than keep these things fragmented, I want to bring cohesion, integration, and that's what brings the nervous system to regulate. When it's no longer fragmented, when we're able to integrate these experiences, that's regulation. So that's all I would say for that piece. And I totally agree that we don't want to keep a client stuck in this like intense emotional, like their fault. I would definitely slow it down and say, I'm noticing that. Tell me about that. What is that all about?
Mm-hmm. I love that. I love that we can both agree on so many things. It's really, it's you know, it really highlights, you know, where the differences are, and they're not as far apart as one may think. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, if you could give a message out there to people who may be watching, whether they're thinking about going into therapy or maybe they already are, or they've had some kind of experience, or maybe they feel marginalized in some kind of way, what would be a message that you would like for them to hear?
I would love for people to hear that no matter what you've been through, and no matter what Shidduchim says or whatever is going on, experiences are experiences. We all go through experiences that are varying levels of insane. So, you know, you're not damaged in any way or special in your special in your badness, if that makes sense. Like, there's nothing worse about you for going through what you went through, and you have like total capacity to build for yourself the life you want. I know that can feel confusing, that can feel impossible, but it is absolutely possible. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying it is possible. And sometimes figuring out what that is really, really tricky. That can be okay. But just know that it is very much attainable.
Thank you. Shaya?
I'm taking that in. It's so heartwarming.
Yeah, so like I feel so good just to hear those words and that tone. Really special. Thank you.
I'm like literally like just imagining those words entering anyone watching and like soothing, you know? Beautiful. So I would say, if I could say a few things, I think I want to speak to a lot of what we spoke about, and then if I could just maybe just extend it into how people might be experiencing therapy and close out like that. I think that if there's one thing that I would want humans, beautiful, incredible, amazing humans, to take from this conversation, it's that what we call symptoms and evidence literature and stuff like that is not a defect. It's not something that's wrong with you. It's a survival adaptation that your nervous system had to do. And it's so loyal to you, like incredibly loyal to you, how it's got you to be able to get to where you are right now and to survive because you're precious. That's why. Because the nervous system, the brain, they know you have a neshama. It's pure. It's incredible. And they're going to find ways to protect you from getting that hurt again. And that's like, you know, the Sefer Torah goes behind, like, we have the curtain, and then we have the doors, and then we have the silver, and then we have the thing, and then we have the belt. There's layers and layers and layers and layers of protection, and they all don't need to go away. They don't need to go away. They actually protect something very, very precious. What we're looking to do is to see, do they need to? Sometimes we take out the Torah to read from it because it's beautiful. And we have to take away the protection. There's a time, there's a place that, and it could be unifying and connecting, right? So that's what we're doing in therapy, is not pathologizing and saying you can't be this way. Actually, you need to be this way because you're precious. But there's an extreme role that it's doing right now where it's stuck or at a past time, a past place, and it's still doing what it had to do, but it hasn't gotten updated. And that update and will help you feel more connection, more love, which these words could be terrifying to you right now, and I totally want to validate that. But there's such a thing as love, connection, safety. It's a real thing. It's really real. It's real. It's a real thing. And you don't have to spend your life coping mechanisms with that I had to form with trauma. I could actually rewire the connections and regulation where I now have so much more choice. Do I need to be protected right now? Can I engage in this experience, even if it's difficult or hard or challenging? Can I do that? So that's definitely what I want to say, is make sure that we know that we're not broken and we're adapted, and that all of this can change. I would also want to say that, unfortunately, this is no client's fault, but because of a lot of politics, this diagnosis of CPTSD is still not in the DSM. And therefore, not enough clinicians know about this. They're still going to try to link it with PTSD, and that's what we're going to try to do. But the treatment's completely different. And because of that, there's not enough training and not enough research and not enough funding. There's even a modality that is a CBT-esque modality that's a bottom-up type of therapy, which goes into the nervous system, that it took 10 years to get funding on. 10 years, even though it's like CBT-ish, because it's very hard to measure human beings and capacity and complex cases. Clients who have dissociation, which is very common in CPTSD, many clients don't even know that they're dissociated, and there's many forms of dissociation. It's not just derealization and depersonalization where you're out of your body or you're watching yourself. Many, many, many forms. One of them is an example that we gave before of my parents are this and my parents are that. It's a form of keeping me awake. And those cases don't get into research studies because they're too complicated and they're too complex, right? And it's very, very hard to study. So I would just want to say that, I want to honor the experiences. I want to say that everyone's trying their best, but not enough people know about this stuff. And research is biased. They only study things that they want to study for a reason. If they study CPTSD, they're going to find that a whole lot of other diagnoses in the DSM are no longer relevant. A lot of medications that a lot of people make a lot of money on are no longer going to be something that we can classify as treating that. And it's also not going to be short-term treatment. Nobody says that CPTSD is short-term treatment unless you link it to PTSD. So there's a bias that we want to link CPTSD to PTSD so that we could get you in short-term treatment. But if you look at the research that is out there, there is some research out there. They've actually been trying to research this since the 1990s, but of course they won't get funding because who's going to fund it, right? But you will find that the treatment takes many, many years for a lot of clients. Who's going to want to fund that? Oh yeah, go stay in mental health treatment for many, many years. So we'd rather simplify it into symptoms and symptom reduction rather than quality of life and look at it as a different type of diagnosis. That's not, avoidance. Oh, you have avoidance. No. I don't just have avoidance. I have a whole lack of inherent safety and worthlessness that I'm dealing with. Go ahead and measure that. People are not mice. They're not rats. They're very complex and they're complicated. And to study CPTSD is brutally difficult. And even though they are studying it, it's not something that's going to be so clear-cut, and it's complicated and complex. So they're not studying it for a reason.
I just wanted to add that CPTSD, as far as I'm understanding, is not included in the DSM for political reasons. It's not included because the research is not yet supporting the diagnosis, even standing on its own, and certainly for clinical utility, which is all things that they look extensively into. So I do think that's important just to clarify that it is a complicated issue. The PTSD field and the BPD field are very robust fields with a lot of research in how we assess, how we understand, how we treat. And so all those things get massive consideration. And so wouldn't want to oversimplify that.
And I want to thank Amudim for giving us a platform to talk about this in an honest way, where people could finally feel oh wait, I make sense. wait, so when I go to therapy and I can't talk, and my therapist is like, how am I going to help you if you don't talk? There's actually nothing wrong with me, even though they're the professional and I need them. Yeah, like maybe you're in a freeze and maybe your system collapsed because you're triggered by this relationship. So to me, you're coming to therapy at full capacity. You're at full capacity. You just walking in the door is full capacity. And don't believe what they train therapists that they shouldn't work harder than their clients. We're not buying into that. Therapists should work very, very hard to help you feel safe because you don't know how to do it yourself. And they're going to do that. And just lastly, in the same way, therapists are not so special. Can I just put this out there? I'm sorry. We're special because we're humans, but we're not like more special than somebody else because we're not healers. We're not here to we do something that makes you get better. What we actually do is just set up the conditions that your body does for itself, right? So in the same way that you get a cut or some kind of wound, as long as we don't get in the way, like suddenly your body knows how to get rid of this infection or whatever, and whatever it's called, heal the scars and whatever. Like emotions are the same thing, just you had no safety to access the parts of you that could actually help yourself. So the therapist's job is to be that safe, grounded, anchored, regulated presence to allow the natural way that you are, that you're bigger than yourself, you're connected to God, you're connected to a whole lot of things that are not traumatized. They're not. You just have no access to it, and the therapist just helps you get access to it. So I know it's like a thing, when we're young, we want our parents to be like these perfect people, and like that we go through that stage in development. Your therapist, we got issues. Don't worry. That's my closing statement.
Thank you, Shaya.
Yeah.
Thank you, 𝐂𝐈𝐕𝐄. This was so informative, interesting. I feel like people out there heard two really different perspectives, but in some ways not so different. And I think people are going to gravitate to what pulls them more, what resonates more with their inner world, with their experience, with their process, maybe even where they're up to. Maybe they'll start here and then continue there. So thank you. Thank you for being so clear, informative, and Mirza Hashem will be able to help people along in this process just by having these kinds of dialogues together. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone out there who's watching.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, welcome to Unite to Heal, which is Amudim's annual event, bringing people from all around the world to speak about strength, unity, and healing. And who better to do it with than the two gentlemen sitting with me now. We have Tamir Goodman. You're known as the Jewish Jordan. You chose your faith over your fame, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. We have Bruce Pearl, coach, entrepreneur, speaker. I mean, there's so many titles we could give you. Before we get into it, I want you each to take a moment to tell the viewers a little bit about your background and kind of how you've adopted the nickname Jewish Jordan, how your claim to fame came about, and why you've chosen to speak up for the Jewish people, because both of you have been so inspiring, especially through the most challenging times. So thank you all for being here.
It's great to be with you, Emily. Thanks.
Tamir, let's start with you.
Okay, my name is Tamir. I'm originally from Baltimore, Maryland, and at a young age I fell in love with basketball, and I got a crazy idea of becoming the first person to get a Division I scholarship and a professional contract without playing on Shabbat. Thank God I had the support of my family and my coach, And by the time I was in 11th grade, I was ranked the 25th best player in the country, and ultimately got a scholarship offer from the University of Maryland. I originally committed to Maryland, hoping that everything would work out and I wouldn't have to play on Shabbat. They originally said they would try to accommodate me. But as time came closer, saw that it wasn't going to work. So Towson University called me and they managed to change the schedule for me.
Wow.
And I got to be the first person to play Division I basketball on a full scholarship, and then went over to Israel to play professionally.
We'll get into why next, Bruce.
Let's see. I'm a Jewish basketball coach, one of 3 who played in this year's Final Four. John Shire from Duke, Todd Golden, who won the national championship at Florida, and myself. I've always kind of worn it on my sleeve, you know, kind of growing up as an athlete and competing against other kids. Didn't really care what color you were. Didn't care, you know, what temple or synagogue you went to. Could we stay on the floor and would you pass me the ball and could we win? And we didn't really care, but our parents cared and our grandparents cared. And I noticed that. And then at the same time, God's got this plan for me to be a coach and bring people together. And I'm watching color and religion and all kinds of different factors divide us and separate us. And it just bothered me to my core. So I've kind of tried to live my life with my faith just out there for everybody to see, break down stereotypes, and try to find a way to be the best possible Jewish person I could be and be an example, which is what my family, I think, would have expected me to do. And break down those stereotypes just one relationship at a time.
Well, I can say you've both been incredible examples. As 2 people who've been on the court and now both off the court, do you feel that there's that separation where, you know, ideally everyone wants there to be one language only, which is basketball. But today, like you just mentioned, Bruce, there's so much politics that gets, you know, brought into it and it tears people apart. But do you feel like today there is that separation? Tamir, we'll start with you.
I think there definitely is separation just because the way the world is going right now. But I'll just share one quick story, which was one time I was playing in college against an SEC school down south, and fans were all over me, making fun of my kippah during the game. And I didn't say anything to them or the referees or the crowd. I just let my game do the talking. And because that's the way I was raised, that's, you know, my father taught me. But after the game, I was trying to get on the bus and the fans were blocking me from getting on the bus. And I was a little bit nervous at first. And I was thinking, like, why are you guys here? You were making fun of me all game long for wearing my kippah. You know, what's going on now? And then the guy just surprised me. He's like, on behalf of everybody here, we just want to shake your hand because even though we were on you all night, you didn't take that hat off your head. So congratulations. So I think, like, the message now more than ever is to let our game do the talking. Keep being positive, keep being great, keep doing what we do. And usually that will be the best way to, like, inspire others and break down some of the hate.
Would you agree with that?
Well, I'm glad to hear the ending of that story because I've spent so much of my career in the South, and I have found that the evangelical Christian community has been, you know, so welcoming to me. I'm almost a rock star because, you know, the 2 most popular Jews in Alabama are me and Jesus, right? And I say that all the time. And so, yeah, I would think, Tamir, that originally you may have thought it might have been something to do with anti-Semitism, but it was just them giving you a hard time because you were maybe a little bit different, but they had respect for your game. And you know what? In many ways, they actually had respect because the evangelical Christian community embraces the Jewish roots of their faith. And they recognize that 12 Jewish men died horrific deaths, bringing Christianity to the world. And we must continue to remind them of that because there are others that would love to replace Jerusalem with the church only.
Both of you have made really tough decisions. But let's just say decisions the world would have not wanted you to make. How did you guys block the noise out?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think for me, it was the way that I grew up. My Savta, my grandmother, was a Holocaust survivor. She survived 2 concentration camps. Even though she lived in Israel, she would come spend 6 months out of the year with us in Baltimore. So I knew what she had gone through. I know the sacrifices that she made for Judaism. And I knew that, like, I wanted to honor her and respect her. And when I had to make tough decisions about playing on Shabbat or not playing on Shabbat, having her around made it much easier for me.
And yours brought a lot of public scrutiny. I'm sure there was things in private that many of us didn't see. How did you block out the noise?
Well, I get so much just shut up and coach, right, stuff. And for me, it's not political. It's survival. I'm just trying to teach the truth, the biblical truths, the historical truths, the realities on the ground right now facing the Jewish people and our brothers and sisters in the state of Israel. I can't take it on and take it off. This is who I am. This is my identity. And when you hire a Jewish basketball coach, this is what you get, all of it. I don't think that places like Tennessee or Auburn were expecting me to take the profile that I've taken and be in the middle of the NCAA tournament and tell our viewers the story of Purim and how, Mordechai, which is my Hebrew name, spoke to Esther and said, look, if you don't get the king to not listen to Haman, this is going to be the first Holocaust right now, and told that story years ago. And then, of course, last year when Idan Alexander was still being held hostage in Gaza, I asked my players, I said, guys, would you mind terribly if I started off? I said, look, we're going to the Sweet 16. I feel God's blessed us. He's given us this platform, and it's not just to talk about Michigan State in the next round. We have an American held hostage right now. His name is Idan Alexander. Would you guys mind if I spoke his name? Like, coach, absolutely not. Go. And so getting the support from my players to fight for an American held hostage when they knew millions of people that may not even know the story might be watching, and they were okay with it, which I thought was really cool.
I want to pause for a moment. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you guys met in Israel? I know you brought Auburn to Israel, and I'm sure you had something to do with it.
Yeah, well, he has something to do with everything involving Israel and sports, right?
Go ahead, Coach.
Well, Tamir, I'll tell the story because, I'm bringing Auburn to Israel. I'm doing it. I've raised money. I'm doing it. And I've never entered the world of Jewish philanthropy, but I know it exists and I know it's big. And Tamir gets wind. I think I probably had called him, reached out to him. We had not really met, but we knew of each other, of course. He said, I got the guy for you. And the guy was a guy named Daniel Posner from New York who started Athletes for Israel. And sure enough, I called Daniel and said, look, Daniel, I'm going. I don't need you to send us, but boy, we sure could use some help because it's expensive and so on and so forth. We jump in. And so I credit Tamir with connecting me with the folks at Athletes for Israel. And since then, we've done really great things together.
So how have your students received kind of the information you're giving them? Because I'm positive if you were not there to feed them this knowledge, I don't think they're getting it at Auburn.
Right. First of all, when you're going to talk about Israel, you don't need to do much pre-work as far as teaching and talking. The trip does it all for itself. They get off the plane, you take them to the beaches of Tel Aviv, they see all these beautiful, they see all that flesh, they see these beautiful people, different colors and the diversity. My God, coach, they're as dark as I am, right? Stuff like that. And so it just breaks down stereotypes. I want to make better Christians of my Christian players. I do. I'm not trying to get anybody to convert to Christianity, but if you're going to be Christian, I want you to walk where Jesus walked. Right. I want you to be baptized where John baptized Jesus, so on and so forth. And again, that's my way of I think Jerusalem can unite us.
I agree.
Instead, some people want to divide us. And through sports and through those trips and visiting, and the proof of the pudding is I have 5 kids right now that played for me at Auburn that are playing professionally right now in Israel.
Oh, amazing. Wow. I'm sure you know them.
Yeah, they're doing great.
There's a hand everywhere.
Doing great, and I want to congratulate Coach. I mean, it is just unbelievable what you have done. And I think that sports has proven itself as the greatest platform to do all of this. And your leadership has been amazing, and it's just incredible to see. And I'm so proud of you and love you too.
Love you, brother. Thank you.
I'm proud of the both of you. You guys are both incredible. And as a sports fan, I'll add, I'm not on the court or off the court. I'm on the camera, outside the arena. But as a sports fan, it's so reassuring to know that you have people in your corner. We were just chatting about this off camera. But, it gets isolating to be kind of in the minority, especially in an issue that's so public and so personal. Like you said, it's about survival. And then when we go on our phones and we see the Jewish Jordan and we see Coach Pearl, we're like, okay, we're not alone. So thank you both for that.
Well, Emily, how do you put up with, because you get criticized, everybody knows that you're a great Zionist and you love this country first and you love your ancestral Jewish homeland, but you get a lot of criticism. And I bet there have been a lot of opportunities professionally that you've missed on because you're so loud and proud about your Judaism.
Well, I like you as the interviewer, Bruce. Listen, it's nothing that us here, we have not experienced. I mean, the truth is the attacks, I'm sure we can all relate, but the attacks towards me, they've never actually been personal. They've never been, oh, you look a funny way, or your parents are this, or your family. It's always made up lies. So my thing is, if you need a lie to insult me, you don't really have a base for your claim, so I can't take that personal. The newest rumor is that I'm a honeypot for the Mossad. So I just laugh at it. Like, to me, it's like you're reaching so far to try to hate me. Like, just admit you don't hate me. You might hate what I believe in, but it's not that personal. But Tamir, I want to ask you, you've been through a lot in your career, ups, downs, and outside of your career. What was a moment that you felt like your faith was really being tested?
Yeah, I would say two really hard moments for me were, number one, when my original coach who brought me to Towson got fired, and they brought in a new coach who was not accommodating to me. That was number one. And number two was suffering a knee injury, a career-ending injury at such a young age when I thought I'd play professionally for at least another 10 years. But you know, it boils down to support. You know, I have been blessed with the most amazing wife. And another thing is my coach. My coach, if you look at like the movie Rocky, like Mickey or like Karate Kid, and he had Mr. Miyagi. So I've had that. My coach has raised me since age 6. I'm almost 44. So I've always had, the Torah tells us, make for yourself a mentor, because it allows you to overcome really hard, challenging situations. And that's why I love Amudim. That's why I love this organization, because many kids don't have that. What if they don't have a coach? But Amudim makes it possible that they could call people and bring in the right people and save the kids when they're going through challenging situations. So I'm thankful for the support I had in my life. It allowed me to overcome the challenging situations. And I'm thankful for Amudim and their work for helping the kids and people that may not have that in their lives.
Coach, what was a moment that really challenged your faith?
Well, I got fired at Tennessee. And Tennessee did not need bail on me, but they did. The NCAA. I made some mistakes, but we could have gotten through it. But they were pretty devious in some of the ways they went at it. But what I didn't know at the time was God had a plan, like truly had a plan. I had a career-ending knee injury, but I was 15 years old and I was the best athlete in town. God took that away from me, said, no, I got something else for you. Got something else for you too, Tamir. It's interesting that we both share that. If I don't fall at Tennessee, I don't have an opportunity to recover at Auburn. And what Auburn did for me and for my family and for my career, it let me rewrite what it was. I don't want to say a checkered past, but certainly I had my comings and goings. Everything at Auburn's been just wonderful. And so now I'm looked at as, at the time, one of the best coaches in college basketball. If Auburn didn't give me that opportunity, if I didn't fail, I may not have learned. And so I think a lot of it has to do with just faith, allowed me to get through it and then recognizing God's got this.
I agree with that. I love that story, both of you. I want to talk about Israel now, not in a political sense, but in a personal sense. Like, what does Israel mean to you? Tamir, I mean, you live there, so we'll start with you.
Yeah, Israel is everything to me. I really wanted to prove to the world that I could knock that door down and play Division I without playing on Shabbat. And after I did that, I got the call from Coach David Blatt, who was the first Israeli to ever coach in the NBA. And he said, you know, what do you think about making Aliyah and playing in Israel? And I said, Coach, that would make me so happy. I just have two clauses. I'm not going to play on Shabbat. And number two, they were going to give me an apartment as part of the package as a basketball player, but my Safta, my Holocaust survivor grandmother, was still alive. And I said I'd rather live with her, and they let me. So I thank God that I got to live and play professionally in Israel, and that my grandmother, who survived 2 concentration camps, lived long enough to also raise my kids in Israel. And Israel's everything for me, and forever grateful, you know. Yeah.
The Jewish moms watching this are loving it right now. What about you?
So I'm 7 years old. It's 1967. My papa, who spoke broken English but spoke Yiddish all the time in the house, never saw him watching TV. And this one night he's watching television and he's got tears in his eyes. Like, Papa, what's wrong? Puts me on his lap and tells me about what's going on. It was, of course, the 6-Day War. And I said, well, Papa, why are you watching the TV? He said, well, I'm afraid to go to sleep because I'm afraid that when I wake up, Israel won't be there. And then he goes on to tell me that in 1929, at 11 years old, he immigrated to the United States of America with his 3 younger siblings, my Auntie Shirley, my Auntie Claire, my Uncle Harold was an infant. This country saved my family's life, and he wanted me to understand that. He became a citizen when he was 32 years old. But the story he told me about Israel was that had Israel been a state sooner, and I don't think he knew enough about Zionism and knew it was an option, that maybe it would have been a little less expensive trip, and maybe more of his family could have been saved, because he always sort of felt guilty that why did I get to come over here on that boat? And so many of his family had to stay, die in the pogroms and die in the Holocaust. So he made sure that I understood 2 things: to love this country because it saved our family, and to recognize the importance of the state of Israel.
It's beautiful. In this country, it's getting, let's say, challenging to be visibly and proudly Jewish. Where do you kind of draw the line, or do you even draw that line?
Oh, there's no line. There's no line. What you see is what you get. I'm just really proud of our people. And I tell our, I helped found the Jewish Coach Association. And I say to our coaches there during every Final Four, I said, we got a responsibility. Yeah, we've got to be better. We've got to be kinder. We got to be more patient. We got to be that mensch and that coach and that mentor that we're talking about here. And when you stop and think, Tamir, Emily, who is somebody that can speak to you, somebody you trust, somebody you know really cares about you? Are they Jewish? They might be. All I'm saying is we got to stop apologizing for being Jewish. We should be proud of it. We're hardworking people that have had to overcome a lot. And look at us. We're still here in spite of all the odds. And so that's kind of my message. Rather than apologizing for it, well, I'm proud of it. Get you some of this.
Tamir, you work with so many very young athletes, and you teach them about both faith and basketball on the court and off the court. What message do you want them to resonate with when you're, I know you're never done with the students, but if they could take away one message from you, what do you want them to know?
Yeah, very similar to what Coach said. When October 7th happened, we were frozen. Everybody in Israel was absolutely frozen. And about 24 hours later, my basketball mindset kicked in, and I said, Hamas is not only trying to kill us, they're trying to break our spirit and our happiness and our Judaism. And I said, we can't let this happen. And I don't know where I got the courage. I just posted on my social media, basketball meets terror. Basketball beats terror. We're going to meet at the basketball court at 1:00 today. And it's near a bomb shelter. God forbid if we need, there was a big bomb shelter right near the court in Jerusalem. And over 100 kids showed up. And a grandmother showed up. She just wanted to see kids living again. And my message to the kids were, we can't let them break our spirit. We're not a nation of billions of people. We're a small nation, but like Coach said, we live it to the fullest. We work hard, and we don't let anybody break our spirit. And there's even a tradition for this, because when we go to shul, we don't count how many people there are. You're not supposed to count, is there exactly 10 people for a minyan? Because that's not our skill set. We're not big numbers people. We don't have billions of people. That's not who we are. But what we are is we're a small nation, and we work hard, and we have great spirit, and we're happy, and we're positive, and we try to do good. And that's who we are, and that's what I try to teach the kids.
Amen. How do you bring Judaism into your leadership style?
Well, I think that by definition, rabbi is teacher. And so I think your best coaches are your best teachers. And so how you teach, it's not just about the what, it's about the why. And if my guys understand why we're doing something and why this has a chance to work and why we train the way we train, bring them in, make them part of the solution, not part of the problem. So honestly, I think being Jewish, and being a teacher and a preacher and trying to emulate what the rabbis would do and study, and have some discipline and hold people accountable and some of the things that, that we're raised with, is what's made me a good coach.
What Jewish values do you see that maybe correspond with something biblical that you bring into your teaching values?
Yeah, I agree with what Coach said. And I also think that faith allows you to release a lot of anxiety. Okay? Because God sees past, present, and future. And our mind can't really process that. And oftentimes we get so stuck, especially basketball players. We lost a game. We have an injury, shots not falling, whatever it is. And Judaism teaches us that there's a bigger picture out there. And we have to focus on what we can focus and release all the stress that we can't focus and just keep moving forward. And I think that's a great message of Judaism that really helps in basketball as well.
You know, I think that the thing that I would add to that is so true, Tamir, is, you know, loving your God and loving your neighbor, right? A couple of the first commandments, right? So at Auburn, you know, we were doing this all year long. After we'd banged a big shot or dunked the ball, was calling God. We're giving God the glory and victory and defeat. There's a lot to it. But we're not going to go out there and be late for class. We're not going to go out there and be jealous of another man's success. We're not going to treat women this way. We're not going to be the last guys to leave the bar if we're going to do this. Okay, so it gave me an opportunity to sort of teach along those lines. And then the love your neighbor thing is all about making sacrifices. It's all about understanding that when we as a team are successful, you as an individual can benefit far more than if you as an individual successful, but the team fails. Every great society, every great state, every great team has that. You know, we're a makeup of our parts. And so be a good neighbor. Be an unbelievable teammate.
Yeah,
and we got a fighting chance.
You're as strong as your weakest link.
That's true.
That's how it goes.
There's also a secret, you know, message in basketball too. The screener is actually always open. Like if I set a screen for you to get open, I'm actually always open too. So you never lose out by being there for your teammate and your friend.
And then if you screen the screener, you can even be more open.
Exactly.
I'll share a quote. I think you're both going to love it. Honestly, I hope it's true because I constantly quote this. Someone claimed they visited the Rebbe. You know, I live like 15 minutes from the Rebbe's grave, so I go very, very frequently, and I'm very lucky to live that close. So I'm very inspired by him. And apparently there was a student who was debating. He was a very successful engineering student, and he wanted to leave and move to Israel and study Torah all day. And he visited the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said, instead of leaving your career to advance your Judaism, bring your Judaism into your career and spread it. And I took that so to heart because I find that we all kind of struggle with that. Like, how do we balance both of it? And I think what the Rebbe said was so perfect because you can have both. You can bring your religion into your teaching and you can spread it so positively, and you both have been doing that. Let's be optimistic now. You guys have both been. I'm not. But when we look forward, right? You live in Israel. We're kind of speculating from the outside. We're seeing moments of unity now with the hostages coming home. We're still seeing, you know, attacks and fear. What gives you hope?
What gives me hope is our tradition. We've been through so much, like Coach said, and we're still here and we're not going anywhere. And Am Yisrael Chai, like that message got us through all the pogroms, the Holocaust and everything. It's not going to fail us now. We still got the same mission statement and we got the same faith and the same skill set, and we're going to make it happen. But like Coach said, now we have Israel. We have Israel, and we're living in really, really special times, and we have only confidence and only faith that everything's going to work out better than we could even imagine.
Amen.
You know, I think what gives me hope is our young people. I think the youngest generations in the state of Israel are really a special group. They're brilliant, they're hardworking, they're nationalists, they love their country, they're grateful. You know, the United States is going to celebrate 250 years, and it's going to be a very wonderful patriotic moment. But don't you sometimes wish you could turn the hands of time on that clock back to when people really were willing to give their life for their country? America was that. Okay. I don't think our young people feel that way anymore. It's too much about what's for me and why don't I have this and why can't I have that? Whereas I think in Israel, you've got young people that are willing to give their lives for their country and for their neighbors and for their friends. And that is a very, very special, unique thing. And so that, you know, those young people and their courage, their toughness, and also the fact that I think they're learning from history in the sense that while we want peace in the region, we also recognize the only way we can have it is to be strong. We have to be economically strong. We have to be militarily strong. We can't be so politically foolish to divide ourselves and have ourselves be vulnerable again, because when that happens, the enemy will seek to destroy us.
That's very true.
Just share one personal thing that I've never really shared, but when Israel contacted me about coming to this event, he asked me a couple of questions, and I said, well, I got to get right back to you. It's my son's draft day in the Army when he originally reached out to me. My son was all set to come play basketball here in America, and he actually postponed that to go serve. This is a kid that his whole life is just basketball, like Coach was saying. And then when Israel called, when, you know, the flag of Israel called and said, we need you to serve, he put that ahead of basketball, his favorite thing in the world at only age 18. And I'm talking to him, you know, he's down near Gaza now and he's on base. And I'm just so inspired by him that, like, he had the opportunity. He loves the game more than anything else. And yet he chose to do that first. And I salute him. I can't believe it.
Kol hakavod. I'm not surprised. I mean, he's your son. What do you expect? One of the things that Amudim does very well is trying to remove like a negative stigma away from mental health. For some reason, I think culturally there's just this taboo thing. You can't talk about mental health. Why do you feel like today that's more important than ever?
Yeah, I think there's a stronger awareness more than ever, especially when we were younger, especially in the sports world. We only knew one thing: persevere, overcome, you know, and just keep going. But now we're realizing, like, that's not always the healthiest way. Kids have to be able to communicate. You have to be able to understand what's going on in their brain and in their heart and in their soul. And I think that's what makes Amudim so magical, because in order for people to reach their potential, especially kids, we have to take away the stigma from all these things. And it's not only enhancing lives, what Amudim is, it's saving lives. Because the kids that don't get the right help at the right time, it could be really, really detrimental and really bad. I don't even want to say it. So thank you to Amudim for your amazing work.
Well, I want to dig a little bit deeper. Tamir, you often speak about how when you had to leave basketball, like you felt like you lost your identity. You had to rebuild everything. I mean, that must have been really tough on you mentally.
It was so hard. Actually, it went out really badly because I went in my locker, Emily, and they already signed another player even before I got a chance to get my stuff out. So it can't really, for a basketball player, get any worse than that. But I called my wife from the locker room and told her what happened, and I'm like done.
How old were you when you got married?
21.
Wow.
Yeah. And she goes like this. She said the most magical thing in the world to me. She said, don't worry about it. You're going to be doing the same thing, but you're just going to be wearing a different uniform. And that was the most magical thing. And I think like that's what Amudim is telling these kids. There are a lot of challenges, but that doesn't define who you are. You have a soul and you have a purpose, and we're going to help you get to your mission in life.
And Bruce, you help students every day with setbacks, challenges, bad games, sometimes bad mental health. How do you rebuild their confidence?
Well, I've got to see something, and then sometimes they don't see it themselves. I've got to be more patient than their parents, because there's a lot of pressure coming from home, parents living vicariously through their children. And, you know, in athletics and sports, we train physically, but we really don't train mentally. The great ones have what we call it. You can't explain it. Sometimes you can't teach it, but you know it when you see it. And a lot of times that it is the feel and the ability to be able to, you know, adversity, it reveals character. So it doesn't just build it. So I want to put my guys through adverse situations and experiences so that they don't panic when things don't go perfectly. You know, we're down. We got a chance to come back. We're ahead. We're not going to win the game. We can't have them obviously too high and too low. So mental health is important. And then for me, I think the spirit, I think having God as a part of your program, I think having a team pastor and having that relationship with God helps you get through some things. Because I mean, life can be wonderful. It can be really hard and painful, and especially, okay, I'm 65 years old. I've been through some stuff before. I get it. These kids are feeling the exact same emotions, but sometimes for the first time, they just don't know how to handle it. If they're walking through with their Father God, or for my Christian brothers and sisters, with their Jesus, great. It just helps them get through it. I'm not trading mental health for that. I'm just saying, it's really important. The kids that don't have faith in their life at all, they're missing.
And I never even told Coach this, but one of his players who I've gotten to know pretty well, I'm not going to mention his name.
Dylan Cardwell.
Yeah.
I'll mention his name.
We had a nice talk one time on campus at Auburn, and he was a little worried that he wasn't going to make it to the NBA. And I told him, you're going to be in the NBA. Have faith. God willing, everything is going to work out. And today he's in the NBA. And it's just an example of how faith allowed a player, because if Coach wouldn't have given him that background, it probably wouldn't have given him that mental toughness to still see it during a challenging time. So, Coach, you've done magical work there.
You're right, Tamir. Faith did help get him through some really challenging times when he was wondering it. One of the things that Dylan said, he said this publicly. He says, you know, with all the anti-Semitism that's out there and all the Jew hatred that's out there, Coach is so out there with his own faith. He said, it gave me the confidence and the courage to be out there in my faith. And then Dylan is such a great role model for other kids who sees him praying before his meals or praying before a game or giving God the glory or telling stories like Tamir that I got through this because God helped me get through it. That tells those other young athletes this is a good way to go.
Wow, that's incredible. I'm so happy. Like, I love when the worlds collide. It's so nice. It's like you're handing him off, and now it's Tamir's problem.
Much comfortable. Coach is here. Everything's good, man.
For the viewers watching, I want each of you to share a message if they're feeling alone, if they're feeling anxious, maybe if they're lacking that faith. What's one message that you would share with the viewers?
Yeah, it's something that, and I'm not like a great rabbi or mystic, but like one thing that definitely makes sense to me is that God could have been alone. God could have totally been alone, but he chose to create the world because he loves relationships. You know, he gave us the Torah so we could have a relationship with him. There's nothing more incredible than relationships. So if there's somebody struggling out there, Amudim is your relationship. Don't be alone. God created the world for relationships, so we know that's healthy for us. Don't be alone. Don't be stuck. Call for the help that you need. There'll be people there to help you.
Beautiful message.
I don't know. That's it. I mean, is anything else I were to say would honestly be secondary to that message.
Oh, come on, Coach. You have so many different students. You don't tell them all the same thing.
I think that I hate quoting movies sometimes, but this was a movie. Remember in Steel Magnolias, when Julia Roberts was running a risk of getting pregnant because she had her own health issues, and Sally Fields, her mom, was like, "You can't do this. Like, having a baby could kill you." And she said, "I'd rather have like 10 minutes of wonderful than a life full of just okay." And so I think sometimes when things aren't going well, okay, they're not going well. That's real. And nobody should try to minimize your pain and what you're going through. But there is some nachas, there is some joy, there is some beauty. Which would you rather have? Get through this pain right now, because on the other side of that, it's got a chance to be great, great joy. I'd rather have the pain to then have the joy of a grandchild, or the joy of just a wonderful friendship and a relationship. I'd rather have both than a life full of just okay.
Well, this is exactly what Unite to Heal is all about. I mean, this is so inspiring. Both of you getting vulnerable, being honest, speaking to people, making sure that they don't feel alone. And this is really what Amudim is all about. Like, Tamir, you said it so beautifully. To everyone watching, don't feel like you're alone. There's resources, there's help. Amudim is there for you. Coach is there for you. Tamir is there for you. They're there for everyone, apparently. I love when these bridges just kind of come together. But really, this is what it's all about. It's being that level of transparent and honest. And like you said, mentorship is so beautiful. And there are resources out there. So if you're struggling, if you feel anxious, I want you to know you're not alone. We all are, but that's when community comes, and that's where Amudim comes in. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all for watching, and we really appreciate everyone here.
With the Olim population here, we do see a lot with the people that have been here for many years, or even people that have just arrived, that they had experienced sexual abuse when they're a child, and they're now in a space where they're able to come forward and we can get them the help that they desperately need.
I would say Amudim is an organization that exists. It's kind of an emergency room organization. It's an organization that intervenes when there are problems. And in our community, much as we wish these problems didn't exist, but we are human. And the nature of humankind is to be affected by challenges. And today's world can be very confusing. We find families in crisis, and we find individuals in crisis. And if somebody were to ask me about Amudim, I would say, if you feel that you're in a state of crisis and you need the type of intervention with a perspective of Das Torah that can be brought to bear in any particular case, Amudim is a wonderful group to reach out to.
Fundraising for Amudim is incredibly important because, unfortunately, our numbers have doubled, tripled, quadrupled, and it keeps going. And the first year, they needed less than $1 million to cover their budget. This year, the projected number for this coming year, it's going to be over $8 million. If Tzvi had started a organization that was not a non-for-profit, he would have people investing in him left and right. So people should be giving money to Amudim because the investment is not just something that is here today, but it's something that's going to carry on for future generations.
When thinking of all the different aspects of Amudim, locations where people work in Europe and Israel or even throughout the United States or what divisions they're in, the common denominator is one thing: heart. Everybody in Amudim is doing so with their heart, and that's what makes this so special.
Amudim is an emergency stop for people that feel alone in the world, that are dealing with problems that they're embarrassed to deal with, that they've been keeping private for years, and they're suffering inside, and they're comfortable to know that we're here to help them 24/7 for whatever they need. We are here and will always be here to help them. And they should never, ever feel alone and never embarrassed of any problem that they have. Amudim has their back. Amudim is the Hatzalah for mental health.
Amudim is the oxygen of Klal Yisrael. We couldn't exist without Amudim. From my perspective, Amudim deals with all of the things that you don't really want to know about in society. I think a lot of people are confused, what does Amudim mean? What do? They really take care of a lot of underlying problems that a lot of folks don't want to talk about. And that's the beauty of Amudim. It's sort of a clearinghouse for any type of problem, particularly very sensitive problems relating to abuse and addiction.
I think Amudim is a very essential organization, especially nowadays. There's so many people who are suffering in silence. Tremendous feeling of loneliness out there. And Amudim is one of the only organizations that we have that anybody can call at any time. They're there for the person. They're there to dispel their loneliness, to take away their loneliness. And they're an organization which is just vital to the continuity of Klal Yisrael.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for joining us on this Unite to Heal campaign supporting Amudim and all the wonderful work that they do. My name is Avi Landa, I am Director of Education for Amudim. I also run a clinical counseling private practice, and a lot of the population that I deal with revolves around teenagers, teenage boys particularly. Not all, but many of them come in with a level of resistance to therapy, to the idea of therapy, to the idea of coming in and getting some sort of clinical treatment, I'm happy that I'm able to share with you a session with a client who's particularly resistant and averse to the idea of therapy and the idea of opening up. And it's normal, and it's to be expected. And I want to make this very clear. It's totally legitimate for a professional, for a competent therapist, a licensed therapist, to say, hey, if you don't want to be here, I get it, and let's call your parents, let's make sure you have a ride to go home. You're not trapped here, you're not forced to be here. But sometimes you get the sense that there's something more you can do. And I hope to be able to highlight some of those pretty basic ideas and skills. There's many more that maybe a person can do in a professional setting to help that client open up, to help them feel a little bit more comfortable and willing to take a little risk and test those boundaries that they're comfortable with a little bit, and maybe get that help that you really can offer instead of legitimately dismissing them, and that's okay. But maybe there's something that can be done for them. And I want to make this clear, it's not just for professionals, but for parents as well. Obviously, it wouldn't be this type of formal setting, but parents can really glean from these types of techniques, these general themes that you'll see that went on in this session, how to speak to their teenagers, how to kind of give them that space, maybe pause the conversation, pick up at another time, at a different time, and be able to maybe offer help and allow the child to feel a little bit more comfortable to open up and share some things they otherwise wouldn't have shared, with patience, with calmness, with confidence, without any sort of personal neediness. It's not about you, it's about them. And I hope that this is something that you all are able to gain from, both parents and professionals as well. Thank you so much for watching. So Morty, I'm just here to help you. What I'd love to be able to do for you in the short term is tell the principal and tell your parents, we had a good session. I'll even make it shorter for you. It doesn't have to be a full session. I'll make it shorter for you. It doesn't have to be 45, 60 minutes. Well, let's just have a good session. Let's make it productive. Even a little bit, just as a start. And then we'll see how we'll continue. But I give you my word, I'll make it a shorter session for you. We don't have to take the whole time. And I'm willing. If we can have a little conversation, we can make it work that way. Do you think you could start by telling me a little bit, like kind of what happened in school?
I don't think you understand. What makes you think that you're better than any of those other people that tried to help me already? You should just give up now.
Morty, I feel your pain. I feel that you're so frustrated to be here, and I definitely don't want to be contributing to that. If you want to end this session right now, we could end it. I'm not here to keep you here. I'm not here to cause you any additional difficulty. I just want to help you. If I have the opportunity to help you, I'd love to do that. If I can't, I can't, and that's okay. It's really up to you. By the way, I want you to know, like, you're being open with me. You don't want to be here. I got you. And I appreciate your honesty. That's how I want you to be here. Like, be honest with me. Be open with me. I'm not going to take anything personally. This is not about me taking anything personally at all. It's all about...
Oh, yeah? Well, it actually kind of smells in here.
Okay. I apologize for that. I'd be happy to get like a different air freshener maybe next time you come, if you come next time. Like, that's totally fine. Actually, I appreciate you telling me that, because I'd want you to be as comfortable as possible here. I don't want you to be uncomfortable if there's a certain smell or something like that. I'm happy to do whatever I can to make this as easy as... I know it's difficult. I'm not dreaming that this is going to be fun or easy for you. But whatever I can do to make it easier, I want to do. And I appreciate you saying that. I'm not taking any of this personally at all. I just want to be here for you, if I can. If I can't, that's okay also. I hope you understand that. If we need to end now and maybe in a week, in a month, in a year, you're like, okay, maybe now I'm ready to do it. Great. Maybe you'll never need to do it. Great. It's up to you. Does that make sense? If you want, we can sit here in silence. I'm not sure I could really say like we're having a productive session if we do that for 45 minutes in silence. But I can't force you, and I'm not here to pressure you to talk. So if that's what you want, I'll go with that.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Okay. At any moment, you tell me if there's anything that you'd want to talk about. I'm here for you, but if not, it's totally up to you.
Okay, fine. What do you want to even talk about?
Well, first of all, would you like to do that shorter session, by the way? Because I'm happy to offer that to you.
All right, yeah.
Okay, great. Happy to do that. We'll keep it under 30 minutes. Do you like football?
Yeah.
What do you like about it? You like watching? You have a certain team you go for?
No, not really. I mostly like to play football.
Okay, what position do you like to play?
Quarterback.
Nice, okay. Quarterback's the responsible position. It means that, to me, that means that you have a certain sense of responsibility to yourself, that you kind of have to make decisions, kind of quarterback a situation means you have to kind of run the situation, figure out how to organize your team, be like a team leader.
I guess so. It's not so deep to me.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Just kind of reading into some of the skill set you might have, but I hear you. So you still like to play football? It's something that's like an outlet for you?
Well, it's been a little bit hard for me to play recently.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's harder for me to really move around for a long time without, really getting out of breath, and it makes it very hard.
It's kind of like getting tired fast?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What do you think that's because? Any reason why you think that might be happening?
I don't know if I'm ready to, it's nothing much. It's just, whatever, like, I vape a little bit, but it's nothing too serious.
Thank you so much for sharing that with me. It seemed like it wasn't so easy for you. I really appreciate that. And I even get the sense that you were hesitant. I want to just reiterate what I said before about confidentiality. Like, I take it super seriously. Unless there's some imminent threat to physical, basic life and death safety, I'm not going and giving these details to your parents, to your principal, and they understand that. We made sure to clarify that beforehand. So, you just told me something that you're doing. I imagine it's something you don't want your principal knowing, you don't want your parents knowing. That's fine. That's why we're here, to talk about those things. And so much so do I keep the confidentiality seriously that I'd actually invite you to test me if you want. Go ahead and make something up. You won't get in trouble for it because it's made up. You can test me. I'm not going to, unless it's seriously imminent physical threat to your basic life and death. And I give you my word on that. And I really appreciate you sharing that with me. So can you tell me a little bit more when you kind of started vaping?
Well, I don't know, it started a little bit more when I was younger. I didn't really think that it could, go so far, but now, it's really become a part of my life. I'm not too happy about it.
Mm-hmm. What would you say, like a bunch of times a day, a week?
I don't know. I don't have a schedule, but probably once a day or something. I don't know.
I got you. Okay. Well, it's amazing that you realize that it's something that you don't want to be a part of your regular life. That's great. Is it only nicotine that you're vaping?
That's what it used to be. That's, I wish I could go back to that. Now it's, gotten a little bit worse.
What kind of things? What are you vaping besides for nicotine, if I can ask?
I don't know, marijuana and, stuff like that, but...
Smoking pot, vaping, you use a wax pen?
Right.
Mm-hmm. I understand. I actually appreciate very much that you feel like I'm getting the sense from you that it seems like you really wish you could stop.
Yeah, I didn't realize how far it would, become and how much I'd rely on it and become dependent on it, but I guess nobody thinks that when they start.
Yeah, no, that's actually amazing self-awareness that you have. I'm really impressed. In fact, the truth is, obviously, every single person who becomes addicted to anything, ever, every person started out thinking, I will not become addicted. That's just a fact. I'm not saying every person who ever tried a substance became addicted. A lot of factors in that. But every person who became addicted thought with confidence, I will not become addicted. No one started out with a substance thinking to themselves, here I go, getting ready to become addicted, right? So I appreciate that you're able to kind of in hindsight look back and say, yikes, it's kind of taking over. And I appreciate that you're able to see that. It's very significant. Very valuable that you can have that self-awareness. Thank you for that. And what you're saying about the vaping affecting your stamina, you know, I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of boys your age, both in group form and individual form like this. Every single one of them who's been vaping for like at least a few months regularly has admitted to me that they cannot play sports in the same way that they used to. They don't have that same stamina that they used to, which means it's doing something. It's 100% doing something to the lungs, to the energy levels. I'd love to be able to help you with that. Is that something that you'd be open to hear some suggestions?
Of course I want to stop. I feel like I'm too deep in to really get any help from anybody.
I definitely would love to help you with that. I have a lot of strategies that I've helped a lot of guys your age with, and I'd love to go over that. I just want to let you know we're actually coming close to that 25-minute mark. Like I told you, I don't want to go past 30 minutes, and I want to keep this session short. I want to keep my word. And I want to let you know this was a successful session. You opened up, you shared some stuff. We don't need to do more than that. And I'm willing to tell your parents, your principal, we're good to go. Like, let's get you back into your routine, and we can have another, by the way, short session next time.
Yeah, no, I still want to end early. And of course, I'm not stopping to vape at all. You know, don't get your hopes up. But, you know, what are some things that you've, told people, just what have you told people before?
Okay. I'm happy to share some of those ideas that I've shared. Basic ideas, again, I would get more into it with you if it's something that you're really interested for yourself, and we could talk about that another time. But basic ideas include thinking about kind of what settings you're in and which people you're with, whether you also do it by yourself or not by yourself so much, and thinking about maybe avoiding those types of circumstances that kind of draw you into it. Thinking about how many times a day do you do it? Are there certain times of day? In fact, one great homework assignment, I don't expect you to do it, and by the way, with me, if you don't do the
Probably not.
No problem. If you don't do the homework, you can come back and we're good to go. But if you choose to, even just in your head, maybe write down, or on an app maybe, record a little bit. What are some of the times of day you notice that you're vaping? What are some of the days of the week you're vaping more than others? Some of the locations you're vaping more than others? That's great, because if I have kind of like that data, that baseline of when you do it, when you don't do it, we can understand what are some of the more difficult times for you to stop, some of the easier times. We could set some basic weekly goals, like let's try to cut it down. Maybe eventually get to a point where there's a certain day of the week that you don't do it at all, and you could feel success with that. Those are the different kind of ideas that we can start with, and we can get into some other ideas. But those are some ideas that I've worked with other guys.
All right, so probably not going to do any of those things, but, I guess I do want to hear, if there's any strategies just for the future, but,
Okay, I respect that. I totally respect that, and we can see how it goes. No pressure. I'm working at your pace, like I said before, and fantastic. I really appreciate you opening up a little bit and sharing some things. And hey, like I said before, time will tell. We'll see. Am I going to start disclosing this stuff to your parents, to your principal? You'll see I'm not, because I care about having that foundation of trust upon which we can build a relationship. And we can get into some other things, as you feel comfortable, totally at your pace, like I said. How does that sound?
Okay. Sounds all right.
Okay. I'm going to send a message to the principal of your parents that's just going to say, Baruch Hashem, thank God, we had a good session. Morty was participative. He was talking. He shared some things. I'm really impressed. He was really willing to extend himself. Is that okay? Do I have your permission to send that message?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Send that. But that's the way that I'm going to phrase it, and I'm not going to get into more of those details.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Okay.
Okay. And would it be okay if we make a time for next week to meet again?
I guess so, yeah. I'd like keeping it, I want to keep it shorter. It's not like, the most enjoyable for me.
I got you. No problem. Like I said, if there's anything that you feel like you don't like that I'm saying, or I should do differently or whatever, be open with me. I want to follow your lead on that. I want to be the best help that I can be for you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming, Morty. I really appreciate it. I think you have tremendous, tremendous strengths. I'm not going to say potential because I see the strengths in this room right now. Right now. And I'm so happy that I have the opportunity to work together with you and to help you in any way that I can. And I'll see you next week. Okay?
Okay.
Have a great day. We'll be in touch. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Like I said in the beginning, I hope this was beneficial and educational to you, both as parents and as professionals. I think educators potentially could gain from some of these tactics, some of these strategies that can be used. Like I said, it's all about just maintaining that confidence, not making it about yourself. I'm okay. There's no neediness there coming from you. That calmness and that patience. It can make such a huge difference sometimes for that child to be offered, sometimes for the first time in his life, like real empathy, real just like, I'm here for you to whatever extent you allow me to be here for you. That could be so powerful for them. And allow them to test it. Allow them to test you. It's okay. And you can just move on and kind of use those strategies that we showed. One point that I'd like to make about a therapy session like this is it's important to recognize the significance of the fact that this boy walked into the office, right? You'll have plenty of clients, adults and children alike, who refuse to come to therapy in the first place. And obviously, you're not even going to have the opportunity to work with them. This message is more for professionals specifically. You won't even have the opportunity to work with those clients. They didn't walk through the door. The fact that they walked through that door, even if it's nothing more than they just feel pressure from external people, already means there's something potentially to work with. It's more than them refusing to even walk through the door in the first place. So that's why whenever they do walk through the door and they are willing to come in and sit down, my beginning assumption is there's potentially something to work with here. And I'm not just going to immediately dismiss them because they insult me, insult my room, insult the smell in the room, tell me how I'm wasting my time. And again, legitimately, I could say, hey, no problem. We'll be in touch anytime you want. I'll give you your space. And I kind of say that, but I also quickly add in some of the other strategies but we can make it a short session, and I can say this was an amazing session and get you back to your routine, etc. So all those different little strategies to plant the seeds of let's try to work a little bit together, and maybe mixing it with that right giving of space that allows them to feel comfortable to open up a little bit and work with you a little bit, and then that can obviously be built upon. So keep in mind, if they're walking into your office, there's potential. I would like to let the audience know that this session that we did was not with an actual client. We got an actor. He did an amazing job, I must say. It was very realistic to many of the other cases that I've had actually in my office, but it is an actor. And I thank him so much for participating in this reenactment, a very realistic reenactment of many of the sessions that I deal with when it comes to these more resistant clients, these teenagers who are just very skeptical and hesitant to participate in any way in therapy. So like I said, I hope you all benefited and gained from watching this session, and I hope it helps professionals, parents, and educators alike. Thank you so much for watching.
I can't stress that enough, how many people out there are hurting and how many resources there are for you. Making that first call is so hard, but that's honestly the hardest part. Once you make that call and you can get it off your chest and you can share and you can begin to see the fruits of your labor, that makes all the difference. Understand that there are so many people out there just like you, so many people you wouldn't believe, but we're here for that exact reason. To be able to guide you, to be able to advise you and connect you with the people who can help you on your positive journey.
Amudim and our dedicated staffs, both in America in Israel and everywhere in between, pride ourselves on our willingness and our ability to answer the call from all segments of our community throughout the country and throughout the world, no matter what type of crisis they face. Whether it is related to our core missions, related to sexual abuse, substance abuse, addiction, and mental illness, or whether it goes beyond into our government relation, individual, family, or communal crises of all sorts, we have been there to answer the call for over 7,000 clients and their families. Today we turn to you to please answer our call in helping us and partnering with us so we can not only continue but grow the vital work that we are doing, and to be a partner with us and effectively join us in changing lives and building futures as part of the Amudim family. Here at Amudim, in addition to our education and prevention program of Darchenu, in addition to our training of Rabbanim, Mechanchim, mikveh attendants, and community leaders, in addition to our overdose prevention programs, and in addition to our 𝐔𝐬𝐲 program for teens at risk, our main focus of confidential, comprehensive clinical case management is overwhelming. Right now, between insurance and our therapy subsidy fund, it costs $4,800 a year to provide therapy to a client in need for that entire year. The truth is that one person is in an entire universe. It's not just a life, it's generations. Each and every client is also having a strong impact on their present or future spouse, children, and the deiros that are going to follow from them. We need your financial support. We need you to open up your hearts, your minds, and your pockets as much as possible and partner with us in an effort so together we can unite to heal.
Amudim may be based out of New York, but they help Jews wherever they are. We in South Florida have benefited enormously. My dear friend 𝐶vi and his incredible staff at Amudim never turn anyone away. No matter what help is needed, nothing is too big, nothing is too small to step in, to intervene, to support, to help, to enrich, to empower a Jew wherever they are. Thank you for all that you do, and thank you, the supporters of Amudim.
Hi, I am Delegate Dalia Attar from Baltimore, Maryland. Amudim is an organization that is very close to my heart. They are devoted to helping members of our communities at the most difficult times. This organization is about compassion and kindness, from helping those suffering from many forms of addiction, to victims of abuse, to helping those who lost family members and are in need of assistance. I personally have been helped by this organization and have seen them help so many others. When I organized a Narcan event to help community members suffering from drug addiction, Amudim did not hesitate to send representatives from out of state to attend the event and speak about their experiences. This organization is truly there for all of Klal Yisrael.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Unite to Heal. This is a very special, Amudim did this 100 hours of amazing programming to help people struggling with mental health issues. And I don't want to say that I was the most impactful hour of the 100 hour. Well, I should say we. But this was a legendary interview that I did with the non-Jewish nanny who, as it turns out, now that we're back in our second interview, is the now Jewish nanny, which is so exciting. And again, I don't like to take credit for things. Like, did I have the best hour of the 100 hour? Of course I did. Am I personally responsible for her conversion? Of course I am. Or maybe not. We'll find out shortly. Welcome back. Adriana, I'm just so excited that you're here, and I'm so excited that you're Jewish.
Amen. I'm so excited to be Jewish, and I'm so excited to be with you in person.
But why now, of all the times, to turn into a Jew? I know. This is probably not the best. Although, I think it is the best time. Where a lot of people on the outside could look in and think, oh my goodness, there's so much anti-Semitism and hatred. Why would you choose to be Jewish now? I say now is the best time because as a people, we are united more than ever. You know what I think that the more hatred that people have towards us, the more we unite. The more we're united and the more we're ignited.
Yeah.
And inspired.
Ignited, inspired.
So tell us about your inspiration
Well,
and ignition. Is that a word? Yeah.
Yeah. As many of you know, yes, I was a nanny for Jewish families, but Orthodox Jewish families, really from families in Boca. Last time we interviewed, it was Zoom. I was in my apartment in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. But as far as like, why did I choose to be Jewish now? I mean, like, obviously not the most convenient time, just like it wasn't convenient that I was known for being a famous non-Jew during my conversion either. But like, that's not how conversions work. But exactly what you're saying. I was davening in shul on October 7th for Simchas Torah. I was there and everybody was like talking about the news. And then someone came over to me and said, are you sure you don't want to stay non-Jewish nanny? My Beis Din, they say, in case you haven't noticed, the Jews are not so popular right now. And my only answer to that was seeing the way that the world reacted, the way the non-Jews and anti-Semites reacted towards October 7th, and seeing the ways that the things that happened to Jews on October 7th and after, it only made me want to be Jewish more because
Wow.
I always say that at that point, I would never want to even be confused to be a non-Jew. I wouldn't even want to be associated with the other side that maybe doesn't support this, Israel, good people, morals. In a short answer, obviously it's a whole speech and then this is supposed to be more of a comedic, like, nice, fun interview.
No, but yeah. It is fascinating to me, the timing of it all. And I think that maybe, perhaps, God had something to do with giving you this first gig as a nanny, giving you an Orthodox Jewish family.
Totally.
Like, why would God put you there?
Why would they hire me? I don't even know.
It's because you're adorable.
I was fun, I was cute, whatever, but I was like, I knew nothing about Judaism, kosher, I didn't dress nice, I got kicked off their school's campus one time. Like, I had to learn everything, but I would say I learned it through the beautiful eyes of my nanny kids. And back then, in our interview, way back then, I wasn't converting. I really did just love Judaism. I just told them, like, I remember when we filmed that, I was literally getting ready to go meet my friends, like, at the bar after, like, whatever. Was totally not converting. But I still had my love for Judaism. But over a long period of time, I always say, like, my love for both of my worlds grew. And eventually, my love for the Jewish world just outshined, like, anything else in my world. And I just had to become Jewish. Like,
that's incredible. But be honest, when you were first exposed to this family, you were probably like, they were doing a lot of weird stuff. Like, why can't they carry in their pockets on the Sabbath?
You don't even notice that because they don't point it out. But like, the wig was obviously something that I always talk about. Like, I remember the first time I saw the wig, I was like what? Like, what
happened to her?
Yeah, well, I literally thought that she was like sick or something.
Right. God forbid. Turns out she's just so connected to God, and there is, it's not is it a law? I think it's a law to cover your head, right? Or is it a custom? No, I think that's a law.
It says in the Torah.
Yeah, it says in the Torah. That's pretty much a law.
Obviously, when I have two rabbis here, so
that
for us. But the ways you cover your hair is what's the big argument. But like, hair covering. I always think hair covering is interesting because like Muslims cover their hair, Catholics and even some Christians will cover their hair. Yeah. Even like Amish people. Like, I don't know. I just feel like hair covering is very like. A lot of different religions. It's interesting to me.
It's through all the religions. Well, let's be honest. A lot of the other religions have copied a lot of our stuff. But anyway, the point is...
the original blueprint. Must have mentioned it clearly.
Yes. I always say that, because we have Shabbos, the Sabbath. Yeah. And then... years later, the Christians came along and they went, wait, we want a Sabbath. Okay, how about Sunday? Because the Jews have Saturday. And then the Muslims came along years later and said, what about us? We want a Sabbath. And they went, and the weekend's taken. All right, we'll take Friday. So everybody gets a Sabbath because how much do you love Shabbos? How much do you love a day to just, I call it
Know what about
connecting by disconnecting.
Yeah.
Where you just get to disconnect from the world and then connect to yourself, your community, to God, your family, your friends. What do you think about Shabbos?
Even back to those nanny kids back then, like when I would leave my phone in the car and babysit for them on a Chag or Shabbos, I would feel more alive and more present, doing the most mundane, basic things like playing outside with my nanny kids, like than even traveling the world with my phone and you know, on boats and planes, like whatever you might do that you can't do on Shabbos. Like the more elaborate of the life, I actually, when I was compared it to like keeping Shabbos, I felt more alive, wholesome, and I mean to this day, like I never once think like, oh no, it's Shabbos. Like I'm always looking forward. They say like we're supposed to be counting every single day.
Yeah.
So it's Shabbos, like today is like the third day till Shabbos or whatever. Yeah, I'm excited. Tomorrow's Shabbos. We are so
I
happy.
literally can't
Shabbos
wait
is coming.
for Shabbos.
We are
People
so-
don't realize that. And you, as an influencer, you have to be on your phone constantly.
Yes.
Posting
Yes.
and just checking numbers and
Yeah.
everything is on the phone.
Yeah.
To take that and not have it in your pocket, to have it off for 25 hours. Isn't that the greatest?
The best.
It's the greatest. I'm telling you, if there was no Judaism, no religion, I would still say
Yeah.
one day a week,
Yeah.
I'm not touching this.
Yeah, and even like when I was converting, like before I was converting, I used to use Shabbos. Like all the Jews would log off. I'm like, thank God. Like they're off. They're offline. They're not going to bother me anymore. I can get that back. I can catch up on all their messages, and no one's going to respond back in 2 seconds and then pile up the messages again.
Right.
I can edit all my videos. I can schedule everything to post. And then I realized exactly, I was 24/7 working, and then I got really scared when it was time for me to keep Shabbos. I'm like, but when will I edit my videos? But when will I do all this? Like that was my video editing day. That was my catch-up day.
Right.
And
But when you were first exposed to all of this, because with Shabbos comes a lot of rules and a lot of laws of what you're not allowed to do, the 39 malachot, all these things you can't do.
the 39 malachas, but
Yeah.
then like the rabbis just added in, oh, but also this and also this. and also this.
39 was not enough. Let's add another 4,820.
They really were needed though.
They are needed, and it makes Shabbos holy, it
Yeah.
sanctifies it,
Yeah.
it makes it more beautiful.
Yeah.
But didn't your first exposure to all this make you say, wait a minute, this is almost like OCD in a way. This is almost like, because to me,
Maybe that's why I like it.
What's that?
Maybe that's why I like it.
Yeah. No, I love all the rituals and customs. I love them. Most of them, at
Yeah.
least. Fasting, I could do without. I love eating too. But like, when you first see a whole family doing these things that were so foreign to you, you must have at first, before you fell in love with it, said, this is a little bit odd. Be honest.
It was more so like I'd run into these problems. Like I always remember the day that the sukkah materials showed up, a big pile of like PVC pipes and like a tent looking thing is like all folded up on the back. And like, mind you, this family at the time I was using for it, they had a nice house, okay?
Right.
And like they had like a nice covering already. And the little boy, I'm like, what is this? They're like, oh, it's our sukkah. Like I'm thinking it's literally like a play tent or something because
Right.
it looks kind of like that. I don't know. And it was just like a random makeshift. And they were like, no, it's our sukkah. And you know, we're going to eat in it and daddy's going to sleep in it. I'm like, daddy's not going to sleep in the sukkah. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yes, like these families are, it was real for them. And that's what I always say with all these things, it seems crazy. And that's why I really encourage, like whenever I'm like talking to people who are either like less religious on a religious journey, like, being an unapologetic religious Jew is like what made it real for me.
Right.
Looking in, like, you know, I thought it was insane, but then to see the kids actually be like, you know, and also their kids, right? Like so serious. So them telling me that like when Mashiach comes, like a bird is going to take us to Israel. And I was like, you think maybe like a plane? No, like a bird. Like they're, you know, they're telling me like
Right.
that what
Is
they're,
there business class on this bird?
Yeah.
Do they have hot towels? Will the bird give hot towels and perhaps a nice meal, a warm meal?
Yeah.
But no, I think
but
I think that's incredible because you see a sukkah for the first time and you're like, why are you guys eating and sleeping in this hut?
What do you have a nice
outside?
gazebo built in
Beautiful,
the
yeah. And also you have bedrooms, you know, with like real ceilings and not a schach made of bamboo in the elements and it's pouring on you.
Also, Pesach was like, I remember I walked into his
Pesach.
house, the whole kitchen covered in tinfoil. And at this point,
Right.
I'm well versed, like working in the Jewish community. And I just am like, all right, well, what now?
Right.
Like, I wasn't just like, my first thought, maybe in the beginning, it would have been like, oh, maybe they're doing construction. But like the second I remember like walking into the kitchen, seeing it covered in tinfoil, I'm like, all right, what Jewish thing is this?
Right.
It's gotta be some type of crazy tradition.
Right.
And the kids would explain it to me with such like, I feel like as adults we'll be like, oh, to like maybe the cleaning ladies or the nannies, oh, don't worry about it, it's something for a holiday. But the kids were like, oh no, we do that for the 𝐶𝐬𝐕𝐄 and like they have all these like,
right.
It's truth for them and it's truth for us, but they're not shamed and it's amazing.
And then the first time you see someone shaking a giant palm branch and a big bumpy lemon in every direction, like we just won something, like, yay, look at us. You must say to yourself, this is odd. But then, now that you're on the other side of it, you see that it's significant, that it represents something,
yes.
and that what we're doing is not crazy, but beautiful. It's crazy beautiful.
You're going to love this because I can't tell these stories myself anymore because like I am Jewish and have known this for a while. But one of my friends has like a non-Jewish coworker and he looks pretty Jewish, like not going to lie, like brown curly hair, whatever. We're going to say stereotypes. Whatever I'm going to say, everyone's going to cancel me. But he says, oh yeah, like, you guys are Jewish, you guys are Orthodox Jewish. Everyone always stops me on the street and they try to ask me if I'm Jewish. He goes, one time they even tried to hand me like a tree or something. And I said, I don't have anywhere to put this tree. They were totally going to try to get this guy to shake the lulav in the Ezra.
Wow.
The Chabad guys, you know what I mean?
Of course.
At the streets.
The put on still Chabad guys
we're
that we
like
love.
cracking up in tears, like, oh my gosh, they're probably giving this guy who's totally not Jewish. He's like from the countryside.
Right.
And
You wake up one morning, your first morning in the house, and you're like, why is the father wrapping himself in leather? I gotta get out of here.
I always like make a joke. The fathers, those men, like I went years never even meeting the men who zelled me for all those years for their babysitting their kids because they were always at work, they were going to daven, and I would always just get a zell from like Yehuda, Gerd Stein, Avram, I'm like, whose family is this? Oh, that's like Ellie's mom. That's okay. That's Elise's that, whatever.
Right.
Like I only ever knew like the families by the kids, but like I never even saw the men so much except. Yeah, obviously, I did babysit a couple times on Yom Kippur when they all wore white, and yeah, they were all complaining about having to not eat, and
then you get to sneak off and eat lunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then how has your life changed? Like, it must be such a drastic thing just to go from not only being not Jewish, but converting to Judaism and then Orthodox Judaism with all of that. So how has your life changed? Like, what are you feeling? Are you happier? Is your mental health better? Like, what has it done to change your life?
I feel being Jewish has made me just completely rewire my brain to be more mindful, more grateful. Like, whenever I wake up in the morning as a non-Jew, I used to get out of bed and maybe grab my phone, grab a snack. Like, and I would say, like, as a non-Jew, like, I never thought about God until I was in trouble, like needed him.
Right.
And even like we do that today sometimes as Jews, I have to even watch myself newly converted even as of this year. But like as a Jew, I wake up, the first thing I say is Moda'ani. Thank you, Hashem, for waking me up in the morning. I did not have to wake up this morning. You had faith in me. Why did you wake me up this morning?
Yeah.
And then we can go say a Asher Yatzar. Like, our body works. There's people, they don't have a working body, working body. Then I can go make a bracha on my clean water, my snack. Like, I'm so grateful and so blessed. And I just think overall being Jewish makes me mindful and aware and alive. And yeah, just makes the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 classic answer just elevates every mundane thing.
It does elevate. I always say that people say we're chosen, and that's used negatively. We're chosen people. I say we're an elevated people because we elevate ourselves closer to Hashem.
Yeah.
So it's not that we're better. We're just elevated. We're just trying to be holier and more connected to the original source.
Listen, I have non-Jewish family, and so like I'm never going to be that. Like my non-Jewish family, they're amazing. They're Christian.
You didn't drop them?
They didn't drop me, Baruch Hashem.
Thank God, by the way. How do we get rid of this Jew broad now? Yeah.
Every single like question I always get asked, like, what's your family think? Like they love me and they support me and they try to understand my life. But I would say there's meant to be Jews, there's meant to be non-Jews. Like as Jews, like Hashem wants us to be a light unto the nations, and we do that, I think, by just like, I don't know, gaining all that inspiration through every opportunity that Hashem gave us to connect in this mundane world, you know?
It's incredible.
And ask somebody who was
Yes.
So someone who's
a non.
Yeah, a non. Someone who didn't have that. Life is so much, has better, more substance. And yeah, with mental health, I always feel Hashem is carrying me. My conversion was very taxing on my mental health. I was
Really?
Yeah, I was super depressed. I couldn't tell.
As you were converting?
Yeah, the conversion process is awful. It's so hard and it's long and it's emotionally taxing just because you never know when you're going to become Jewish, and everyone's conversion process is different. But what made mine 20 times harder, I think, is because I had this social media presence that everyone was always asking me, oh my gosh, like, why aren't you just converting? Like, are you going to convert? Like, you dress like this, you dress sneeze, or, you know, you're not using your phone. Are you going to convert? Or my favorite question was just, why don't you just convert if you're so obsessed with the Jews? And I'm like, if you only knew how hard it was, it's so heartbreaking. But I always say, like, I came to a time in my conversion where, like, I was so broken down and I just had to completely let go. And I realized, like, there were other times in my life where, like, Hashem carried me through those times. And I found out I was standing in my room, my beautiful 1-bedroom apartment in Boca Raton. I paid for everything myself. I had worked so hard to get to where I was. I worked hard, right? But Hashem gave it to me and carried me to that place. I was like, why am I crying, Adriana? You know, I was like, how selfish of me, honestly, what I thought. You know, Hashem's giving me so much, He'll give it again, and converted.
That's amazing. We're going to wrap it up, but I want to ask a serious question.
Okay.
Have you, now as a new Jew, experienced anti-Semitism?
Well, I don't want to take too long of an answer.
No, it's okay.
The first time I feel like I experienced anti-Semitism was, I might have just been converting, but like not really into things so much. But I was always dressing sneeze for like certain nanny jobs. I was dressed sneeze, long skirt, sweater, even headband, whatever, in the Boca Town Center. And I tried to deny like a perfume sample man, and he started yelling at me in Arabic and was like, something.
Okay.
You Jewish people. And I just whipped around and told him, like, I'm not Jewish, even though I look like this.
Right.
And he was like so dumbfounded. But like that versus social media, like what I always say is I feel very oddly protected by Hashem when it comes to anti-Semitism. I think that if you keep your eyes open, like anybody could be criticized for anything in this world, and Jews definitely are persecuted against. Yes. But with my social media in particular, I feel oddly protected. I think it's just because I don't experience as much hate as I think a lot of other creators do. I don't know why. I always just chalk it up to be that my comment section is so positive. Like, it's all full of such love and support from the Jewish people that anybody who does come and comment, like, free Palestine or something terrible, they get attacked by, like, all my Jewish followers, and they're like, not here. Like, don't come here. And I think it's a lesson to all of us to be just so proudly united, and proudly Jewish, because when your light is shining so bright, like, there's no room for the darkness. They don't belong here. And that's kind of my experience. I've been really lucky thus far. But
you are a shining light in a world that can be quite dark.
You're a star too.
No, you are. And welcome, by the way. Welcome to Judaism.
Yeah.
And I hope it is everything that you want out of it and more. And, this conversation is why Unite to Heal exists. And that's why you should get involved at home with Amudim, helping people get through anything.
I love Amudim.
Yes.
They're a really great charity, a really great organization. And
and they were there for you when you needed that help, when you were struggling with, like, how do I get through this conversion and just stay grounded and focused, and they were there to help. So thank you, Amudim, and thank you, Adriana. You are an inspiration. You're awesome. Thank you. I would hug you, but you're Jewish now. We don't high five.
Being a therapist in the frum community in New York, I've come to witness firsthand the amazing work that Amudim does, from providing referrals to having a crisis line, really helping clients, helping families when they're going through a crisis, when they're going through a tough time. It's a number that I think people feel safe calling. People have come to recognize as kind of the first stop when something difficult is happening. And I've gained this respect and appreciation for having an organization that I know clients can turn to whenever they need, and they're going to get quality care and a quality response.
excited, humbled, and maybe even a little nervous to be having this conversation for the United to Heal event with a focus on healing. I really want to talk about the mechanics of healing, not just about, oh, we go through difficult things and we improve, but really how to break that apart so that wherever we're listening to this conversation, we can learn. I'm 𝐔𝐈𝐕𝐄. I'm the host of 𝐾𝐦𝐬, and I'm a fashion girl. And I'm excited to introduce Moran. So please tell us a little bit about yourself and your experiences and why we're sitting here today.
So hi, and thank you for welcoming me. I don't like to start in that. I don't think that it defines me, but if I have to, then I'm a free hostage. I was held captive during the events of October 7th. And since then, I'm just on a journey, a nonstop journey to try to bring as much as awareness as I can, trying to reach out to people and trying to help my friends that are still held captive. I'm an artist, a dog lover, I'm a sister, I'm an aunt, I'm somebody's daughter, and in my basic, I'm a human being. Mm. This is who I am.
Mm. I'm excited to learn more about you in this conversation.
Me too.
You know, I host conversations all the time, once a week. For those of you who don't know me, my name is 𝐔𝐈𝐕𝐄, and I'm the host of 𝐾𝐦𝐬𝐬. And coming into this conversation, I'm humbled. I really am. But one thing you and I were discussing before the camera started rolling was the power of healing and how it looks different for every person, and how there are traumas that make world news, and there are private traumas that people go through that maybe they carry shame around, and we are all walking amongst each other. I would like the opportunity to learn a little bit about, I almost want to call it chapter 2, you know, the next stage of your life, the mechanics of your healing, and the steps you took and continue to take to consider yourself your highest potential version of you. Mm-hmm. So talk to me a little bit about the post-October 7th version of you. Who was she? And who am I meeting today? And how did you get there? And we can break this down.
Okay, so before October 7th, if I can sum it up, I was a dreamer. You know, I believed I managed to bring some innocence back to my life by developing my mind, because I did want to become that better version of my life, because till the age of 36, I didn't feel like I was living. I felt like I was doing things as a mandatory because society wanted me to. And then by the age of 40, which was right before October 7th, it's like I closed a huge circle in my journey and became my best friend. So I was my back, I was my security, I was my everything. And I always say going into captivity, I went in with a semi-threader of tools to deal with situations. Post-October 7th, that's a whole new version of myself. I mean, before I was afraid to speak on stages. I was afraid to speak out. You know, if I was sitting down next to smart people, I was not talking at all because I didn't felt like I have something wise to put on the table. Mm. Today, I think I'm more secure, and I'm still learning every single day. More secure with faith. Basically faith that's guide my way. I put a trust one day that it's too much to control. What happens now? What happens tomorrow? What happens next year? What happens, you know, it's too much to control. And surrendering to an unknown situation is a very, very harsh process. But when you do it, life becomes a little bit easier. And I'm saying that I'm still learning because it's very easy to do it when you're surviving, you know, you don't have nothing else. But since I came back home, it's dealing with things that I didn't expect to deal. You know, you become famous or public figure or somebody that another person have the title to put opinion on, you know, and now I need to be careful of what I'm putting on the table. So it's just a really long process that probably will not end soon. And I think that if I need to sum it up in a sentence, that my former Stella was waiting for the outcome. And today I'm enjoying the way.
Wow. Yeah, that's so beautiful. And there's so much in there in what you said. You touched on something that I think about all the time. You know, against your will and with your will, you have become the face of resilience, survival. And that's heavy. That's heavy to carry. I want to talk a little bit about the burden that is placed upon, you feeling like, on the one hand, you're grateful for the opportunity to speak and to share your feelings of empowerment, survival, and learning. But on the other hand, you're still carrying what you've experienced then, before then, and after. And to feel like you have to represent those feelings of empowerment all the time can be lonely. What is that like for you?
Wow. So coming out, I was, packed of people around me all the time. Everybody's caring for me. Everybody is want to do everything for me. But at one point, I took myself out of it because it was too much for me. And at the beginning, everybody threw words that I couldn't understand. Hero, the face of resilience, celeb. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not the face of resilience, and I'm not a hero in my eyes. But one day, and I kept correcting people when they say you're a hero. I'm not. You're a celebrity. I'm not. And I had an issue with 3 of those words. And then one day, the one that I call her escorting me from the first day that I came back, she said, "This is not right. You can't take away the way somebody else looks at you. And if he calls you a hero, that's what he sees in his eyes." And when she said it, I found logic in it. I mean, okay, I understand it. If I was talking to myself, I probably call myself a hero because I didn't experience that situation. So I came clean with that word. But a celebrity, I'm not. I know I am a public figure in a way, but I had to go on a very harsh process with that word to come to a conclusion that I do need the recognition. I do need it from each and any person I can find. And that's why I don't stop to speak since I came back home. I didn't take a vacation since I came back home. And you're talking about my personal story in front of the outside. I didn't stop even one day to tell myself what I went through. So I didn't have the closure with that. I can't answer. But I did went through a process with what I want to put on that table, I do need the recognition. I do want you to know my story. I do want to help you by giving you the tools that help me to cope with situation that is unbelievable, impossible. I hear that word every single time. But through my process, all I keep learning in time that everything is so possible if I just choose it. So it's learning.
Let's talk a little bit about how you mentioned you went straight from being released and right into amplifying your story. Do you think there's an element there of running, of dissociating from your emotion, jumping straight into action so you don't have to sit with the difficult feelings that you went through?
I'm so aware to my body that it's amazing. You know how many times before I went on stage, before I took that mic, I acted like a little girl. I was rocking with my face on the ground. I said, I don't want to. Why do I need to do it? I mean, I can take my things, go on to Koh Phangan in Thailand, which is my second house, and close my phone and just live my life in there, But then why I was saved? Eventually, when I go up on that stage, taking that mic, and I specifically ask for a mic because then I hear my voice going back to my body. And then I understand it's not me anymore. It's not mine anymore. I'm just a tool. You know, I'm looking at myself as a vessel, and I'm listening to my belly. So when I finish that lecture or that speech or that talk or whatever, I feel suddenly like full of air. I understand that I'm doing something good. So it's not even mine, you know. I'm nothing.
Well,
We are nothing in this world. I mean, we're just vessels to bring up goodness to the table. And if somebody heard it, I did my thing, you know.
Yeah. Something that I tell friends who are maybe secretly or privately going through something that maybe even their inner circle doesn't know. And I always say, prepare yourself, because you will be at a dinner with friends or out with your family, and someone will say something that will trigger you that they have no idea you're struggling with, fighting with, and it could set you back. It could cause a regression months. I would like to hear if you've ever experienced that, and if those of us listening at home or in our cars can learn something from this. People who have helped you, you know, ascend to the next level of your healing, but situations that have been so misspoken.
My line is Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey once said, "This shall well pass. The good will pass. The bad will pass. Everything passes." One day I was, I think it was right at the beginning, I think a week or a week and a half later, I was laughing with my ex-boyfriend, and he was trying to persuade me to go to the shower, you know, to take a shower. I had an issue with water when I came back. And we were laughing, you know, and he was trying to find excuses to take me to the shower. And then eventually he said, "If you not do it, I'm going to put a plastic chair and you're going to sit in it and I'm going to do a shower." He said a plastic chair. He could have known that he said a plastic chair, and it will take me right into a tunnel back into a day that he opened the door, the terrorist opened the door at midnight, put a plastic chair and threatened on my life, you know, if I won't say this and that. Okay, that chair took me back, and I had a severe panic attack. My ex-boyfriend, he didn't know, he didn't understand what happened. And all I said to him, just wait a minute, let me take it out, let me understand the situation that I was, and everything will go back to be fine again, and I will sit on that plastic chair. And it happened. I mean, the one thing I need people to let me do as a person that let me cry. And it's okay to cry. And it's okay to have a panic attack, because I need to explain to myself that that's fine. I'm fine. I'm in a secure place right now. And I'm taking back the control to my hands. You know how many times it happened? And it can happen with words. It can happen also with, how do you say it? Silent things, you know? Like one time I went to a shop and I was so happy because this is the first time I'm designing my own house. And I found this cabinet and I wanted to take it. And he had a statue, a small statue of a clown sitting down bent with his legs and hands and doing the hands on top of his face. And he had X's on his face and a sad smile. And again, it took me back in a second because I was sitting like that during captivity all the time when I was scared, you know, when I had severe thoughts in my head. Okay, I'm in a bad situation, and what am I doing? What am I doing? I mean, that's the situation that I was sitting at. So again, panic attack, going outside from the store, crying myself, you know, as much as I can, going back to the store, buying that clown and put it on front of my face in my house so I can see it every day. He's not going to control my life. The situation, I cannot give the control on my life to words, situation, noises. You know, we still have alarms in Israel. I still hear gunshots everywhere. Every time we go down to the south, we hear the bombing. It doesn't go away. It cannot control how I breathe and live. So I know it's going to scare me, but this shall pass.
Such a powerful thing you're saying. To take what could have broken us and not only not allowing it to do that, but to take ownership.
Yeah.
Going back to traumatic experiences, conversations and places and saying, I will not ban myself from this environment.
Exactly.
In fact, I will go back with my head held high and I will make it mine again.
Exactly.
It's so deep, so powerful.
I mean, I have to. I didn't give the terrorists the control of my life. I didn't give them the control to say if I'll go back home or not. I didn't give them the control to say who I was, because every time they tried to lower me down more and more and more and taking any humanity out of me, you know. So, but in deep of myself, I knew who I was, you know. So that helped me cope.
Well, it sounds like before even going into what you experienced on October 7th, you already had a lot of emotional intelligence. So I want to learn, be introduced to the version of you pre-October 7th. And like you said, it doesn't define you. Ideally, it's a chapter, a transformative chapter in your life. I will not minimize that. But you were an actualized, worked on spiritual person beforehand. So who were you then? Who are you now? And what can you learn from the version of yourself pre-October 7th that gave you the strength to hold on to your identity while you were there?
Well, it's a very long story. But you know how is it when you write in a book, the first chapter is the hardest. And my first chapter of my life was very difficult. And I'll give you points during the way. Till I was 11, I was a very, very happy girl. I mean, I looked at everybody and I felt that everybody should smile to everybody and all day long to play and laugh. And I didn't have worries, you know. Well, one day I came back to school after a summer break and I was 11 and I was 1.68 meter and 37 kilo. I was way, way different than the other kids. On the second day, I was boycotted by 120 children. Nobody talked to me anymore because I looked different, you know. And since then, I almost killed myself while I was in school because it was too much for me. The violence, the words, I felt like if I'll go, then everything will be okay because it's me. I'm the weirdest. I'm not compatible to society. And then 36 years, I was trying to be good as they wanted. And when I say they, it's that society. You need to have the best husband and you need to have the best car. You need to have the best title and you need to be the best girl. You need to look the best and you need to be the best, the best, the best. In what? Material? Why nobody teaches us to be the best in spiritual? I mean, nobody taught me that. All they taught me is to go into this race and catch as much as trophies as I can. And I couldn't run because I didn't understand why I was running. So 36 years I was trying to be that girl that everybody wants. And then I broke again because my body resisted to it. It was too much. And I almost gave up till one day I was walking in my house and my roommate, she played a video on YouTube that was Brené Brown, and she talked about shame. Something stopped. I mean, my body stopped. My ear opened, you know. Like I say, it's the right frequency. I was ready to hear it. And when she gave me the approval that it's okay to be shamed of what happened in my life, but shame is not a bad word, you know. Okay, so I'm ready to learn who I am. Finally, you know. And then that was one beautiful journey of 4 years that I heard any TED lecture that I could hear. I was trying to find answer with any mentor I could find, if it's Joe Dispenza, if it's Tony Robbins, if it's going to Buddhism, going to learn cultures. You know, I was exposed. That's why I know the Arabic culture so well, I know the Christian culture so well. I know how to come to different countries and to, you know, how to say it, to to communicate easily, you know.
Imbibe yourself
in
exactly.
their
systems.
I mean, it's tools that I gained in the way. I was ready to learn. And eventually, after 4 years, I was the happiest I could find. I mean, I took so many challenges. things that I was so afraid of, saying yes to everything, trusting that everything that God brings me, that's the right thing for me, and not resist to anything, or to listen to my first voice in my head and not the thoughts that come in to break it after. So many different challenges that gave me the strength to go to the last one. And the last one was taken 3 weeks. I think if you calculate it, is a month before October 7th. I bought a plane ticket to Thailand. No plannings, no hotels, no people. I'm by myself. I'm going to, I call that surrender into the unknown. Trusting that something is guiding me. You see, you saw that? Because it was very, very fearful for me to do. I mean, why are you so bored to take a plane ticket to the other side of the world to get to introduce yourself? You can do it at home, But something pushed me to do it. That was one really amazing journey. I found out my abilities to speak with so many different people and still communicate with them and still connect with them and see them, I mean, I feel happily saying that I become that observer again. I brought that child back. I look at people. I understand them. I see what points you don't need to push or what words will not be okay with that person. And there is no need to do it, And I think that the best tool I give to people in my lectures is think about who's the first person you meet in the morning. It's me. Be kind to that person, and take that kindness, take it to the neighbor, take it to the person at work. I mean, everybody carries something in their life, When I heard Brené Brown's first speaking about shame, it gave me breath. I mean, it gave me air in my lungs that I'm not the only one in that experiencing that thing, By thinking that I'm the only one that dealing now with situations is very difficult,
Yeah, of course. Okay, so talk to me a little bit about survivor's guilt, the euphoria and relief and joy having been released at that time that sits side by side with the grief and worry and confusion that so many people are still there.
First of all, it shows up in every single move I make in a day. Every move. I mean, flushing the water in the toilet, the basic things. Choosing not to need to choose what I'm using the water for. I had this amount of water. What body part? Hands, legs, face, eyes. I don't need to worry for that anymore. Thinking about that, I can eat whenever I want. I can speak whenever I want. So at the beginning, it was horrible. I didn't want to do anything. I was mad at people that live in open water bottles and not finish it up. People leaving food in their plates or they have too much food. Everything was too much for me at the beginning. Today, I'm doing it with tension, Today, if I eat, I'm not eating too much. But if I eat, then I don't know how to say it, but I feel like, okay, I'm going to transfer this energy back to the hostage that needs to eat it, And if I go out, then you're not just going out from the house. You're going to do everything you can do when you go out from the house. It's not for nothing, because you have the ability to go out from your house. If I can cry, you will cry till the end. You will not stop, feeling ashamed that somebody's seeing you cry because remember you were not allowed to cry before and you were being punished by crying. So I can't do anything because everything I do feels guilty.
It's heavy. It's heavy.
I have to. This is my big trouble now.
Yeah.
Because I don't have anger, no revenge since I came back home. But in the last few months, I have anger on my people because I feel you have to do everything. And then people saying to me, yeah, but you can and I can't. I can't either.
Right.
So when somebody else is suffering, you need to help him. You don't need to say, well, this is life. It's not.
Yeah.
This is the life that we build.
You mentioned your boyfriend at that time is now an ex-boyfriend. So I want to talk a little bit about the relationships around us and how they shift and change when we go through difficult things. The loneliness, the expansiveness, the misunderstanding, and all of that comes with it.
Well, obviously, when I came back home, wow, that's I will answer it, but it's a difficult question for me because my life changed completely. When I got back home, I had my friends from before. It's not like years of friends, but I had my circle, you know, and I had the love for my boyfriend before October 7, and I was really in love. Like I can't even explain it. And everything changed when I got back home. The conversations, suddenly, it's like with my friends, with my ex-boyfriend, with my family even. I mean, they regular to speak to me in this level, and now I'm answering from this height. And at one point, unfortunately, I'm saying it, at one point, I didn't feel like I'm me, you know? Suddenly, they went back to the conversation that we had before, you know? Let's go shopping, let's do this and that, let's go on a trip, let's go, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I'm on a different level, and I had a breakdown with myself. This is the first time I'm speaking about that. I had a severe breakdown when I realized I have no feelings for my ex-boyfriend. And how could it be? I mean, 3 years, I was the one that loved the most, you know. I was the one in the relationship that always wanted to be together, you know. We had to think about it, and I just wanted it. And how is it happening that in one day, it's like done? So I had a breakdown, and eventually I came to the conclusion that life is a journey. I mean, I learned in the harsh way and in the good way that people are coming and going. And I want to trust the Shem that he puts the right people in front of me. And I know that I keep evolving, you know. So I know that in the past 2 years, my circle has changed. Even the new circles changed, you know. Mm-hmm. So I keep echoing myself to the point that I know which people I want around me. Mm-hmm. And I know what contact I want in my life, you know. And sometimes it's harsh, and sometimes people don't understand that. Yeah. And I have to be okay with it. At one point, I have to be okay with it. I have to go back to what I said before. I'm a vessel. Yeah. This is my life right now. And maybe, you know, it's not only my experience. My family broke as well. True. I mean, my sister lost her everything that she worked on because she's a sister of an Israeli hostage, and her life was so international. So everybody blocked her, and she needed to renovate herself from beginning, you know. And my brother went such a process in his own life. I mean, he got divorced after, and they couldn't cope with the situation. He couldn't leave me. I mean, it took time. Talking about my mother and my father, they're very old, you know, 70, almost 80, you know. It's old people. They don't go to therapists and psychiatrists, and they don't talk about it. They pushing it down, they cover up with the carpet, and this is life. So at one point, I felt like I need to take care of them again, you know, pushing me aside. So I think eventually I'm just trying to find a balance in everything still. When, like I said before, I didn't stop yet to scream, you know. I have this dream that I'm going to an open space and just screaming as loud as I can, like I screamed on October 7th when I shouldn't scream, you know. Now I'm allowed to do it. And I want to do it because I want to release this anger from my... I'm not angry, actually, but I want to release that energy out of me, you know.
Are you tired?
Sometimes, yes. Yeah. But like I said before, he sends me power. And I'm not resisting. As long as I'm not resisting, everything is, you know, like a river going on.
Is there a part of you that feels like for ongoing social or romantic relationships, it needs to be somebody who either has gone through something transformative or at the very least has the emotional intelligence to hold you as someone who has gone through something so transformative.
Well, you're touching in a very, very good point. I found out when I came back that most of us broke up with the people that were not involved with the situation. I'm not sure that I'm looking for a person that went through this situation, because now after 2 years, I'm confident in myself. I don't need the approval of, oh, wow, you went through this too. Everything is okay. How do you do this and that? Now I need it, but not 24/7, you know. And you touch in a very sensitive point, because in the past 2 years, I was like, nobody talked to me or asked me out, or I didn't, you know, I'm single for 2 years. But now I'm ready. Mm-hmm. And I know that because I'm ready now, doesn't matter who this person will be. He does need to be strong enough in his mind, in his heart. And I need a kind person. That's all. I need a person that doesn't judge, that accepts people as they are, you know. And I don't care how you want to be called. I don't care what you choose to dress in the morning. I don't care. Even I don't care what you believe in, as long as me and you can walk in the same street together without me being afraid, you know, and being afraid to be judged all the time, or saying the right word, put the right shirt. I don't care. I'm way beyond that. I'm looking for, I think, my other half. And my other half is the same person that I'm looking at the mirror, you know.
Beautiful. How did shame hold you back?
I was just not feeling right enough, you know. I was not smart enough. I was not pretty enough. I was not okay enough. I was not ambitious enough. I didn't dare. I was afraid. I was handling by fear all the time, afraid to show my emotions. You know, I was working in the nightlife for years. And then one day my manager, he texted me after I came back home, and he said something, and I said to him, you know, my smile ended when I go back home. When I open my door, not smiling anymore. And then he said, you know what? Me too. Oh. And me and him, we were like the party people in the nightlife. You know, everybody wanted to be next to us, but we were under the skies, you know. And I was afraid all the time to say, I always needed to make up things, you know, next to people that, you know, I'm going to do this and that in the future. It will happen. It will not happen. You're fooling yourself. You know, you're just trying to be in the same level of the person that sits next to you that probably don't matches to the person you are. And I think shame came to me in so different angles, in work, in school, in my family. I was the black sheep. I was not okay. You know, I didn't get married. I didn't have children. I don't have a house, not a car. Who are you? You're not suitable to the family. The family is very smart people. My sister is a ballerina. My brother is a high-tech, in high-tech. My father is a manager. My mother is a teacher. I mean, who are you?
So in your steps to dismantle, erase, eradicate how shame held you back, what were the most effective tools that you gave yourself?
I learned so many tools. I mean, NLP, CBT, Buddhism, whatever you can think of. And going back to what I said before, was Mel Robbins. She said, when you get up in the morning, prepare yourself to see yourself in the mirror and high five yourself. And then you'll see, because high five is a move that we make into victory, right? Good job. And then I did it the first day and the second day. And then she said on the third day, you will get up in the morning and you will already be happy to come to the mirror because you did something good. And then when you see yourself in the morning, it's not just to be kind. I mean, are you okay? Are you afraid of something today? Do we need to deal with something today? I promise to be kind to you today. I promise to do the best that I can. I promise to do the best by choosing the right words to express what you want. I promise to do whatever I can today. as much as I can. And when I'm saying it, it's not just unicorn and butterflies, you know. Some days to put my right leg off bed is the best I can. And if I reach to that mirror in the bathroom, I'm smiling because that's the best I could today. It's not rushing. That's all.
You know, very often people who go through difficult feelings or experiences, their friends, their peers, the media will see you're a hero. And we talked about this a little bit in the beginning. And something that comes up for me when I hear that is I'll do like an internal eye roll. Like, what did you expect me to do? I wasn't trying to be amazing. I was simply a human surviving. You wouldn't have been any different. This is what has to go on in order to survive. Does that come up for you when people say that, where, you touched on this a little bit about don't call me a hero or a celebrity. And you mentioned yourself, people have to hold on to these words because it gives them feelings of hopefulness. But does that go on in your mind where you're like, it's not that I was amazing. What choice did I have?
First of all, for sure. I mean, at the beginning, I looked at the people and said, what did you expected to happen?
Exactly.
I'm not sure. I mean, I wanted to go back home, and I was very naive when I got back home. I mean, the first thing I asked was, okay, said hello, I'm going off to smoke a cigarette. They looked at me and said, you're not going anywhere without escorting you, without preparing, without doing this and that. I want to take you to another point of view. You know how many times I came into places and this important person is sitting on the table and he doesn't recognize me. And when his face coming across me, I'm always, nice. So I'm smiling to that person, but he doesn't smile back to me, And I wait because I know what will happen now. And that all the time there is a person sitting next to that person that whisper in his ear, is, it's a former hostage. Yeah? And then his eyes are, oh, why did you need that? Mm-hmm. Why do I need to be a free hostage for you to smile to me as a human being? Mm-hmm. Why did you need that information just to be nice? That's acceptance for me. I mean, that's the journey that I'm going through. And I'm smiling to it because it makes me laugh, Mm-hmm. I don't know. That's how I look at it.
That's a very good point, and something that I think many people could relate to, especially if anybody's listening who's maybe in a position that they can help and support people. As soon as people think that they can provide them with something, there's a lot more kindness given towards them. So exactly. I definitely understand where you're coming at through that. How would you give guidance? You said something that really stuck with me, which is I don't want to be defined by that experience. That said, part of your journey is teaching inspiration that you learned from having gone through that experience. How do you bridge those two where you say, I am more than that before, during, and after, yet at the same time, who I am today is because of what I went through?
Mm-hmm. My lectures, the first sentence that I say in my lecture is, I'm not here to tell you a story. If you're here to listen to a story, you can go buy a book. You're here to listen to what I went through in life because I worked so hard to get those tools. And if you're here, there is a reason that you're here to listen to it. I mean, why am I doing that? Why am I doing this? I mean, I can sit down at home with myself, with my animals that I don't see, with my mother that saw me for a second and then I ran off to 17 different countries. Why am I doing this? This is not only I went through this, but I remember that girl years ago that sat down on the couch, cried and feel ashamed, and didn't have that person that come to her and say, that's okay. And I want to be that person. I mean, that's how I bridge between those two worlds. I'm happy that I went through what I went through to come to this point because you know how many people don't awake in their life. I'm happy.
Are you finding healing all this time while you speak and help others heal?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Is it in and of itself healing?
For sure. How many times... First of all, when I speak, usually I don't remember what I say.
Yeah.
Usually it's like a trance, something goes in me and speaks for me. But sometimes I open my eyes during the lecture and I hear that story of mine. That's why you can see when I'm crying. I can say the same story, speak about the same story 20 times, no tears, and then suddenly I hear it and it goes back to me. I'm telling myself, parts of the story. So by lecturing, by speaking about it, by engaging with people, first of all, I believe that any human being, even a homeless in the street, if he stand in front of you, is your mirror to that second. I mean, you need to listen to something he said, and I need to listen to something you said. That's why I believe that when I'm lecturing, the people that sitting in the room that we're supposed to be there,
Mm-hmm.
I'm their mirror. I'm experiencing the same thing that you are.
Mm-hmm.
The minute you see it, I'm just a messenger.
So true. Every relationship, whether fleeting, short-term or long-term, is our biggest teacher. And the more difficult the relationship is, the more important it is for us to understand that it's our teacher.
I really like to speak with Holocaust survivors. With them, I feel like in a playground because we keep smiling to each other, and they always come to me and say, you're doing good. Keep talking. This is good. I will not stop talking because then eventually you sit down and everything goes down,
Yeah.
You need to speak about things.
So you mentioned 2 or 3 times your body knew. So what I'm hearing when you say that is that you're practicing somatics or paying attention to how your body feels, being a witness to what's going on inside your body. For those who are listening that have maybe been interested in learning more about this, what does that process look like?
I mean, there is Louise Hayes. I don't know if you heard about her, but she wrote a crazy book that was a bestseller in so many different countries and literally gives you a menu of what hurt you, what you're feeling, and what you need to say to fix it. And at the beginning, I used to read it, and see, okay, my leg hurts, my hand hurts, my belly hurts. But then I just put logic into it, At some point, I did a lot of meditation in my life, It's breathing and listening to your body. So I'm not doing it today that as much as I want, but, we're doing meditation 24/7 without knowing we're doing it. When my belly hurts, if I speak with somebody and my belly is, itchy, then I'm probably uncomfortable in the situation. And when I feel like there is a lot of air going on into my body, it's probably a good conversation. And I started to listen to it. If I'm walking to a place that I don't want to go, then automatically my leg hurts, And if I'm trying to do something, but it's not the time to do it, then I get hurt, And what happened to me when I came back from captivity is that girl in my head, she screamed, I know that you're going to fight, but please give me only 2 days before you start that journey, just to go back to myself, and then I'll have the fuel. And I didn't listen to it. I went on, and I said, okay, next week, next month, next year, next whatever. What happened to me after a month? I fell off so sick. I couldn't leave the house for a week and a half. I had to cancel so many flights, and my mind said, I told you, I asked for 2 days. You didn't give me 2 days. Now I'm going to take more than I should,
Mm-hmm.
So even today, I'm on fuel, really. I am. Sometimes I'm just understanding that I'm in severe pain. I'm still in rehab.
Yes.
I'm still in physiotherapy. I broke both of my legs. I had injuries in my back. I lost half of my hearing. I went through a lot, physical things, and let's say I'm not done in physio, but I have to go talk, I have to go lecture. I have to go speak. Okay, but my leg hurts. And if you'll not stop, then I will stop you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about listening to your body parts and make sense, Don't try to force it, to read about it, to look the interpretation of what this means and what that means. Hear your thoughts. Hear your body. It speaks all the time. And that's it. That's what I did,
It's really good advice.
Thank you.
A part of my brain, after integrating and hearing so much beauty and depth and poignancy, I like to feel like there's a takeaway that I can sort of walk away from these conversations with. And so much of what you said in and of itself could be its own episode. Really.
Yeah. I mean, There's so many things to be talked about, and there is not enough time. But I always say that whatever you have to hear, you will hear it if you want it or not. I think that my best tool is you will have the right book all the time next to you. You will have the right person all the time next to you. You will have the right house all the time. Wherever you need to be, it's the right time. It's the right moment. That's how I live now. I don't try to resist it. I want to go to that person. No, that's not your journey. You need to go back. I mean, I feel today that everything that presented in front of me is the right thing for me. So it could be, again, the homeless street and the homeless in the street that I need to stop and have a conversation with him. He's not a transparent person, you know? And if it's like just go and buy clothes because you want to do something stupid right now, it's okay. Everything is okay as long as I can feel all my emotions. And today I can tell you that I feel all my emotion in 1 hour. Yeah. I can cry, I can be scared, I can laugh, I can be learning something. Let yourself feel everything.
Yeah.
Do not resist to anything that comes up. All the thoughts that comes up to my head, it's not for nothing. Listen to it. Listen to them and let them pass through if they're not relevant to you. Find your, I don't know even how to say it in English, but find your core. It's there. It's really easy. It's a hard way to get it, but as soon as you get it, it's really easy.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you for this conversation. I feel so honored to have sat with you.
Thank you
Truly,
so much.
truly. You speak, your aura is so radiant because you're speaking truth, like you said, from your gut feeling. And I'm grateful for this chat.
Thank you so much.
Before Amudim existed, I didn't even know where to turn. Which therapy, which rehab. As Klal Yisrael is growing, there are more situations to deal with, and we need to deal emergency with helping victims, educating the younger generation so we don't have victims, and we're doing much better the past few years with that, and then with addiction and many other mental health issues, and it's the most basic component of a vibrant and healthy community. We love Klal Yisrael, we love our community, and the only way we could make sure that our children and our grandchildren, our nieces, our nephews, our siblings, and our friends, when there is a struggle, they should get the resources. There is a gap that only Amudim is filling, and let's make sure that that continues stronger with more resources so we can help everyone.
There's no question that we live in a very complicated world today. The world of technology, as great as it is, has caused a lot of turmoil out there, and there are a lot of kids struggling out there with it. And Amudim is always there. They are always there for us. I don't know what we would do without it today. We have a community of close to 80,000 people today. And when you're going to have a community that large, from right to left, yeah, you're going to have problems. The problems are out there. And there are hundreds of these problems, maybe even in the thousands from our community alone that we have brought to Amudim's door. And they're there for us.
What we have to do is support Amudim to the full extent that we can, and it's really tzedukah. Real emes tzedukah, and it's tzatzulas nefesh, kolam kaim nefesh achas miyisrael. Whoever retains one soul of a Jewish soul, it's like you serve the whole world. You create a world, because this person's going to have children. The children are going to go the right way. Their children, until Mashiach comes. So basically, what this organization is the starting of a new life for all the people who have been afflicted.
It's that time of year, and you are currently watching Amudim's incredible live stream you're getting the best of the best. My name is 𝐷𝐿𝐭𝐫. I am the founder of Living L'Chaim. I am the host of Inspiration for the Nation, one of our many podcasts. And thank God we have over 1.6 million subscribers on YouTube. It feels crazy to say, I think we're the largest Jewish YouTube channel, but what we have for you right now is the best of the best. In the past few months, we've done thousands of, well, maybe hundreds to be more accurate, interviews with some of the most incredible human beings, tzaddikim, tzaddikos in the world. And we're going to show you some of our favorite, most heartfelt, most insightful moments. First up, you're going to see my conversation with Nechama Leibli. Now, Nechama Leibli sounds like classic, nice Jewish name. Maybe Leibli is a little more uncommon, but she used to be Amish. And now she is an Orthodox Jew living in Flatbush. There's more to it. There's more to every interview, but here is a very special moment with Nechama. I've been doing this for 5 years, and genuinely, this is the most excited podcast that I've ever done. How in the world did an Amish girl get to a Orthodox frum community?
When I was 16, we moved to the Amish community. I like the idea of going and living where you don't have to drive cars and where there's no running water, no electricity, no heat, no air conditioning.
Brianna Leibli grew up in a pretty sheltered home, and at a young age, her entire family officially became Amish. No electricity, no machines, no phones. Cut off from the world we all know. Years later, she wildly found her faith, Orthodox Judaism, but it came at a cost. She had to leave her community, her parents, the only world she knew.
What's your first day like in Amishville?
For us children, it was more fun.
If someone is like going through the house and they're caught with like a fax machine, like what happens?
They will eventually excommunicate you.
Mm-hmm. Was there fear of also like if you leave, like you're letting your parents down or?
150%. That was hands down the hardest part. They knew how to let go. It was difficult to know that I was going to do something that they weren't going to be happy with. My parents, they were regular Christians. Their parents, they're like Baptists, regular Americans. That's how they grew up. I was born in Rhode Island. My dad was in the Navy. And all through till I was like 7, he was in the Navy. I have 6 younger siblings. They were all born somewhere between, like in 9 years. We all kind of grew up together. When I was young, we moved up and down the East Coast because Dad was in the Navy. We different houses. We kept moving all the time. Like being 3 years in a house, that was a long time for us.
Oh, wow.
So then when I was like 7, his time in the Navy finished and we moved to Pennsylvania. And all through this time, like my parents became more and more conservative. Like we were always homeschooled as children. Basically, our childhood was being taught by mom at home and playing in the backyard with each other. Like we weren't exposed to a lot of like TV and movies. Like we didn't know about Disney. Like it wasn't part of our lives. like
a very sheltered childhood.
Very sheltered, like really, really sheltered. When we got to Pennsylvania, they started becoming more interested in like some Jewish traditions, not because they wanted to convert. Like they're totally Christians. They're totally happy being Christians. It's what they believe. But there were things about some of the Jewish traditions that spoke to them. So they started, like lighting candles Friday evening, having a Pesach Seder, building a sukkah, lighting Hanukkah candles, as children dressed up on Purim, different things that they wanted to integrate into our family. And I don't know. For me, it was like almost like they threw a match on a bonfire that was inside me, just waiting to be lit. Like I was obsessed with it. Like I loved it. Everything that had to do with being Jewish or with Israel or anything, like it meant so much to me. Like I remember as a kid, a 7-year-old, like I'd go to my mom in tears, like, Mom, we have to be Jewish. Like I have to be Jewish. There's no way that I can't be Jewish. Don't we have any Jewish blood anywhere? Like we have to. And they looked and we didn't have. And I wanted to go to Israel so bad. And when I was 14, they decided that they were going to start visiting an Amish community and see if we could move there. Because, like by that time we were so isolated. We were on like our own little family island. We didn't have a whole lot of friends. We didn't really have fellowship. We were all alone. Like I said, homeschooled, playing in the backyard with my siblings. Like that was growing up, and it was a great childhood. Really, it really was. But they wanted to have more of a community. So they were looking to see like where can we go where we can actually have friends, people we can fellowship with. And they thought the Amish might be the answer because they liked the plain lifestyle. They liked a lot of the values, and they started looking into that. So we moved when I was 16. We moved to the Amish community.
What year is this?
This was winter of 2017.
Okay.
Was when we moved.
And you, where is the community located?
Kentucky.
Kentucky. Okay.
Kentucky, just over the border from Tennessee, out in the middle of nowhere. Like if you don't know about it, like you would never hear about it. Like people tend to ask me like, how is there Amish in Kentucky? Like we thought there was Amish in Pennsylvania. There's Amish in Ohio. I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of Amish in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of Amish in Ohio. But there's Amish communities all over the place. You just don't necessarily know about them. There's not so many, and most of them aren't like big tourist attractions like the ones in Pennsylvania, where it's a lot of tourism.
Okay, so you go to Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
What's your first day like in Amishville?
Adventuresome. Like it was fun for us children. It was more fun than like it was an adjustment, but it wasn't like so hard. For our parents, it was a really big adjustment. Like they're in their 40s, they were used to living a certain way, and to totally like my dad, after working in the Navy, he worked in a nuclear power plant as an instructor. Like he literally taught the guys who were operating the reactor to make electricity. And he went from that to being an Amish farmer living without electricity. Like,
right.
Like, can you imagine? Like, it's such a huge switch. It was hard. It was very hard. I came to the point when I was like 20 that I decided, you know what? I can't stay here forever. Like, I need more than I'm ever going to find here. I don't necessarily know how I'm going to find what I need, but I can't stay here. Like, it's not gonna work. I have to leave, and it's gonna be hard. Like, I can't, like, the decision to leave, it was crazy hard. Like, it was so hard.
What's the other side of it? Like, what's the reason not to leave?
Reason not to leave? Everything I knew was there. Like, it was my family that I'd grown up with. It was the community that I had spent 5 years in. I didn't know anything about the outside world. Like, literally, I didn't know how to make a phone call. I didn't know how to do anything. Even before we moved to the Amish community, even the amount of technology that we did have in the house, I was resistant to using because like I said, like I was an outdoors kid. I didn't care for it. Like if I had a choice, I would always be reading a book rather than working on the computer. Mm-hmm. Like that was just me. So I really didn't know much about the outside world. I didn't know how to get along in it, and I'd never really wanted to. So the idea of, okay, I'm going to leave, I'm going to go out into a world that I don't know anything about, and I'm going to have to figure out how to survive in it. Like, it was very daunting. And the idea of leaving everyone I knew, and I had no clue how I was going to make it.
Was there fear of also, like, if you leave, like, you're letting your parents down, or
100%, 150%. In fact, that was hands down the hardest part. I mean, they were my parents. They raised me. They wanted me to stay. They had hopes and dreams for me. I didn't want to let them down. I didn't want to hurt them. And yes, they always love me. They always will love me. But, you know, like, it was hard for me to do something that I knew they weren't happy with. Even though they weren't like, you know, they they're good parents. Like they're like, you know, we don't necessarily agree with what you're doing, but you're an adult and we're not gonna stop you. We want what's best for you. You can, like, we're gonna let you go. Like they knew how to let go. And I give them a lot of credit for that. It was difficult to know that I was going to do something that they weren't going to be happy with. I desperately wanted to find Jews, but am I comfortable doing it? Not really. It's not my cup of tea. So I was looking and I thought, okay, maybe if I Google Jewish classifieds, something will come up. So I did, and I found this website called luach.com. But it's like mostly chairs and tables for sale. Like, and I'm I'm scrolling on it like, what am I doing? Like, I'm being so stupid. Like, I'm stuck. I'm never gonna find what I want. I'm trapped. I'm like, I can't do this. There's just no point. I should literally just shut my phone off and say, you know, like, I tried. It's too hard for me. Like, I can't. And so I was praying and I was like, God, you know what? I am totally at the end of my rope here. Like, I'm done. I can't do this. If you want me to find Jews, you're going to have to make it happen because I can't do it. Like, it's too hard. I can't figure this out by myself. So if you want me to get to Brooklyn, you're going to have to make a way because like, you're going to have to do it. I was almost at the point of shutting my phone off. Which, by the way, if you're wondering why I was able to charge my phone when I was in an Amish community where there was no electricity.
I wasn't, but that's great plot hole. What's going on over here?
People have asked me that question before when I get to this point in the story. They're like, how did you keep charging your phone? Like, great question. The answer is we had non-Amish neighbors who I could go and charge my phone in somebody's house. Like we knew people who weren't Amish that lived around.
Cool.
So I could charge my phone there and then take it back and use it.
And that's where the Amish community watches sports games. I'm kidding. I don't know, maybe. Got it. Okay. So you had nice neighbors, charge the phone.
Yeah. No, like I wasn't Amish anymore. Like,
right.
Yeah, like I could do it.
I know.
So it was fine. But I almost shut my phone off. But I told myself, you know, I'm gonna scroll just one more page, and then I'll be done for the day. Like, scrolled through one more page, thinking it was just gonna be more tables and chairs on this website. At the bottom of the page, there's an ad that says, "Companion wanted for elderly Orthodox Jewish lady living in Flatbush, Brooklyn." The pay is free room and board, and you have time to get a day job. And you're basically living with this older lady who doesn't want to live alone. Like, and you don't have to be there all the time. it's just someone else in the house. And I looked at that and my jaw just dropped. Like who would have thought? Like, it's too good to be true. It was like totally made to order. And I was like, I'm seeing things. Like, really, like, it's like, how is this happening? So that afternoon, I called the number on the ad and talked to the lady's brother. And I said, you know, like, is the position taken? Because I'd really like to take it. Like, this is what I'm very interested in. He said, no, it's not taken, but where are you calling from? Because this is not a New York area code. It's a North Carolina area code. And I bit my lip thinking, have I ever got myself in this situation? How am I going to explain to this guy where I'm from and why I want to come to New York? I said, no, you're right. It's a North Carolina area code. And actually, I'm calling from Kentucky. I'm visiting family here. And I want to move to New York. And he was like, do you know anybody in New York? I said, no. And he was like, do you have a driver's license? I said, no. I was feeling like at that point, like, I'm not starting off on a good foot here. And he was like, it's okay. Like, it's not a prerequisite for the position. Like, you don't have to have a driver's license. I just wanted to know, I'm curious, like, why do you want to come to New York if you don't know anybody? Like you don't want to be all alone. And eventually we decided to have a video chat so that we could talk about things more, and he could get to know me
more
better.
face to face,
face to face, and he could tell me about the position. And
honestly, he's also looking to see if you're a serial killer because he doesn't know. Like,
I the truth is, I was on pins and needles for that video chat because I knew I was going to have to tell him that I was not Jewish and I wanted to convert. And I wasn't. I felt like probably at that point he's not gonna want me. Like he's gonna want a Jewish girl for this job. Like I felt sure. So I told him, I'm not Jewish. I want to convert. I want to come to Brooklyn for that reason. And he was like, well, it's not a prerequisite for the job. Like you can do the job without being Jewish. Like that's okay. You don't have to be Jewish to take the position. I was like, wow, okay. And then he was like, but it's really not necessary for you to convert. like you don't have to, like, you're totally good. Like you don't need this. You don't need to be Jewish. And I was thinking, I hear you. You can think that, but I don't agree with you. like I want this. I need to be Jewish for myself. Like I don't care what you say. Like I care what you say. Like in a nice way. Like I care what you say, but I'm gonna, like, I need to do this. I didn't say all that out loud. I was like, okay, but I want to anyway, And he was like, well, we'll see. We'll see. And I thought to myself, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But it's like, it's protocol. Like people have to, they have to tell you no. They have to tell you no to start. Like it's not a thing. Like being Jewish is hard. Like I always say, you have to be stubborn to be Jewish. Like you have to really want it. So yeah, of course, tell people no right off. Like they shouldn't become Jewish if it's not something that they need. If it's not something that they're willing to work harder for than anything else in the world, like it's important. It's a big deal. You don't become Jewish just because. Like if you become Jewish, it's because your soul is at Har Sinai and it's where you belong. It's a big deal. Absolute best day of my life. Like going to the mikveh, coming out. Like I was screaming, I was yelling, I was jumping up. Like I couldn't contain how excited I was. Like it was literally the best thing that ever happened to me. Like finally, like I was a Jew, and I'd waited so long, and I wanted it so bad, and like really, like I'd come home. Like it was. I don't even know. Like there aren't even words. There aren't words to say. Literally, I was yelling at the top of my lungs. I was crying. I was laughing. Anything. Like I couldn't. I was on cloud 9. I was higher than cloud 9. Like it was so amazing.
It's amazing. And you're actually next week going to Israel for the first time.
Yeah, 4 days. In 4 days, I'm flying to Israel. I keep thinking of what it'll be like the moment my feet touch the ground. And I know it's Israel. It's the ground that Hashem gave Avraham and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. It's the ground that we do Shemitah on, like, it's the ground like it's home. Like, what's it gonna be like to stand on that ground? I've dreamed of it so long. Now it's actually gonna happen. It's surreal. I can't believe that it's actually gonna happen next week. Like, I can't believe it. How do you like, when you want something so bad and you dream about it for so long and you wait for it so long and then it happens, like, how do you even describe the emotions?
My older brother, Ellie, hosts the show Kosher Money, and we've had some episodes get millions of views. This interview in particular is pretty recent, but the trajectory is going up there. Rebbe 𝐂𝐲 is a larger-than-life personality, a holy Rebbe, and he is giving really incredible advice in terms of how money relates to Yiddishkeit, how it relates to Jewish people. Here is a glimpse of that episode.
This belief, yeah, I'm going to work more, I'm going to make more, I'm going to make more. No, you're not. No, you're not. You have to understand the purpose of work. Purpose of work is to provide God with plausible deniability. God has to be able to deny that he did a miracle, even though it's really a miracle. When God sustains us, it's a miracle. Like Moses in the desert with the children of Israel, 40 years, eating bread from heaven. They were miraculously sustained. Today, we don't have bread from heaven. Today, we have bread from the earth. We don't even take it from the earth because we're not farmers. We go to the store and we buy it, right? But the bread that we buy is just as miraculous as the bread from heaven, the manna. Why is it just as miraculous? Because think about it. Like, we create our own sustenance. We don't create it. We can't create it. We receive it. But we have a natural narrative for how it occurred, so we don't observe or appreciate the miracle involved. But of course it's a miracle. But we have to hide the miracle because God desires that there be free choice and that things appear natural in the world. So therefore, you go to work to hold out a cup, to catch the flow of the blessing, but the cup doesn't generate the flow of the blessing. The cup just catches it. So you go to work to have a natural vessel. By natural, I mean non-miraculous. But it really is a miracle. But God can turn around and say, I didn't do a miracle. See, if you were just to sit on your couch and never do anything, and then God would have to somehow make you rich while you sit on your couch all day, you'd have to do an obvious miracle. But if you have some alibi for God where you can say, oh, it wasn't a miracle. I have a company. I made some investments. I bought something. I sold something. Now God could say, I didn't do a miracle. It happened naturally. We all know it didn't happen naturally, but that's the plausible deniability. So when you're working, don't think that your work generates income. It doesn't. Your work is merely the cup that you're holding out within which to receive the income. And therefore, if you really want to put in extra time, don't put in extra time at the office. Now, you have to put in some time because it can't be a miracle. It has to be natural. So you figure out what would be the natural amount of work that you'd have to do. But don't do more than that. You want to do extra? You want to put in overtime? Okay, I got an idea. You can put in overtime doing acts of goodness and kindness. You can put in overtime studying Torah. You can put in overtime in prayer. That's why you should put in your overtime, because that's what really determines the flow of the blessings.
What would a world look like without money, right? Imagine AI is the future, okay? There's no need for work. Everyone who's worried about their job, don't worry about it. Everything's taken care of. The machines get so good, they can produce all sorts of goodies.
Okay, well, first of all, you know that we believe in Mashiach. the Messianic era.
Which is the second part of that question, in that, will money even exist when Mashiach comes?
So, will money exist? Money is an instrument. So I have a better question. Will commodities exist?
Like what?
I don't know. Wheat. Will wheat exist?
And the world will just get fed off manna?
Right. You just photosynthesize like a plant. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we know at least the initial phases of the Messianic era, which our prophets foretold, is basically just a world of bounty where, first of all, we should explain that in the Messianic era, which our prophets foretold, there's no war, there's not even competition. Why? Because the corrupt nature of humanity is healed. Everyone lives only to serve God and do God's will. Everyone becomes enlightened, so to speak. And when everyone is living in a selfless way, so there's no corruption. I mean, today we have enough food to feed everyone in the world. Nobody needs to be hungry. So then why are people hungry? Only because of corruption, which causes the misappropriation of resources. We have enough resources. It's simple corruption that causes any famine today in 2025, and at least for the past few decades, with how advanced technology is, how advanced agriculture is, any scarcity today is man-made through corruption, either intentionally creating scarcity or accidentally creating scarcity as a byproduct of some silly competition or jockeying for power or, hoarding resources. At any rate, when Mashiach comes and the world is perfected and everyone has everything they need, so you're still going to need to go get a loaf of bread. You're not going to stand out in the sun and photosynthesize like a plant. You're still going to need a house to live in, right? So where's that going to come from? Things are still going to exist. Stuff is still going to exist. But the point is that there's going to be so much of it, or as Maimonides says, that in the Messianic era, that kol hamadonim, all of the delicacies, I don't know what's a delicacy.
Cheese Danish.
Cheese Danish. Yeah. Are going to be matsuyim ka'afar. Literally, they're going to be as readily found as dust. So just like there's no scarcity of dust, it has no value, supply and demand. There's no real scarcity of dust, so there's no real demand for it either. So there's, it's free. You can get dust for free, and it's everywhere. So all the delicacies are going to be like that, meaning, just everything will be whatever you need, you'll have. So at that point, what will money even mean? We've been talking a lot about people using money to measure things that money really has nothing to do with. Like money really is for accomplishing things. Instead, we spoke about people using money like for a sense of self, for a sense of identity, right? And how much money I have, that's how much sense of identity I have. So they're using money to measure stuff that really money has nothing to do with. So in a perfected world, in an ideal world, in a heaven on earth type scenario, like the Messianic era, no one's going to have that desire, that false sense of self. And so money will not have that purpose anymore. No one would use money for that. What will they use? If people still use money, what will they use it for? They'll only use it for accomplishing things. Only use it for doing good. But it won't have any of that meaning that we attach to it. It'll be a whole different psychology surrounding money. But will money exist? I don't know. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But, will financial instruments exist? I don't know. But things will still exist. Will still be souls and bodies. We're not talking about something that happens in another realm of existence. It's here in the physical world. So stuff will still exist, but you're not going to be attached to it in that way. You're not going to attribute importance to it that way. It will have a much more practical attitude toward all physical things.
That indeed does sound enlightening.
Yeah. Well, it's enlightened. That's the enlightened attitude toward physical stuff. And by the way, you don't have to wait for the Messianic era. You can have that enlightened attitude now. Why not? You can have a healthy attitude toward physical things now. That's why also, you're talking about Jewish attitudes towards money. Jewish attitude toward money, we never really glorify asceticism. There are other faith traditions that, asceticism, like, oath of poverty, that kind of stuff. We don't glorify that. There's no shame in that. If someone's poor, it's not shameful to be poor, but we don't glorify asceticism or renouncing material possessions because there's nothing, again, we're going back to the same concept, but what do you want it for? What's the purpose? What are you going to do with it?
It's a tool.
It's a tool. And if you're not attaching meaning to it that it doesn't have, if you're looking at it practically as a tool, like imagine a guy running around with a hammer so everyone can see he has a hammer. He doesn't have to bash a nail into a wall. He just wants everyone to see him with a hammer. Like, that'd be ridiculous. But if you need to bash a nail into a wall, of course, give me a hammer. Of course, then the hammer, right? And then as soon as you're done putting the nail on the wall, put down the hammer, right? The concept of attributing value or meaning to money that it doesn't have. That's when we say having an enlightened attitude toward money, that's what that means. And therefore, you don't need to be an ascetic. You don't need to take an oath of poverty and renounce all worldly possessions in order to be holy. You can have money. You can have a lot of money. Just don't lose sight of what it's for. You don't have to avoid it to be holy. You just have to make sure you remember its purpose.
We have a show called Not Your Typical Podcast hosted by Charlene Amanoff. But when she got cancer this year, she and I discussed that she should be on the show Inspiration for the Nation. This is a piece about her finding out about the cancer, and opposed to what the classic thing of crying and worrying, she decided to do something else that's very special.
We ended up doing a biopsy on my 40th day of Nishmat, which is crazy because Nishmat is like my most favorite project in the world. And people see so many Nishmat miracles, especially on the 40th day. So I was so convinced I'm going to go in for the biopsy on day 40 of Nishmat. Of course it's benign. There's no way it's going to be malignant because it's the 40th day of Nishmat. And unfortunately, or not unfortunately, the way Hashem wanted it to be was that it turned out to be breast cancer. And the results actually ended up taking 2 weeks. We were in Miami. It was January 6th. I'm at the altar with my husband and all my kids. We're having a beautiful time eating breakfast. I fully forgot about it even because it took so long for them to follow up. And I kept saying, for sure, it's nothing. It's fine. And then they called. I picked up the phone with all my kids around me on speaker and the doctor really slacking in the bedside manner department. Very matter-of-factly. Hi, Charlene. This is Dr. So-and-so. I'm calling from radiology. So it is cancer. Do you have a breast surgeon or would you like a phone number for one? And I was like, what just happened? And my kids are all around me. And one of my kids thought they should text Zachary in Israel in the middle of this crazy hurricane and say, Zachary, mommy has cancer.
Oh no.
Send.
Oh no.
So I'm on the phone with a radiologist and I'm hearing this tsunami wash over me. And Jonathan is really not handling well. Baruch Hashem, he's totally obsessed with me. Thank you, Hashem. Li'ayin hara, it should always be. But sometimes I see him like, I think you love me too much. Like, chill. Like, don't love me this much because I don't want you to get sick. He was screaming. He was crying and he was stomping and banging and my kids are all screaming and crying. And I promise you, Yaakov, as I hang up with the radiologist, I started to dance. with my kids. And they're like, Mommy, no. And I took a page out of my mother's playbook. I watched my mom dance the moment she heard that she had stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And here I am hearing I have stage 1 breast cancer. How dare I not dance? And I danced. I was crying, but I was dancing. And Zachary's trying to FaceTime me. He's screaming and crying. I'm coming back. I'm getting on a plane. I'm coming home. I'm like, no, you are not. I'm dancing. We got this. Hashem knows what he's doing. It stinks. I'm not going to lie. It's not fun, but he's got this. It's 10:30 p.m. and my house phone rings. Like, no one uses the house phone anymore, right?
Yeah.
So when the house phone rang, I thought, who in the world is calling the house at 10:30? People will call my cell till 2 a.m. because they know I'm awake. But the house, nobody. And all of a sudden, Eliza runs and picks it up and she's like, Mommy, it's Dr. Kostroff. And I'm thinking, why is she calling me at 10:30? Oh my gosh, why is she calling me at 10:30? And my logical part of my brain at that moment ceased to work. And I started hyperventilating. I'm like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And I picked up and she goes, I figured it would be worth it to wake up your entire family to let you know that it had not spread. Thank you, Hashem. It had not spread. Your lymph nodes are clear. Your margins are clear. And the oncotype, which is a number that they decide whether you benefit from chemo or not, the oncotype was low enough, Baruch Hashem, that it rendered me ineligible for chemo. It wouldn't be effective. And I do have a long road ahead of me still. I have, 15 rounds of radiation. I have 7 years of tamoxifen, which is not the most pleasant drug, but Hodu L'Adonai Ki Tov Ki L'Olam Chasdo. I've never, ever felt closer to Hashem than I do right now, which sounds weird. I had so many friends call me and say, okay, so you had 11 miscarriages. You watched your daughter drown and you became completely religious as a result. You lived through your mother's stage 4 cancer diagnosis. Your best friend died. You are 43 and you just got diagnosed with cancer. Why are you happy? Why are you not mad at Hashem? And I'm like, Chas v'shalom. Who would ever be? Hashem doesn't owe me anything. And I think this is just a message that all of us need to be reminded of. Hashem owes us nothing. Everything that we have and everything that we receive is an added bonus gift from Hashem. You can stand up right now and walk. That's a gift. You're not entitled to it. And I would explain this to people and they were like, no, you're actually a little messed up. You're crazy. And I was like, so be it. So I'm crazy. But I have 0 questions for Hashem.
My brother and I get into many disagreements, respectfully. And one of them that I was completely wrong about is he was doing street interviews. This is 3-4 years ago. And he saw this woman together with a few guys and they're like, she looks like a star. She's wearing this like purple coat. And either way, he did an interview with her. He told me about it. And I said, transparently, I don't really think it's going to do too well. I think as of today has over 2.3 million views and is one of our most famous clips episodes that we've done. So this is my brother's conversation with the Jewish grandma.
What are your biggest money tips for people watching today?
First of all, you should have a savings account, no matter how little you have, and put it away every week something. Then you can buy secondhand clothes. The women are spending too much on clothes. The designer thrift shops in Manhattan and all the expensive neighborhoods have the most wonderful consignment clothes. You can buy for your children and yourself. Save a fortune of money and you look lovely. That's 2. What are you going to do with all the money you save? Buy real estate. Real estate's the best investment. And there are always places that from people are starting. Like today, it's Tampa. I just heard about it. Tampa's great. The prices went up already in the last 6 months. Then you have to learn not to overbuy and not to waste food. Use your leftovers. Use them wisely. And teach your children. You don't give a 2-year-old an apple. You cut it up because he'll take 3 bites, throw out the rest. Have you noticed that? Don't give them a whole apple to eat. Oh, I can go on and on. You don't want to hear it all.
Oh, we love it.
Because I learned that you have to do it all with a smile and a chuckle and laugh it off, because otherwise you're going to be in pain all day. So on my fridge I have in Hebrew the words Im ein chachma aval zikna yesh, which means translated. Maybe there's no, we're not that smart as you are. I grant you that. But we have wisdom. And where do we get it? Just from experience. Whatever you're doing 15 times, you've done it. We've done it 150 times. And after a while, the brain goes through all those motions. You have to have gained something or else you're a total blooming idiot. So that's why we tell our kids, why waste all those times you have to do it? We've done it already. Listen to us. And we find that the smartest of our children are the ones that listen. They don't have to do everything we say, but just have an open mind. And some of them will admit, you know, Ma, I'm glad I listened to you. You know, Pa, I'm so glad you said that. I didn't realize it. So talk about saving money. You have to watch your receipts when you go to the local supermarket. Because I can tell you that I do not allow them to start scanning my wagon load of groceries until I'm ready to see the scanner machine. And then I check the prices. And sometimes if I forget, I look through my receipt when they're finished and I see the mistakes. Invariably, they make a mistake. It's not always the cashier's fault because sometimes there's a sale on an item and you're very excited to get it and you put it into your wagon. When you get to pay for it, it's the regular price. And you say, why? And when you complain to the manager, he says, oh, we didn't put it into the computer yet. That was the mistake. Too bad. I have to tell you that about a year ago, I said to my husband, look, I saved you $14. More than one item, there was a mistake. And yesterday, I went to buy red peppers. So there are Holland red peppers, and then there are other red peppers. One was close to $5 a pound. The other was $2 and something. Of course, I took the cheaper ones, but she scanned it with the price of the expensive ones. And I caught it, and I said, oh, $3. And it goes on, and there are families who don't have money for food, and it's hard, and they're not realizing, or they don't have the time to check it. Check your receipts, because it happens to me 3 times a week. Toys. The children today are being given too many toys. The floor is filled with toys. They don't know where to look first. They get so distracted. It's not good for their mind. Their brain can't focus on any one thing. They're not given that chance. And the toys cost fortunes. And every kid comes to the other one's house and says, oh, I have that. Why not borrow toys if you don't have a toy and the other one has one you like? So borrow. What happened to borrowing? People don't borrow from each other anymore. Everyone has to own it. It's not good. And the children do not develop in their minds properly because they're not focusing. My kids, I have to tell you, I remember when we had plain blocks. When colored blocks came out, I bought them a set, and they would sit on the floor for hours building things from the colored blocks, and that was fun. We didn't have a lot of toys. There wasn't money for that, and they were better off. So why spend all that money on toys? You think the more you give them, the happier they're going to be. And it's not so at all. So the bottom line is move to Israel. You got to leave here. America has seen better days. We had it good here for a long time.
I've been doing interviews for 5 years now, and it's been a blessing, an honor. And if you haven't subscribed yet, go to Living Chaim, subscribe after you've donated to Amudim. Don't leave here yet. But one of the biggest honors that I've had is we've had a lot of hostages come on Inspiration for the Nation to discuss what happened to them, how they found their emunah and their bitachon, people that didn't grow up with God or Hashem in their life. And they some of them have lost their lives, but they refuse to give up. Eli Sharabi tragically lost. His brother was killed. His wife was killed. His 2 daughters were killed. He was starved. He was beaten, and he was in Gaza captivity for almost 500 days. This is a snippet of my live conversation that I had with Eli Sharabi in the Young Israel of Woodmere.
Could you take us through what happened with you on October 7th?
We just woke up from a lot of
red alarm. And Lian's application of this red, all the alarms was just got crazy, and we didn't understand why it's happening. Usually it's happening because things that happened, and we were sure it's going to finish another 10, 15 minutes. But after something like 15, 20 minutes, we got a message from the 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, from this team that protect the kibbutz, and says it's a suspicious of terrorist in the kibbutz. Even then, I told Lian that it probably finished in half an hour, and probably it's nothing. An hour, 2 hours later, all the WhatsApp groups from the kibbutz, the kids, and start to write, somebody shot mom, somebody shot dad, our house setting fire, and it wasn't easy at all. And we start to understand they arrived to our neighbor, and me and Lian, in that time, we made a decision. We're not going to fight with them. Of course, we didn't have any weapon, but we said we're not going to fight with them just to protect the girls. We presume that I'm going to be kidnapped, but they will be all right because the British passport will protect them. And around 11:15, they arrived to our house. 10 terrorists opened the door of the safe room. Our dog barked, and they got panicked and started to shoot. We jumped on the girls, and after 10 seconds, they stopped. And we showed them like British passport, like as we planned. They asked to collect our phones, and it all got calm. And 2 of them grabbed me, and another 2 of them took the girls to the kitchen, and they asked from Lian to get dressed because we jumped from the bed to the safe room. And after 2 or 3 minutes, the leader there said to them to take me away from there, outside, and I understood I'm going to be kidnapped now. It was last minute, last time I've seen my daughters, and showed them I'll be back. And I probably would say something else if I would knew it's the last time. And that's it. They took me away.
When they were taking you, were you able to see your surroundings? Did they block you from being able to see?
They grabbed me out from the house, and the first thing I've seen, it's my friend's house getting burned. It was Yonat and Dror Or. And I understood later that after my release that he was murdered 5 minutes before me, and Yonat as well. And they grabbed me, something like 200 meters, they dragged me to the fence. All the way I've seen something like 100 or 250 terrorists coming in and out from all the houses. And I understood that probably our defense on the kibbutz, and probably the army as well, that nobody exists anymore because they've done whatever they want. And they put me into the car, one of the kibbutz cars that they stole. And since that minute, I said, Shema Israel. Since then, I did it every day. We start our routine in the tunnels. We had no choice. You have to have routine. So every day you wake up, you say Birkot HaShachar and Shema Israel, and laughing and talking. And if you eat good, you train and to move yourself because the chain is on your legs all the time, 24/7. But still, you're acting like normal person. You look for the things that give you a little bit of humanity. And actually, and waiting for Friday. Usually on Friday, they gave us a little bit more food. And we waited because we said Kiddush. And I said Shetchail to my mom and to my sisters and my wife. And we kept every time like a quarter of bread, a pita bread, just to say Motzi lechem min haaretz. And all this gave us a lot of faith. And remind us our families, and it gave us a lot of strength, and it was very good for us. And 2 days before the release, February 6th, the Hamas leader in this tunnel showed me a picture of Yossi, my brother, and he said to me happily that he was kidnapped as well, and he was murdered. I didn't really believe him, because I don't believe any word of them they're saying to us. And after he gone, Ohad took me to the side and said to me that Yossi is dead. He saw the film of him and 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 that been murdered as well. And Noah Gamani was with them, and she was released. That was a very difficult moment for me. Difficult 2 days until her release, to know my brother is not alive anymore. But still, I just waited for the moment I'll see Lian and Noya and Yahel and my mom and my sisters. So I hold on to that. The day I was released, I cried because probably all the surviving mode just went, from me, and I could cry. When I was crying, Ohad asked the Red Cross where they've been for 491 days, why they're not arrived to visit us and give us food and see if we're okay and give us medicines. And their answer was that Hamas didn't let them to see us. Well, we start to move from this area to the Israeli, to the IDF. And it was something like 15 minutes drive, and all this drive, and just imagine how Lian and my daughters running to me. When I arrived to the IDF, psychologist coming to me and said to me, your mom and your sister is waiting for you. And I said to her, I want to see Lian and the girls first. And she said, your mother and your sister will tell you. And of course, you don't need to say anything anymore. I understood that they've been murdered. I was crying for 5 minutes. And then I said to her, okay, I want to see my mom and my sister, because I knew that I need to choose now, that if I let the grief bury me, or I can find a way to continue. I always choose to continue and see the next step. I wanted to see my family, because I want my family to hug them, and that they give me the strength and be there for me. And that was very important for me. I didn't choose to be kidnapped, and I didn't choose for what happened to us on October 7th. But I'll always choose how to react and what to hold on, and how to stay human being when the conditions is extreme and you don't have any food. And for me, all life is choosing. And I choose life. I choose to see the light. I cannot make anything that bring back Lian's and bring my daughters back to me. I cannot do anything. But but I'm alive, and I really, really love life. I don't want to live in a sadness. I can't see anything good to be sad, or I don't get any strength from this darkness and the grief and the loss of my wife and my daughters and my brother will be always with me, but beside of life, not instead of life.
These are just a few moments. They're the best of the best. We can't wait to be back here next year. Go ahead and help Amudim as much as possible. They are literally saving the lives of so many people in Klal Yisrael. I'm Yaakov Langer, and thank you so much for watching.
Welcome back to Jewish Jeopardy! Not to be confused with Jews in Jeopardy, which is a show about Otisville. Great Daf Yomi there, by the way. I'm your host, Chaim David Mendelbaum. Let's meet our contestants. First up, he's 5'8" with acid reflux, works as an audit partner at Ernst & Young. Please welcome from Woodmere, New York, Howard Schwartzberg.
Hi, call me Howie, and it's Deloitte.
Deloitte?
Yeah, Deloitte.
Next up, from Great Neck, New York, we have Nissan Mateheda Weda Yusvadelian. No, Nissan, how are you? Welcome.
Wait a minute. Are you related to Daniil Mateheda Weda Yusvadelian from Great Neck?
No.
So, Nissan, tell us, what do you do for work?
What do you mean, what do I do? What do you do, Rabbi?
Well, how do you make a living?
I make it, Baruch Hashem, thanks God.
What, you sell rugs or something?
No! Why, you need one?
Okay, never mind. Let's move on to our next guest. Please welcome from Congregation Rodev Shalom Simon Tavu Mazel Tov in Bushwick. Ladies and gentlemen, Rabbi Shelley Newhouse Dreyfus.
Hi, Shalom. I am so honored to be here celebrating unity, advocating for justice for all, combating anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and...
Listen, Shelley, please keep it short, okay? We can't keep you on screen too long. Mishpacha Magazine's a sponsor.
I don't even know how to play guitar.
Oh, we're looking for a rabbi. What'd you get, 𝐶𝐲𝐕? JTS? Harvard Divinity School. Might as well get Shabbos Kestenbaum.
We pronounce it Shabbat.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Shabbat Shalom.
Moving on. Okay, let's move on to our final contestant. He is a self-described artist who just released his first single on 24/6, My Rebbe Loves Me Anyway. Please welcome from Toms River, New Jersey, our youngest contestant, 16-year-old Momo.
So, just out here trying to fill that klipas nister with some fresh arpanecha. You know what I'm saying?
No, I have no idea what you're saying. Does anybody know what he's saying?
I believe he's talking about Tikkun Olam.
Yeah, of course you would think that. Does anybody know what he's saying?
I think he said his vape died.
Vape died? Ah, Baruch Dayanemes.
It's like a baby hookah.
Okay, let's check out our categories. We have Shidduchim, New, What's His Deal, Say Better, Name That Hashkafa, Jewfluencers, Learner or Earner, Can You Take a Small Package for Me, Out of Town, and finally, Goyim.
I don't love that term. We prefer Semitically challenged.
Okay, before we start playing, I just want to remind you to please answer in the form of a question. We're all Yidden. We know how to do that, right? Verstehst?
Mazel tov.
Let's begin with... Yes, Howie, what?
Are you validating the parking?
You serious? Yes, Nissan, what?
Rabbi, the prize, it's all cash?
It's all for tzedakah. It's for Amudim.
Oh, tzedakah. Okay.
Momo, why don't you go first, since I doubt your attention span's going to last the whole game?
I bet. Hit me with Say Better, 200.
They made the wedding in Lakewood on a Tuesday because it's halfway between New York and Baltimore and said it was more convenient for the families. Yes, Rabbi Shelley.
What is Tikkun Olam?
No. Yes, Nissan.
What is... It's cheaper.
Correct. Simcha's cheaper on a Tuesday. They probably serve chicken. Nissan, the board is yours.
I want shidduch.
Okay, you got to pick a number.
No, I want shidduch for my daughter. She's too old. 20.
Okay, someone call Eliza Ben Shalom. Ha! Okay, now, please pick a number.
Shidduchim for 200.
Okay. The shadchan swore she's beautiful with a big neshama, but she doesn't send pictures because it's not tznius. Yes, Shelley.
Rabbi Shelley, what is she's not focused on her looks because she doesn't want to be objectified? You should give her a shot.
I don't think you understand the game. Yes, Momo.
She beat.
She beat? I don't think you understand English. Also, you have to answer in the form of a question. Yes, Momo.
She beat?
Yes, Howie.
What is she's ugly, but they already paid the shadchan and she's got to deliver something?
Correct you are, Howie, for $200.
Wow, you buy wife for $200? Where's she from, Isfahan?
All right, Howie, board is yours.
Okay, let's try name that hashkafa for 400.
He's hideous, she's gorgeous. He keeps Chalav Yisrael, she has a tattoo and a nose ring. Yes, Reb Shelley.
What is Chabad?
Wow, Reb Shelley, that is correct. Good for you. How do you know Chabad?
They put tefillin on me every day.
Really? Rashi or Rabbeinu Tam?
Yes.
Okay, Shelley, the board is yours.
Rabbi Shelley. Let's do name that hashkafa for 800.
Okay. I'm strictly kosher, but I eat out dairy.
What is Scarsdale?
What is Englewood?
What is Tom's River on vacation?
All correct.
Isn't all dairy kosher?
This person. Since you all got it right, Nissan, why don't you take the board?
I'll take what's his deal for 200? But listen, you give me a receipt for 400.
You can't do that. That's called tax evasion.
What? Who you work for? You wearing a wire?
Okay, back to what's his deal for 200. And for this answer, we're going to go to our special video clue. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 1840 podcast. Today, we are going to explore the various particularities and intersectionalities by which our community finds itself in crisis. We will explore the exegetical framework by which we find common understanding through our communal infrastructure. While the foundations of our community are collapsing around us, we need to find common understanding, and oftentimes people struggling within our community at the various fringes and marginalizations find comfort in seeking consultation from me. Who am I? All right. Anybody know who that is? Anybody get that at all? Yes?
What is...
Don't you say it.
Tikkun Olam.
Every time with you people. There's other things. Shelley, there's other things. Anybody else know who that was? Yes, Howie.
Who is David Bashevkin?
Oh, nobody knows, actually. Oh, that's your answer. Correct. Rabbi David Bashevkin. Howie, board is yours.
I'll take what's his deal for 400.
He says he's a comedian, but it seems like all he does is touch his hair and talk about dating.
I don't know if that's all he does.
Yes, Howie.
Who is Dovi Newberger?
Correct.
Oh, he sounds gross.
I feel like some people like him.
No one likes him, although Elon and Modi are currently fighting for full custody.
Howie, you like him?
I don't know him, but I'm sure there are more talented comedians with less hair that find him frustrating.
Well, his father's a big Rav. He's probably very disappointed.
I don't think he's that disappointed.
Wow, his father's a rabbi?
Oh, yeah.
Like a real rabbi or this?
No. Legit.
Liz Glazer was on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon.
Is her father a big Rav?
No, but her wife is.
Ah. All right, Rabbosai, let's keep it moving. I got a Wachnacht to attend tonight.
Bless you.
Howie, pick the category.
Let's do Jewfluencers for 200.
Okay. Andrew Cuomo, Shabbos Kestenbaum, and the couples on Stories of Hope. Yes, Momo.
What are people that settled?
Correct. All right, Momo, you got it right, but it looks like you're spacing out. Take a hit of the vape. Nissan, you're up.
I'll take Jewfluencer for 800.
Answer is Sebastian Maniscalco.
Who is 𝐂𝐤 Jacobs?
Correct. You all got it right. Momo, you want to go?
I'll take Say Better for 600.
All right, say better for 600.
Say Better for 700.
6 or 700?
6 or 700.
What is wrong with these kinder? The answer is 3 Reform rabbis and a Satmar Chassid walk into a bar. Yes.
What are Jews for Zoran?
Correct. Surprise, surprise. You got that one. All right, we're up to the last answer under Jewfluencers. It says it's for 1,000, but we'll give it to you all for 7,000.
Who is Lizzie Savetsky.
Correct. You guys are rocking it. Great work. Great job. Steiging away over here on Jewish Jeopardy.
Can I leave?
What do you mean?
I gotta dip. My Adderall's wearing off.
Momo, you can't leave. We're in the middle of the game.
I gotta record. I'm going to the studio.
That's fine. You'll do it later.
No, I gotta go now.
We gotta go. Okay, moving on. We're gonna.
Rebbe, you love me.
Oh my God.
𝐶𝐈𝐕𝐄. Even though I smoke the pot, you still love me a lot. Rebbe, you love me.
All right. Enough. Rabosai, please. Final Jeopardy. Can we do Final Jeopardy? We good? Howie, what are you doing?
Yalvi.
Good call. This concept, originating in the Torah and later expounded upon in the Mishnah and Gemara, teach us that we must repair all that is broken in this world. You have 30 seconds. Okay, Howie, let's start with you. What did you put down? What is Tikkun Olam? That is correct. Very good, Howard. Very nice. Okay, Nissan, what do you have? What is Tikkun Olam? That is correct. Congratulations. Very good.
Rabbi, you pay me now?
Okay, we're going to go to Shelley now.
Rabbi, I gotta go.
Fine, Momo, we'll go to you. What did you put down?
I forgot, but I got bored halfway through, so.
What is Tikkun and then a picture of your hand?
That's my hand.
All right, it counts. Tikkun Olam. Congratulations, Momo. Okay, Shelley, I know you got this one right. We have, I assume, what is Tikkun?
Yair Shalomi Das from Maseches Baba Metzia, Chaf Aleph, Amud Aleph, Chaf Aleph, Amud Beis.
I have to say, that's not correct, but I'm very impressed. It's very stark.
I do the daf with Rafeli Stefanski every day.
Maybe she is a rabbi.
She?
Roberta, you're not listening.
Over the last 18 months throughout the pandemic, one of the more difficult issues was for people trying to enter Israel. Whether it was to attend yeshiva, seminary, visit family, attend simchas, it wasn't easy. But thankfully, Amudim was there. Whether it was their helpful website that kept updating guidance and helping people through these confusing Israeli forms, intervening with the Israeli government, especially in times of emergency, David Kushner and his team were there. My colleagues at Agoda all across the country were dealing with similar issues, and we found that all of us had David Kushner's number on speed dial, and we were constantly interacting with him, asking him for advice, assistance, and simply comparing notes. Because in times of crisis, Amudim is there for you.
I just wanted to thank my dear friends at Amudim for all the great work that they've done in our community and communities around the world, and helping people that were unfortunately involved with abuse and drugs. And Baruch Hashem, thank God, Chazak is a very close relationship. We've done many events together on drug awareness, on narcan training, and many other events. And we want to wish them much atzlacha, continued atzlacha, to continue their holy work of helping families, helping individuals. And we wish them much success in all their endeavors. And they should continue mechayel from strength to strength. And Amudim should continue strong. We should only hear good news.
Our sages teach us that if you save one person, you save an entire world.
Thank you, Amudim, for saving so many people and recreating so many worlds.
Welcome to another segment at 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. I hope you're at home, comfortable, and enjoying this. I am joined today together with Rabbi 𝐲𝐲 Jacobson. Thank you for coming.
My pleasure, my honor. Thank you.
Sure. And Dr. Shlomi Zimmerman. Okay, so I'm very excited because you are both Yidden, obviously, that I know. And
after that, everything is
that's it. Right, exactly.
That's the truth.
That is the
truth.
Deep, deep truth. But also your experience is very different. I'm sure there's overlap going to yeshiva and being from Yidden. But I would love to see what the commonalities between both of your day-to-day experiences are like. I want to start off with a question about the experience that you have today as it relates to the mental health world. We'll start with Reb 𝐲𝐲. In your profession, if that makes sense to say, what is the most common mental health issues and challenges that you are personally seeing today?
I would say, without, maybe we could zoom into specifics, but to give it a more of a, more collective description, I would say, so many of us feel disconnected from ourselves. And what I mean by that is, not just in cliche, I'm disconnected from myself, but the tragedy is that we often don't even understand the challenge, The Baal Shem Tov once said, Haster Aster means that the Hester is Behester. When concealment is defined as concealment, it's not so concealed. When the concealment is concealed, in other words, it's revelation, everything is normal, then it's even a deeper concealment. Every person has a real energy. The Baal Shem Tov says that the world is recreated every single moment. That means right now I am channeling a divine energy that is infusing and animating and vivifying my entire existence, spiritual, physical, psychological, emotional, of course, biological. And the greatest gift in life is to be in touch with that energy, to be a channel for that energy. I'm smiling because we spoke about being a channel before. But for that, I really need to be connected to it. It's really connection with a very, very deep, essential self. And when I operate from that space, I can fulfill my mission in this world. I could connect deeply. I can love deeply. And all of Yiddishkeit has this as the foundation. This is like the essence of everything. And I think many of us struggle with this. And it obviously comes out, in a million different ways, in a million different outlets. Because if I don't have this, I must have something to compensate for this. Because the pain of this is one of the deepest pains. It's the pain of disconnect. So I need tremendous amounts of distractions based on how sensitive I am. If I'm more sensitive, my distractions need to be more dramatic and more glamorous. If I'm less sensitive, I can get away just, with a few ragalach.
Dr. Zimmerman, is that your experience in terms of seeing patients and people who are going through challenges?
So I think the beauty of this and why this is such a pleasure for me, aside for the privilege, is that I come from a both very classic yeshiva, Musar kind of background. And, the Baal Shem Tov was somebody you had stories about, but wouldn't live the Baal Shem Tov in any way, shape, or form. And psychologically, it's hard to come to these exact terms. What was interesting through my journey through yeshiva and then clinically is to come to this place. And I'll talk about it from a different angle, from the Musar perspective for a moment. One of the most impactful...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Basically what he's saying is, just being nice about it, is that I violated every rule of basic psychology. It was pure anecdotal, my own spiritual imagination imposing itself on the zeitgeist of the generation. So now we're going to have a more professional articulation. I confess to that.
If this was therapy, I would say, Rabbi, I was projecting that onto me. I was not saying that. but I'll talk, one of the most impactful things for me is Shlomo Volba, who was a mashgiach in Eretz Yisrael. He wrote a piece for Sanz Laniado Hospital. It was run by the Kloisenberger Rebbe. And so the Gedolim actually wrote for the medical journal. And he wrote a very complex piece called Psychiatry Vidas, Psychiatry and Religion. And in there, he says, if you wanted to develop a Jewish psychology, it would be based on basic fundamental principle is yedidus, connection, attachment, or zarus, estrangement. And he says that foundation is yedidus, what Rabbi Wai said, I can be connected to myself. That sounds fun. What does it mean, connected to myself? He gives a very good example. If you ever gotten really angry and you did something you're really not proud of, afterwards you'll say, I wasn't myself. Well, who were you? You have a sense that the real me, the deeper me, the spiritual core of me is something we can only say as Jewish mental health people, was not aligned. Something took over. Something else took hold of me, and I wasn't myself. Whereas when we're in alignment, we feel at ease with ourselves. We're comfortable. That means I really know myself, and that means I can integrate the part of me that's also a part, that's the angry part. But that's not the defining characteristic of me. And when you start to get lost as to who am I, so people will often say, the voice in my head is so critical. I have all these visions of I'm not good enough, I'm bad, or I'm anxious. And you have a sense that, but somewhere in there's a healthy core that I'm not accessing. And the flip side of that, and that's actually, if we stay with that for a moment, that's what Revolba defined as Zorus, means you have a El Zor, have a foreign, strange God. So who's the strange God inside of you? That's that piece that speaks as the I, but it's really taken over. It's a fake. It's a fraud. It's an imposter. When you're aligned with your true self, things flow naturally. You're in a state of health. When you're distant, you're not. And so many people today have lost their sense. They think that the imposter, who's often full of shame or toxicity or negativity, is the real self. And that, like Rabbi Wai said, leads to all sorts of different ways that we can't sit with ourselves or act out.
Very fascinating, both of what you just said. I'm curious, Rabbi Wai, is the complications for someone truly understanding who they are or what their role is or how to channel themselves, is that coming, let's say, for us? Is it the influences in America? Is it maybe perhaps a lack of maybe Messiah or proper understanding of Torah? Where is that coming from?
I don't think we can be, I don't know that we can have a definitive answer for that. In a very general way, I would say it's coming from the fact that we have been for close to 2,000 years in Gullus, tremendous amount of suffering, tremendous amounts of persecution, as a result of which we worked so hard to survive and even thrive. But it comes with a lot of pain and suffering and the concealment of this world on a good day. The Gemara says in Pesachim that the word olam comes from the word helam, right? The Hebrew word for the world is concealment. It's a very funny thing. Like, we have no better word for the universe than concealment, but it nails it. Like, the definition of existence, the way we know it is, there is a concealment. And everybody has to confront the concealment, right? That's why vulnerability is so essential, because if we're not confronting concealment, we're not dealing with life. We are not dealing with reality. So there's a concealment inherent in the way Hashem created the world. That's part of our work. The Baal HaTanya says something amazing in one of his discourses. He says, the Gemara says in Chagiga, based on the Pasuk in Malachi, someone who serves Hashem is called an Oved Elokim. It says the word Oved means avoid, the service, really comes from one of the labors of Shabbos. The Malachas of Shabbos is Ma'abed, right? It's taking epidermis, taking the hide of an animal and developing it. It's called a tanner, ma'abed. So he says, Oved Elokim. The whole purpose of life is to take the Shem Elokim, which is the name of concealment. It's the name that Midas Hadin, Midas Hatzimtzum, it restricts the infinite, expansive energy of Hashem. And Oved Elokim, you're actually like developing Elokim. You're opening it up. You're opening up the blockages. So we're all confronting this. The biggest trauma is the trauma of birth, the neshama, which is a chelik elikami mal mamash. So it's literally infinite. It's not a joke. It's not a cliche. And it comes into a world where its identity is constantly being questioned. And whether it's nature and nurture and everything else, these are the factors. Of course, everyone then has their own individual struggles and the community issues. And as you said, there could be misinterpretation of Torah, and there could be family dynamics and community dynamics and internal dynamics. And that's the chessboard that Hashem puts me into. But now I have the shlichus, I have a mission, and I have the graceful opportunity to be able to be an Oved Elokim, to be able to open things up.
Dr. Zimmerman.
So this is one of the real challenges for me being a frum mental health professional, because the psychological arena almost views, in some unhealthy way, children as like a blank slate. You come in clean, and almost everything is nurture. Okay, maybe you get genetics, but that's also because something got messed along the way, and now there's epigenetics. But fundamentally, it's all about what happened to you. And obviously, what happens to us is incredibly profound. The impact on children, on parents, on trauma, on Holocaust, on Gullus for 2,000 years is huge. But often you'll fail to see that there's something in some ways deeper. And what I referenced before, that the way we come into this world from a Jewish perspective is not neutral. I have this infinite divine neshama, that's the true me, and I have this foreign stranger who's literally trying to undo everything and get me to believe all this sort of negativity and the bias. So it's not starting at a blank slate. It's starting from a place, right? And this is way before Gullus. Adam and Chava was external. Cain and Hevel, Act 2, Scene 2, you have something that's internalized that leads to murder very rapidly. So we have tremendous darkness built in, and it has to correspond to that infinite light. In order for there to be free choice, there has to be incredible darkness. So that template, going back to the Yedida Zoris model, how aligned with my true essence, my neshama will I be versus different, that will be my own personal choice will have a huge impact. My culture, environment, society, my parents, everything will move me closer to my true essence. If I'm treated like a beloved, divine being, that'll move me in more alignment. If I'm treated as a worthless piece of junk who's, messing up my family or not a good talmid in my yeshiva, it'll distance me and move me further away. And that's the hard integration. But I think really this is a philosophy that can really integrate both your environment and your DNA and your spiritual, I don't know when this will air, but we're talking about this week, Rivka is pregnant and she's pulled to one way to negativity, to the church, one way to the Beis Medrash. And one of the nicest definitions of that I heard from the Lubavitch camp is, you're not crazy, you're pregnant with twins. You're pulled in different directions. So we have that as a template, and then our experiences and our choices move that along the needle. And what we're really trying to help people do is get closer to their true essence, to their true core. And the flip side of that is that's the greatest gift, is that from a secular psychology perspective, let's say someone's really traumatized, they have 2,000 years of suffering, what are you rebuilding from? It's broken. From a Jewish perspective, your fundamental true essence is untaintable. It's unbreakable. We can have layer upon layer upon layer that distances you, but there's always a core to go back to. And I think that's the real synergy of, what I was always talking about, and what I'm always talking about is, how do we get people to identify with the real self and connect there? And that's where I think the magic happens.
I could be wrong. I only have 33 years of experience, but it does seem like, if looking at history of the world, that things are moving very fast now, even just from technology, for example. And one of the nice things happening is there's Yiddishkeit is becoming more of a melting pot. It's maybe 100 years ago, 500 years ago, that's that kind of Judaism, that's that kind of Judaism. And there's a big overlap now. I'm curious for why, is there any negative aspects that could be happening from that melting pot effect?
I think it's very, very positive, because ultimately in the Mashiach reality and consciousness, the complete unity is going to be revealed. That's unity between all of the Jewish people. It's unity between all the streams of Judaism. It's unity between all of humanity. It's unity between the whole universe, right? The Navi Yeshaya says the world will be filled with divine awareness like water covers the sea. So it's like an ocean. And all of the details in the ocean are engulfed and encompassed by the divine oneness, like the water, which includes all of the life underwater. So it's a very, very powerful tool. Of course, whenever we talk about a melting pot, you always have to be careful not to melt. In other words, not to forfeit in order to flatter or to please or to be accepted. But so in that sense, a melting pot could sometimes have, detrimental effects, like what we call assimilation. But if you mean by a melting pot, the ability for people to be able not to be stuck in stereotypes, to be able to have an expansive consciousness, we have to remember that every leaf, every squirrel, every cell, every atom, every neuron, every droplet of water, grain of sand, flake of snow, every star, black hole, and tiny worm are all reflecting Hashem's oneness. So the moment we go into the frequency of Achdus Hashem, of Einoid Movadai, everything is part of it. Everything. The light and the darkness. There was a big Kabbalist, his name was Rabbi Avraham Abulefia. So he says, it's pretty intense. He says, Yud and Hey and Vav and Hey is Yetzer HaToiv v'Yetzer Hara. Yetzer HaToiv, because ultimately, as the Mishnah says in Brachas, love Hashem with all your heart. The Yetzer Hara can also be transformed, right? Which is the next step in this discussion. That even the darkness is also part of a purpose. It's not just dark and you just get rid of it. You don't get rid of it. It's here to be transformed and actually elevate you more. So the same is true with the entire universe. So in that ultimate vision, there's a search now. You see this search for unity. You see this curiosity, this inquisitiveness. People are not content with what they used to be content. And everything, there's bechira. So it can become, I could just be on my phone, going from one clip to another clip to another clip and just completely frazzled and disoriented. But I think the spiritual opportunity is there's such a powerful capacity to be able to grow in extraordinary ways. Somebody told me a good line. Actually, it was a woman who told me she heard it from a non-Jew. She said she was in Arizona, and this Andrew said, God has been expediting consciousness. And I liked it. God has been expediting consciousness. It's like, get on the train because it's moving very, very fast. Like we really have to grow up, and it's a gift. Like the consciousness even of 2 years ago, it's like, where have you been living in the 1600s? It's like, boom. It's powerful.
So to echo that, I think, listen, obviously melting pot is always going to come with a challenge. The healthier a person is, the more they can handle different views, the less ego involved they are. So if you're not a threat to me, so I can get to know you and understand you and appreciate you and integrate whatever's okay, and I can also keep a boundary for whatever's not. But that takes tremendous health. The less healthy we are, that becomes very dangerous potentially. Sadly, I think they say, I don't know where the original source is, that the bigger the tzaddik can handle the bigger Russia, right? Meaning, because you're the bigger the person, he can take in and learn from everything, right? Meir was able to learn from Acher, who went off completely. He was able to take, and said, he threw away the peel and he took whatever was remaining. And that ability to see the good and integrate that, I think, is a unique opportunity. Even just the Torah, like growing up learning Chabad Torah was totally foreign to me. And Chazdesh, with the internet and with Rabbi YY's podcasts and things like that, I've learned, Baruch Hashem, quite a bit of Chabad Torah. And that's something that's brand new, in the ability to really tap into such a broader perspective. But I think what Rabbi Y was talking about, that advancing consciousness, every time you have a real leap, you have tremendous risks, because if you can't get on board properly, the dangers are tremendous, and we're seeing people fall into, like Rabbi was just totally disconnected, scrolling away, disconnected themselves, family, like kids are being raised by the back of a phone. But the flip side, the consciousness, let's take AI. AI is forcing almost redemptive consciousness, because all the mundane tasks, like my daughter's in college now, like with things that 25 years ago when I was in college would take me 6 weeks, you could literally have ChatGPT in 30 seconds. It becomes a big question, like, what do we even do? For a while, that's been a question, like, what is a lot of this for? But now it's almost laughable. And all the things that are not spiritual in nature, that are just computational, the machines are doing faster, better, more eloquently than any of us could. And this is just the beginning. So what's going to remain is only what's really essentially human, is the spiritual side. Everything else, so you're being forced into consciousness, into spirituality, into all the things that aren't just quantitative, love and truth and connection and positivity and honesty and integrity, and being able to separate. The only thing that real humans have is what we call das, isn't a collection of knowledge. It's the deepest knowledge from within. Like, how do I know I exist? Philosophically, it's almost impossible to answer that question. But deep inside of us, we have, I'm alive and I exist, right? So these truths that are deep within us, those are the ones that are going to come to the fore, and everything else will be total distraction. The ability to get lost, whatever level we thought Dinyan, illusion, fantasy existed even 5 years ago, which we thought was unprecedented historically, is now laughable. And I have people on the dark side communicating with AI, thinking it's real, taking its advice, getting into really, really problematic places. But on the flip side, the opportunity is to strip away all that's not of the deepest aspect of who we really are and what we could produce and pull towards that. And so these are incredibly opportune times.
I didn't anticipate AI coming up in the conversation, but once we're here, Rabbi, what's your take on AI?
Yeah, as Reb Shlomo, as Dr. Zimmerman was talking, Reb Shlomo, I was just thinking that it's mamash the Rambam. The Rambam's magnum opus is Mishnah Torah Yad HaChazak. It's one of the most studied Svarim and Halacha, probably the most in history, right? And in Yeshiva, Rambam, everything is Rambam. And the end of the whole Rambam, the whole Mishnah Torah, the Rambam, Hilchas Malachim, literally the last chapter of the whole Torah Shabbat of the Rambam. These are his words, okay, verbatim. Uba'isei hazman, there's going to come a time, le'yisham le'irav, le'melchama le'kina le'tachus, sha'toivetiyah mishpas harbe, v'chalam adanim etzuyin kav. There's going to be a time, no hunger, no conflict, no jealousy, no negative competitiveness. The goodness will be so abundant, and all delicacies, like all luxurious things, will be as common as dust. And now he asks, so what are we going to do all day? So they're not even Jews. The entire world is going to only have one asek. Ladas. Das is ha'adam yada is chav. It's not knowledge. It's intimacy. It's embodied connection. So the whole world is going to be immersed in embodied intimacy with Hashem. It's the only thing that AI can do. Like AI can do everything. They'll better pizza shops, better gas stations, better math, everything, mamash, almost everything. What's the only thing they can do? Intimacy with God, right? The divine experience, which is the spirit, the yechida, the nefesh, and that's going to be Esek Halal Madas Hashem Bovat. So it's mamash, it's like the Rambam written 850 years ago, like he's literally describing this.
The way the Rav is explaining it, is AI similar in a way? I know it maybe sound crazy to like Malachim. Is there a similarity there?
It's interesting that the Meir Nevuchim, the Rambam in his Guide to the Perplexed, his philosophical work, so he describes Malachim really as koiches hativim. So that's why it's very interesting. He describes it as forces of nature, which are divine forces. We call them forces of nature, which really just divine. It's eclipsed. It's channeled through nature, and that's what he calls Malachim. So all koiches tivim, any energy that happened. Take, for example, electricity. Electricity was around since the world was created. But for 5,000 years, much more than 5,000 years, we didn't know about it, right? Till 150 years ago. The same is true with sound waves, airwaves, the whole internet revolution. All these things are not invented now. Just like Columbus didn't invent America, he discovered America. So we discover more and more of what Hashem has embedded into our universe. And we just create the kelim, the vessels, to make use of it. So radio was created, the telegraph was created, telegram was created, the television was created, cameras, all these things which changed the entire world completely, right? It turned the world into a more unified place. And now with the internet and with every day another technological revolution, it's soon basically going to be revealed that everything is one. It's all, the Zohar writes, famous in Parshas Noach, it says in the 600th year of the life of Noach, Nifku kol mayanas time rabbav arubas hashamayim niftachu. All the wells from below burst open and the windows of heaven open, and that's how the flood happened. So he says, B'shnas sheish mea shana l'chayei Noach is that's what he writes, in the year 5,600 years, which is Tuf Reish, which happens to be 1840, there's going to be an explosion of Mayanas Tahim Rab, of all the Chachmas, Chitzonius, all the Chachma in the world is going to explode, and Arubas HaShamayim is the Chachma of Pnimi Satire is going to explode, and it's all going to be Hachana for the end of this is the 6th millennium, 5600, for Shabbos, which is Yom Shekol Shabbos and Mechal Chaylam. So what the Zohar is describing is that there's going to be a convergence between spiritual wisdom, divine wisdom, and the wisdom of the world, which are really one. And this is all a preparation for transforming the world. And nothing is excluded of that. Now, like everything that is powerful, there's choice, right? So I could do anything with anything. And some things can be used in very unproductive or even destructive ways. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the energy of it is really inviting us to go into a much, much deeper place. And it's all a preparation for absolute transformation. It's very exciting stuff, this. Very exciting. Some people are very pessimistic when they talk about this generation, but I don't share that pessimism.
Is that because of like your Lubavitch and Hasidus background? Is that where it's coming from, or personally, is that your
probably the energy of the Lubavitcher Rebbe and his I want to say impossible positivity that was radical in ways that are unfathomable. Okay, because he was a person who should have constantly spoken about the trauma of what the Jewish people went through, like the whole generation that went through, and he himself went through insane tragedy, like so many other Jews of that generation. And he would mention it, of course, and you could see his tears and his pain, but there was something so positive. And I think it's essentially Judaism. It's the idea of Amunah, the idea yesh balabayis lebirazu. The world is progressing. This is not a mistake. It's not random. And even, his favorite line was Yerid tzarech aliyah. It's a quote from Maseches Makkos about somebody killing somebody by mistake with an axe. Yerid tzarech aliyah. But he turned that into a cosmic phrase that every Yerida in history is tzarech aliyah, right? Every time I fall down, it's just to get up much, much higher. So he said the greatest Yeridas of Golos are hard and painful. And Tisha B'Av is not Simchas Torah, but ultimately it's tzarech aliyah. But I think when we go into a very deep place, we all know this. In other words, in our deepest souls, we know this. Like when everything, there was a hostage that was freed. His name is 𝐸 So I watched an interview with him, and he said something incredible. Some of these hostages, they teach you about God more than you could learn 50 years, from the books, because they were in the worst places, and they should have been the most angry people. Anyway, so he says first he was in a home in Gaza. And he was in a room, but there was a crack in the wall. So he focused on the light that was coming in through the crack. That was his focus. Then they put him into a tunnel, but there was an LED light. So he was focusing on the LED light. And then the Hamas terrorists put him into a dark room where there was nothing, no cracks, no LED. And he says, then I found God. So it's like when everything is stripped away, it's very painful. When everything is stripped away, what do you find? You don't have anything to hold on to, nothing. No resources, no hope, no natural, crutch that we all have in life. I'm breathing, I can go to the pantry and get food, I have a car, I have a few dollars in the bank, I have a what? You have nothing. We should never know what this means, right? And what did he find there? He found everything. So I think in the deepest place, every soul knows this.
So I'm hoping and aspiring to one day have the positivity bias.
Come join me.
Certainly that's where I think we all need to go. I find myself a little bit a darkness dweller. I sit with people a whole day who are in brokenness, and they are maybe on the journey to try to find that light, but in their current space, they're in what Rabbi said, Hester, Sheba Hester, they're hidden, and it's so dark that they don't see a place of light. And the flip side, in order to do what I do, you have to have unshakable belief that despite everything that they're experiencing and the pain, and we're dealing with people who, just today, I'm dealing with people who are at the verge of ending their lives or not. And yet, what keeps them going is that there's something in you that knows and is connected at the deepest level to something more. Helping people get there is an incredible privilege, an incredibly monumental task at the same time. And that's, so on one hand, or why I said Yerida tzarech aliyah, you have to go down. The way we understand that Jewish-wise is, it's not a euphemism. We're going to have people suffer in unfathomable ways. And in some ways, even what we've been through, Holocaust, pogroms, communists, are awful. And we're seeing today, despite all the luxury and the privilege, that a lot of the internal damage to the psyche, to the lack of identification, the pain and the shame of the self is really, really profound and dark. And I think in that way, my solace is that that's a messianic thing, that we're going to have to go inward now. It's not just an external forces hurting us, but inwardly we're going to have to go into the darkest places and find light there. And that that's not just 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐿. That's people lived experiences of tremendous pain and suffering and tragedy, and bringing, and I think that's our job, and that's, to go back to, to lamplight, to light them, connect them, really to show them that they have that light within them, that the divine is in there. But we need a lot of help to do that, and we're having way too many people have to go through such incredible darkness to find that. And that's one of the real challenges that I face every day, is like, what could we be doing or more or different so that maybe that positive messianic vision will be here? And that's certainly a challenge that I experience very viscerally.
It's very important. Well, I think just one point to zoom in, because very often, in the attempt to give chizuk shmusin, as you called it, we bypass darkness. We say, trachgut and hashgach. We have hashgacha pratis and emunah and bitachon, and we have quotes from everybody, from the 𝐔𝐕𝐄, Reb Chaim Volozhin, and the Chassam Sofer, and we have stories, whatever, and it's all beautiful and nice stuff. And if it's working for you, amazing. But it's often really about bypassing. It's a fear to go into certain places, and a lot of us suffer because of that. Because it's often the happiness I'm looking for is on the other side, of the fear that I've been trying to avoid so much. And I need to be able to face that. And real emunah means that God is present in the darkness, right? We can go into the darkness and it's not going to feel like light. Like that's real. And there's embodied emunah and there's a conversation, a nice shmooze about emunah. Nice shmooze about emunah is Hashem is good. Holocaust, pogroms, okay, you just say we don't understand, or chatayim, or sins, whatever. But so many people in this generation, it seems like we're chosen to go through the embodied journey. And the embodied journey, you're going into very, very serious places. It's not so simple. Like those who don't understand what Dr. Zimmerman said and what I'm saying, tovei aleichem bracha. But if your children are going through this and you're playing dumb, this is a very big mistake. Like we have to come down from our high horse, because the journey towards redemption is not a simple journey of just like everything is beautiful. It's really discovering the oneness from the deepest places of fragmentation. And it's a very emotionally intense experience. So when we're talking about real positivity, it's a positivity that can face everything. It's not just, I'm a positive guy, I smile, I have a good sense of humor, we'll make a couple of jokes, we'll bypass, and kugel is here, let's just eat kugel, let's take schnapps and we're good. We're not talking about that, It's very, very important.
Yeah, the way you're describing it sounds that like this shallow or avoiding the reality of what's actually going on is leading towards disaster. Like you even mentioned before we even started recording about like people, I was asking you just a bunch of questions naturally. I'm like, I want to hear from you. And you said, this is what people want. There's that maybe it's 2025, 2026.
Authenticity. Everyone, I can't say everybody. People are sick and tired of fakeness. And fakeness, I don't mean someone lying to you. Everybody understands that. Fakeness, I mean even subtle fakeness. Even talking about Hashem that's not embodied is fakeness. It says in the Svarim, it's not fakeness that I'm lying. I'm quoting what it says. It's Tyrus Emes, but fakeness in the sense that I'm not living it. It's not in my nervous system. My nervous system is freaked out. My nervous system is filled with anxiety. My nervous system is, I'm pretty miserable without my distractions, right? We're talking about authenticity is like to live it, to be what you are, to really be it. Stop preaching. Stop the speeches. Stop another shit. It's all good. It's nice. It's beautiful. I do it myself. I don't stop talking. So I'm not like judging anybody. I'm the first one. I'm talking to myself first and foremost. But even, especially with teenagers and the youth, the moment you look them in the eyes and you talk about their real struggles, they all come to life. There's like 𝐶𝐕𝐄 in the room. Like this 𝐶𝐕𝐄 in the room. And it's true with Gemara, it's true with Shulchan Aruch, it's true with Mishnah Brura, it's true with Musar, it's true with Chassidus, it's true with Medrash, Tanakh, whatever you're learning. Right? An embodied Judaism, that's what I mean by authenticity. It's critical. Like this is really where it's at. And all of us, for many generations, and without any judgment, we could stand behind We could stand on the platform, behind the veil and just issue forth whatever we wanted to issue forth. A Rav told me, where's that the Shabbos Haggadah drasha, that model of Shabbos Haggadah, the Shabbos Shuvah drasha. The Rav would get up, speak 2 hours, and the whole community was there. It's like, good luck today, ADHD on steroids, like after 12 seconds, Hatzalah, So I'm saying it's we could lament it. Nobody has Zitzfleisch, nobody has their Cheretz, nobody has covered. We could do that. I think that's just maybe it's true, but I think it's just a shallower perspective, and it allows me to remain stuck in my egoic mind.
And again, this is a tension, because I think there are elements of that are real. There's a weakening of a generation. They don't have the certain. My grandparents didn't ask how they felt post-war. They just did. If you ask my grandpa how he felt, there was no sillier question you could possibly ask him. And that's what rebuilt our world. And in some ways, we struggle with that because there was an almost ignoring of feelings, an active ignoring, understandable, beyond understandable. Like, how could you go into the feelings there? And sometimes we get too into the feelings, but we're talking about getting into authenticity besides the soul level. Like, I think what we're talking about is, like Rawai says, I think one of the things that I try to do every day, but certainly in my book and everything else, is just be real with the kid. Stop pretending that everything is okay. Stop pretending that we have all the answers. Stop pretending that, you'll think it'll be good, and just a quick soundbite, a little WhatsApp status, Amuna B'tachon. Be genuine. I said it this week. It slipped out of my filter, and now maybe I'm doing it consciously and I'll get in more trouble. But I've been through the Jewish publishing world now. There's no chance that the Torah would be published today. No chance. Nobody would publish it. It's too open. It's too graphic. It talks about leadership failures everywhere. There's not a single person that lets go and just keep it as a gadol, right? It's explicit about things that we all have to skip. Like literally, no publishing house in the frum world would touch it. And I think we just have to go back to real authenticity, to share, right? That there's no more open Torah, no limud, no expression than the honesty of ups and downs, of failures. You're writing a book about creation. You don't make 12 hours into complete chaos and fail, right? Every single person there is brought out their humanness, their beauty, and their struggle. And again, this goes back to the core. Hashem does not need angels. He has them all on high. Whether they're tivim, they're not tivim, I don't know. Okay? But I know that that's not what he needs from us. He needs us in our most authentic humanness. And what it means to have authentic humanness is to have those conflicting drives and the confusion and the distraction and everything come together. And I need to be able to be there and real of the distress I feel, of the absence of Hashem's presence I feel, of the questions I have, of the confusion, of the needing an expanded place to go. And somebody to see that and be honest about it instead of just talking from on high to me. And that's something that we're really lacking. It's coming back in my head, actually. One shmooze, I guess, from my yeshiva days was very profound, is Chazal say, Vayamod Zechariah me'al ha'am, that Zechariah HaNavi was standing above the people. Zechariah gave a nevuah that Klal Yisrael better shape up. It was Yom Kippur, Shabbos, in the Beis HaMikdash. And Klal Yisrael picked up stones and stoned him to death. And later, that was the blood that boiled, and almost 1 million Jews got shechted until the blood stopped boiling. Chazal take him to task on some level. Vayamid ma'al ha'am. The Shiva of 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 used to say he was standing above, meaning a nevuah has to be said verbatim. But somewhere in the subconscious, I'm giving you Musar. He wasn't on the level. And that led to a pickup in Klal Yisrael and a reaction that was terrible and caused catastrophe. But Chazal are attributing that. Because when we're up high, and we're here, and we have all the shmuzim and the answers, that's ma'al ha'am. And the ability to get to the level of the people, to be authentic about our struggle, to be authentic about, I don't have all the answers. I have this sense. I've worked through this. I want to share. I want to be a channel to give this to you, because maybe that's why Hashem put me through what I went through, to share that with you. Then beautiful things happen. And we see that. We see that in therapeutic spaces. We see that with Pnimiyus Hatorah, when people are not just giving a surface, where they're getting into the guts of this. And even that, you could go guts and you could start talking about Atzilus and Brias, and maybe there are people who really, really know what that is, and they really, I've listened to a lot of shiurim on that, and I'm still quite confused when we go there. And then there are shiurim that are talking to your real lived experience. And those you feel expand. You feel, even if you're in darkness, but you feel you're hooking up to Torah's emes, to an honest way to live, not theory. And that's transformative. And I think we could do a lot more of that. I think it started in a tremendous way the last bunch of years, but I think there's so much more where we can do, where we're integrating, where we don't need just to look to the outside for the answers. Everything today, and it's good for my business. Go to a therapist. Therapy is a huge place. It's crucial, okay? I'm all for it. We have to have a Torah, a philosophy, but much more than a philosophy, a lived experience where the people in our lives are sharing that with us, on the ground, in that space with us, and that transforms the landscape.
My grandfather was in the Holocaust, and of course I grew up, and he mentioned it and he spoke about it, and maybe because I was a kid, or maybe because, you know, I'm a grandchild of a Holocaust survivor, I believed him. I never doubted, of course. But okay, the guy, they really hated us, and it was a very bad time. And only recently, with October 7th, did I finally, somewhat, again, I don't really understand what he went through, but really understand, like, wow, like that hatred that I didn't really see. I mean, there's always anti-Semitism, but not really for me growing up. Is that anti-Semitism that's coming out, is that part of this authenticity that you're talking about?
Interesting question. I don't feel that I'm the authority to be able to give a decisive answer to this, but it's very possible that this is a time where there's a lot of clarity. Like, you know, in Kabbalah, there's the word avodas habirurim, right? There's birur from the word boirer, right? To clear things up, the tov and the psilos. And it's a painful moment because when you separate, you see what's good and what's evil in very clear terms, but it's essential to healing, identifying the good and identifying the evil. And it almost feels like that everywhere in the world, like the evil is being spit out. It's like, look at me, face me. It's almost like today you have to take a position. Like some years ago, you could be a Parav Jew, right? You could be a humanitarian Jew and a progressive Jew and still very Jewish and proud. And I love Israel and I love my people and I love Me Too and I love Black Lives Matter and I love the feminist movements and I love progressiveness. I love everybody because I'm a lover. Right? Well, this last few years, it's like, what are you a lover of? You're a lover of Hamas. You're a lover of Hezbollah. You're a lover of Nasrallah. What are you a lover of? What are you a lover of? Burning babies alive? It challenges people to, like, who are you? Who are you? This is good. This is evil. It's in many ways, it's a very healthy moment in history. The Navi Daniel says, the Sefer Daniel says, it comes a time where Yizbararu, V'yislabnu, V'yitzarfu, Rabim, V'amaskilim yaziru k'zerakia, like birur, libun, tziruf. These are all words of refinement, clarity, decisiveness, even within myself. You know, when I can identify, this is my trauma talking. Rabbi Waiwai, this is your trauma. This is your trauma. This has nothing to do with your soul. It's part of you. It's part of your shlichus. It's going to help you ultimately, but it's your trauma. It's your trauma. Fight, flight, fawn, freeze, whatever it is, everybody in their own, you know, give me more compliments. I'm waiting for the standing ovation. I need more validation. You think this was a good show? You think Amudim is going to invite me back again? Whatever. You know, everybody in their own way. But at the moment you can identify trauma, great, amazing, right? That's half of the work. Now you have to actually tune into the other parts. So there's a very big birur in the world. And for the Jewish people, I think it's painful. I don't want to, make believe that this light comes without darkness. It's very painful what so many people have been through, the levels of loss and suffering and anguish, especially in Israel. There's no question about that, right? There's also a tremendous opportunity now because it's almost like God is summoning the Jewish people to the front center stage. Can you actually tell the world who you are? Like, it's not a secret anymore. Let's face it, I grew up in New York. I mean, you grew up where?
In Flatbush, New York.
Okay, we all grew up in New York, right? The Holocaust and all the pogroms were at best stories. Very important stories. They were all stories, right? I read a lot of Jewish history. Bogdan Khmelnytsky, 1648-49, Tachtat, right? What they did there is what they did on October 7th. It's like all the stories of Reb Nosson Hanever, it's called Yavam Mitzul. He describes what happened in 1648, 1649 graphically with pregnant women. This is I don't want to get into the details, but this is what they did. So it's like, wow. So this whole notion of we're finally integrated, the American dream, suddenly it's a joke. Right? The only document that got it right about the Jewish people is Torah Shebeksav. Like, you're God's people, you're a blessing to the world, you're chosen for this. The world is basically going to be obsessed with you. Who thought that today the world will be obsessed? There is prosperity, there's a melting pot, there's integration. Jews have done the best they ever did in the United States and other parts of the world. Let it go. Suddenly, October 7th, Harvard University, Columbia University, Yale, Oxford, these are the places of enlightenment, of progressiveness, of tolerance, no bigotry in these places. From these places came the worst venomous sinas Yisrael. That means that in the DNA of the universe, there is a feeling, there's something called the Jewish people. I don't care if you studied in Harvard 100 years. The DNA, there's something called the Jewish people. That's not a secular scientific fact. That's purely the spiritual truth of the creator of the world. What does that tell us about ourselves? It tells us about our power. So it's an incredible time. I wish Israeli leaders and Jewish leaders in general would understand this. It's basically the whole world is pleading with you to tell them what you heard from God at Sinai. And that would be incredible. But we still have a lot of shame that we have to heal. This is the Jewish people's trauma. We have a lot of shame, internal shame. Anti-Semitism has been directed against ourselves. We call it self-hating Jews. But even those who don't call themselves self-hating Jews have a lot of shame.
I think it's a little scary. You asked the question about like authenticity. It's a scary idea that, is this the authentic world? Is this what they really think about us? From, okay, it was one thing, Hamas, okay, the terrorist organization. Harvard, Yale, the Jews on the street. Now, mayor elections where in European countries, Jews are afraid to walk around, and here we're not sure where this is all going. So to have that authenticity, where we lost some of the fakeness. For like years growing up in Brooklyn post-Holocaust, it was stories, okay, we heard about the non-Jews, the Goyim, okay. How much interaction do we really have? We thought, okay, that was Europe, that was Germany. We're okay. They're pretty nice to us. And it's a little scary to think about what their authentic beliefs about us are now that they're okay to say it publicly and to chant it and to walk around and proclaim it. So, and I think we would be lying if we didn't talk about that most Jews that I encounter have a certain underlying distress, fear, unknown, what's happening. And especially you hear echoes of 1930s, like that's not something like you want to just ignore. You know, that's putting many people back on their phones. And I think so many of us are tuned into the Israeli war and everything because deep in our psyches, we're really plugged into this. And on one hand, it's quite scary. I think for me in particular, the authenticity piece was complicated, particularly in the psychological world. Because here we were, the psychologists have it right. They're empathic, they're kind, they're helping heal all the people. And so it was one thing, Hamas. It was one thing, the rabid anti-Semites. Okay, the extreme right, the extreme left, the academics. And we were waiting for the psychology community is going to come. And one after the next, the most prominent voices in trauma, in addictions, in pain and suffering, aligned fully, completely with Hamas. And that really set my mind on a very strong quest.
Shlomo called me. He called me one day. He's like, Gaber Mate, Bessel van der Kolk. These are the gurus of PTSD, of trauma. Everybody's repeating their shittas. He's like, they're all pro-Hamas. I'm just saying, he shared this with me.
And so that to me brought me to a very profound Jewish place. You see, in Judaism, we have something called the derech hamsoya, middle, a balance. So part of this birur, but is to be balanced, has to be harmonized. So just very briefly, we have on the right side, we have chesed. We start with chesed. Everything, the whole world is about kindness, loving, giving, openness. But if you don't have boundaries, you don't have right and wrong. So there are two personalities that represent kindness gone astray in Judaism. There are Lot, who learned in Avram's house, and he did terrible things within his own family in the name of kindness to guests. He subjugated his family to the worst kind of abuse to be good to guests, so complete distortion. And the other one was Yishmael. Yishmael got Avram's chesed b'Yerusha, but he didn't know how to temper it with limits, with gvura, with boundaries, with right and wrong. The opposite side, Yitzchak, was gvura, was limits, boundaries, discipline, right? Without the chesed counterbalance, you have an Esav. Both Esav and Yishmael have one thing in common: killed Jews. Okay, they come from both extremes, and we see it now in the modern day. We call it the far right and the far left. What are the one thing they agree about? Anti-Semitism. We have something called Tiferes, is the middle. That, of course, it starts all with chesed, but you have to have boundaries, you have to have limits, you have to have right or wrong. You can't just pick, oh, they're weaker, they don't have an army, their resistance is okay when people are occupied. No, why they occupy? Who's occupying? What are you talking about? No, okay, it's a slogan. That's it. They're the victim. You're the aggressor. There's no balance. There's no das. There's no sense of right and wrong. It's just compassion unbridled. And when you have compassion for those who are what we call achzarim, who are evildoers, you end up having a lack of compassion for everybody. And we're seeing the most heinous things from the most loving, kind, liberal people. And sadly, most of the Jews who are not observant of Torah, they align very neatly with the academics and the liberals and the psychology world because it's full of chesed. And that worked for a while. Tikkun Olam, fix the world, we love people. We wanted all the people who wanted to make peace in Gaza. And then all of a sudden you got to wake up that, no, there are people, there's this darkness, and it has to be clarified what is evil and what is good, what is bad, what is terrorism, what is righteousness. And what Rabbi Weiwei said, I think that's a really hard calling for us Jews globally, is to step up in the moment despite our fear and trepidation. See, the real courage isn't, I'm not nervous. We could be nervous. We have to have Emunah B'Tachon. We have to constantly work on that. And we have to say, despite that, the call of the hour is real authenticity. That means there's a right and wrong. You might have to kill a lot of people in a war, who some of them might in theory be innocent, but that's what happens in a war for survival. There's a right and a wrong. It's not all, they're trauma victims. They might suffer a lot of trauma. What's the origin? What's the cause? You have to protect people. And what we saw is a complete breakdown of academia and the psychology world because they don't have a God, they don't have spirituality, they don't have soul, they don't believe in free will. All they believe is an oppressor-victim narrative and trauma without a counterbalance of something that you can hook back into that's right or wrong, and that is on its way to causing devastation. We thought it was one thing, with what they did to the trans. Okay, we're tzaddikim, we're helping all these kids feel right. Who knows what calamities? We'll find out in 20 years that where that compassion landed people. And now we saw it most graphically, where literally all the trauma guru, not all, aligned with Hamas.
Listen, the pasuk says in Tehillim, Reishis Chachma Yiras Hashem. The genesis of all wisdom is the fear of God. That remains true for philosophy, science, physics, cosmology, psychology, and any other wisdom in the world. Psychology is a profound chachma, but Reishis chachma is Yiras Hashem. If you don't have Yiras Hashem, you become God. It's not like nobody is God. You become God. Your sensitivity becomes God. Your trauma becomes God. Your ideas become God. You replace God with another God. And then it's a disaster. Reishis chachma Yiras Hashem. Remember, you know how many academics supported Stalin? Both my parents come from Russia. The suffering, people don't know about Stalin because Hitler, took the spotlight. Stalin killed more people than Hitler. He killed close to 50 million people. You're talking about one of the most evil men in history, right? And he was a leader for many years. He was a leader from 1924 till 1953. And yet, millions of Jews and non-Jews, especially of the youth and intelligentsia, were chassidim of Hitler, of Stalin. When Stalin died, they were sobbing in the Soviet Union. You're talking about a mass murder. And how could they support these such systems? The answer is Reishis Chachma Yiras Hashem. Yiras Hashem means that there's yesh balabayis libirazu, like Reb Shlomo said, there's right, there's wrong, there's a system, there's something called truth. Our yearning in life is to be able to touch the truth, to get close to the truth, to become channels for truth, to be able to find the truth inside of us. But there's a humility there. When you don't have truth, because there's no Yiras Hashem, then I'm the truth. You're the truth. Your feelings are the truth. My feelings are the truth. So if my feelings sound better, lama la, and that's a very confusing element. That's why, and I think it's very helpful actually for everybody in the world of mental health, because it shows you that mental health and the involvement in mental health could be a great blessing, but if it's divorced from Yiras Hashem, in the literal translation of awe of Hashem, it can become a catastrophe, literally. Right? You have here people very, very developed in the mental health field. Actually, they created trends, right? They changed paradigms. And some of them did amazing studies that were breakthroughs in understanding of human nature and human development and human challenges. And yet, there's no Yiras Hashem. And therefore, the same people can become the supporters of Nazis, of people who are burning babies alive. Like, who heard of such a thing? How does that happen? But that's what it is. Reishis Chachma Yiras Hashem. So it's such a lesson to all of us. Mental health is here to serve. Everything, we're here to serve. Ani nivresi l'shamash eskaini, the Mishnah says. We're here to serve. And that's the greatest chus, to serve, to find out what the truth is. And that's what makes people happy ultimately also. I'm just re-emphasizing some of these points.
Or why we just talked about to serve. So actually, so many people today are struggling with anxiety, stress. When I'm not in alignment, so then how popular am I? How's this talk going to go? Right? Okay, I'm sitting next to Rabbi. Why? How am I doing? What's happening? Okay, how's my tie? Right?
Tie is beautiful.
And here's what's really cool.
And now I'm projecting again.
What's really cool about that is no matter how many outside voices you'll hear, if you're not in service, your inner ego, your inner traumas, what will it say? Okay, he's trying to be nice to me, doesn't, right? All that chatter. And one of the best ways to actually tap into health is to shift out, okay, I have all that noise, I have that pain, I have that insecurity. But what's my role here? So if I focus right now into service, I'm talking with you, we're trying to share some of what we've experienced with others. So in that space, all the buzzing inside, all the negative energies, all the fears, quiet, not perfectly, but they start to fade out. And then when I'm plugged into service, I'm a channel for just let it go through me, that my experience, what Hashem has put me through, and my seichel, what I'm saying, should just go. I could feel it immediately. I'm okay. The second, and it could happen in split seconds. I could think right now, okay, how's the camera picking up on that angle? And I start feeling tension, competition, anxiousness, perfection. Everything starts coming. And there's a constant pivot. I could go into that external Zorus, that estrangement from my true self, into all how many likes and how many hits and how many this and how impact, blah, 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 blah. And I could do it l'shem shemayim, how much impact and how important and how deep and profound. And my ego is having a field day, and I'll feel right away, I'm not in alignment. I'm not okay. I'm in a certain tension space. Now, the outside person doesn't know. I have to know that about myself. And the closer I get to serve, it's quiet. It's pleasant. It's just health. There's an absence of all the noise. You're just where you're supposed to be. And even tasting that for a second, and many of us had that. If you've ever not thought about what you're doing, you were just plugged into what you're doing. In the secular world, it's called flow, but this is much deeper than flow. But we're talking about flowing through as a channel. When you're channeling just Hashem's energy, what He put you here through, there's no neurosis, there's no illness. You're okay. You don't have to even wait just for Mashiach. We're waiting for Mashiach, but you could have a taste of that geula right here, right now. And the second you get out, you have all the tensions of 2,000 years of oppression and gullus and trauma and issues and this and my biology, my HR, everything is on stage. And that's something that I think people could start to get a sense of. When am I okay? When am I healthy? And when am I full of whatever tension, fears, anxiety? And that's something that I think is very profound, as a person can feel that in an embodied way, as why I said, that takes that whole idea of channel and mitoich groinu shel Moshe, that Hashem spoke through Moshe's throat, right? These extraordinarily lofty concepts. We need them to come into our sense of self, and each, as struggling, as very human, as deeply affected and wanting, loving material things and fame and all that stuff we are, you could tap into the soul and you could feel it. And when you're there, you're not ill, you're healthy. It's beautiful.
We said a lot of really big ideas that I'm going to have to chazer over and review because there's a lot said here. I want to just end off on one note. We spoke a lot about understanding ourselves and tapping into the MS and authenticity and reality. Maybe this is a little off subject, but I think it's something that I think there's a lot of parents watching. If there's one practical thing, again, I know it's an unfair question because there's a trillion practical things, but if there's one practical thing a parent watching could do for their children today, what would you suggest that they do?
There's a beautiful interpretation of the Noam Elimelech. You asking for something practical, but this is practical. It just came into me. The Noam Elimelech was the Rebbe Elimelech of Lezhensk, a student of the Maggid of Mizrach. So he writes, and Parshas told us, it's just gewaldig, that Vayisroitze zu Abana Bekirba, right? You mentioned the pregnancy of Rivka, right? She doesn't know that there's twins. And she's agitated. She says, Lamazan Noichi, why am I? Vatelech liderish es Hashem. So she goes to search with Hashem. So basically it means, most Mefarshim say, she wants to find out from Hashem what's happening. Yeah, that's how Rashi explains and others. He says something very different. He says she doesn't know that there are twins. So she thinks it's one child. And the child is basically a split personality. When they come to monotheistic centers, right, the child is gravitating to go out. And when they come to pagan monasteries, the child is gravitating and kicking. So she's like, oh my God, this kid is really messed up. There's no identity, no conviction, no spine. There's no self. There's no sense of self. Who am I? He doesn't know. I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere. He's just running from distraction to distraction. Lama za'anaychi. Why and how can this child ever receive the message of Anoichi Hashem Elokecha, right, which is all about oneness? They're not shaykh to that. Vatelech lidresh es Hashem, not to find out what's happening with the child. She says, oh my God, my child is basically mirroring back to me my own fragmentation. So she goes to search for Hashem. She says, I need to find God in my life because my child is basically manifesting the parts of me that I never dealt with. My inner wounds are being mirrored back to me through my child. If this is what my child is suffering, I need to go find God. Once Vatelech lidresh es Hashem, just to find, I need to find God. I need to heal. And once I heal, my child, so that's when she's told, you're actually pretty good off, but there's twins. There's like, one is real. There's actually authenticity in your system. It's fine. Yaakov knows who Yaakov is. Esav knows who Esav is. It's a very powerful piece of advice because what did you ask? What can we do for our children? I think one of the most amazing things we can do for our children is go inward. When we can really show up in our homes from a place of deep, deep regulation, serenity, presence, very deep. I'm not talking about smiling externally because children feel your energy, your nervous system, your subconscious. But Vatelech lidresh Hashem. When I could really find God, if Shabbos is making me blissful, if Yiddishkeit is blissful for me, not for my child hates yeshiva, my child hates the system, my child hates everything, my child thinks this is a corrupt religion and a cult. Got it. I got it. And now I want to know, what do I think subconsciously? Okay? What does Tati really, really feel? Not what he says, because he's the president of the shul and he's being honored at the dinner. But deep down, what is it really? Lavtelech lidresh es Hashem. And when we can do that internally, the energy that we exude is completely different.
Beautiful. Dr. Z?
I would be remiss in really changing that in any way. I will say one thing, going back to, we come full circle, was one of the most brilliant findings for me in psychology. There's a lot of projection, that really, like a projector screen, the light's here and you push it onto the screen. And what happens with that is really my stuff, I'm seeing my stuff projected over there. So we thought, wow, projection was really new. But if you go back, and you can go back to the Baal Shem Tov, in Baal Shem Tov's term, they call it the magic mirror. Whatever you're seeing over there is just what you're emanating from yourself. Look at it as a mirror. In the Bali Musar world, they call it a magic lantern. You think you're shining over there. No, turn it this way and you'll find. So, but that's it. You have to go inwards. We're always trying to influence by doing, by things, say, do, right? You influence by being, and that's real work. And I wish there was a one-step quick shortcut to that. I'll say two things that are a little bit maybe more practical, because persons say, I'm not regulated. Shabbos doesn't, it's been 35, 40 years on Shabbos. I'm not singing Shabbos, and my kids, that's why they hate it. Okay, what do I do? So I think the first step, we go back to authenticity. Be real about that. I struggle with Shabbos. You know, there are parts of Shabbos that are amazing, parts not. Because what happens is when we give the mirror, Shabbos is beautiful, and meanwhile the kid's picking up the message, I don't know, Shabbos is tension-filled. His whole internal world is now confused. So at least one thing you could do is be honest so that the mirror that he's seeing, at least is not a funhouse mirror. It's not giving him all sorts of mixed messages. He's getting genuine. And you could be honest about the struggle. You know, I struggle with minyan, or I really connect to this tefillah. This mirrors, right? And the more organic and honest it is, the more it'll resonate, because again, they don't need us to be perfect, but they do need us to be real and to show up. And instead what we're doing is we're running around putting on a show or distracting, and so they're ending up confused or sort of neglected. So that's one thing. For those who are a little bit more bold, you can go ask your children or your spouse for one thing that you could be doing a little bit better that would make things more pleasant for them. Don't ask for everything, because you'll get overwhelmed and you'll go into a shame trauma spiral like there's no tomorrow. And actually try to work on that. And they'll all have a list. Everyone has a list, because we all bring our stuff. But I think the root of what we're really talking about is the healthiest people I know are not people who don't have internal darkness and didn't go through trauma, this and that. They're the people who know it, own it, and integrate it. And that means, right, when I'm agitated or I'm stressed Erev Shabbos, I'm not pretending that everything is beautiful. I'm stressed. I need a moment. I'm not regulated. Let me take some time. I'm sorry. I yelled at you about the mixer, but really that had nothing to do with you. You need to be able to hold, those pregnant with twins, you need to be able to hold your stuff. So you have to know that fundamentally the essential you is healthy, beautiful, divine. And that can allow you, again, you don't have to be an angel. You're going to have all this mix. That just means that's what Hashem custom designed for you to be your challenge today. So instead of running from it, you could say, okay, let me be informed about it, because that just means, what do I have to do today? And today might be that I have to start my preparation 10 minutes earlier, because last week I was completely frazzled, right? And it becomes very practical. If I could be honest, most of the time what happens is the false self says, you can't be honest, you have to be perfect, Shabbos has to be good, right? You're not okay, look how bad you are. If you go back and say, that's the negativity, that's trauma, or that's the Elzar, that's the Yetzirah, you can come back to, what's my authentic space? Okay, my authentic space, I could tap back in. I could own that I have that struggle. So what is my challenge right now? To be real. Maybe 5 minutes more of the Suda is a little bit more pleasant. Maybe I say less Divrei Torah because my kids check out and I ask them how their week was. There's no custom design answer when we're being authentic. And that authenticity, if we could be more authentic by holding ourselves, what's the best modeling then? What do our kids constantly see? You don't beat yourself up. You're not okay. You're dysregulated. So all the things you say are what we call misaf elachutz. You speak them. When we can actually embrace our imperfections and be human and make mistakes and pick ourselves back up, so all the shmuzim of you fall down, you get back up, become real. But so often we're so afraid to show up, like Rabbi said, be vulnerable and say, this is where I'm at. I want to be there for you. This is what I have to offer right now. This is the real me. When you have that, that's real connection. That's real authenticity. That's transformative for everybody.
Rabbi Jacobson, Dr. Zimmerman, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One tremendous benefit that Amudim provides is particularly when people are in a time of trouble, they flounder. That's when they're the most alone. The time that they need help the most is somehow when people find themselves the most alone. Their support system isn't sure how to help them. Their friends might be a little uncomfortable with whatever they're going through, and they're alone. And that's when Amudim steps in and provides a pillar of support. At the time when people find themselves alone, Amudim is there to support them. Amudim, it does the substantive work that we all need to be done. Amudim goes and does it. Salaries need to get paid, rent needs to get paid, medical care, it all needs to get paid. So money is for better or worse, and it's the lifeline of an organization. What the organization does, that's what's critical. It needs money in order to be able to do its work.
Thank you very much, Aryeh. It's great to be here in this tiny studio with all these massive personalities and great musicians doing something that's not so tiny. Amudim is literally, it's the pillar. It's the pillars that the world stands on. It's Torah, it's Avoda, and it's Gemilas Chasodim all combined together. And there's nothing more appropriate than the song we're about to sing that ties into Amudim. We say it during the Slichas. It's Rachmana Deyonei L'Aniyeh, the merciful one, Hashem, who answers the poor. Rachmana Deyonei L'Svirei Liva, the merciful one who answers the broken hearts. Aneni, he should answer us as well. And literally, with the help of Amudim, every broken heart is able to get the help that they need. The Ezrat Hashem, with Hashem's help and with your support. Rachmo v'no diyo v'nei diyo nilani diyo nilani aneyino Rachmo v'no diyo v'nei diyo nilani Rachmona diyo v'nei diyo nilani diyo nilani aneino Rachmona diyo v'nei diyo nilani very much, guys. That was beautiful. That was better than rehearsal. No, I'm kidding. Okay. Next song is really with the same theme. Aneni Hashem. It's from the Tefillahs. Ki kavanasi b'chalei leman shimcha hagadol. It's whatever we do, we're doing to be serving Hashem. Therefore, Aneni. Therefore, answer what we need, because we need our health and we need our strength and we need our wealth and we need everything to be able to serve you, Hashem. But it's a much more coming from the Simcha point of view. So, whenever you guys are ready.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is Toronto Rock?
Okay, Toronto
I'm
Rock.
hoping it's like Rush.
Very, actually,
Right?
yeah, I actually recorded in their studio, yeah.
Really?
Yes,
See,
yeah.
there you go.
Very good.
Yeah, I think
So
it's
maybe
my
that's the
right
Toronto
team.
Rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
1,
Oh, well, let's find out.
1, 2, 3.
Feel free to sing along with us. That was definitely a good Toronto Rock there, no question about it. So this next song, we were talking about doing a little bit of nostalgia, a little bit of... this is a song that I recorded on my first album. It was written by 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄. It sounds like this was... I've had many people tell me, what are you talking about? This must have come from Europe. This was not a new composition. My grandfather used to sing it, but in reality, it's probably about a little over 30 years old. And it's a beautiful, beautiful song. Very controversial words, actually, even though most of us say it in Slichas. We actually, it's very unusual that we have a prayer where we talk to intermediaries. We talk to the Malachim, the angels that are in charge of prayer, that are in charge of crying, that are in charge of tears, that they should take our tefillahs, they should take our prayers and take it before, and beseech on our behalf before Hashem. Very, very unusual. It was controversial, but it is in the Slichas and it is accepted. And the idea of this prayer was to help us have that concept of, there is a judge, and we want to have a good year, and we need to prepare ourselves. So that's in that context. It was allowed to ask somebody to go, like to take a lawyer, and have them go for you. I feel very lucky to have been able to record this song. It's world famous. And please feel free to join along with all of us.
הכניסו דחמנו לפני בעל רחמים משמיעי תפילו השמיעי תפילותינו לפני שומעי תפילו השמיעי ציוקו השמיעי צעקותינו לפני שומעי תפילו מכניסי דמו הכניסו דמויסנו לפני מלך ישרצה בדמוי איי 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 ישתגו ליהרבו דחיינו איי ליהרבו דחיינו ובקושו מכניסי רחמים השמיעו צעקותינו לפני בעל רחמים משמיעי תפילה השמיעו תפילותינו לפני שמיעת תפילה משמיעי ציון השמיעו צעקותינו לפני שמיעת ציון מכניסי דמו הכניסו דמוינו לפני מלך משרת צבאות
Beautiful job, everybody. Really, really great. Let's do something. Let's get everybody up on their feet.
Yeah. Hold on. What? What's the chorus?
Yeah, okay.
More of a disc. I'm mixing up with another. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So let's start on a funk. Go with this go. Intro Shlomo. Yeah, funk.
Start where?
Funk intro.
Yeah.
So I just want to say that we should. I hope everyone's enjoying this as much as we are, and it's been a lot of fun. We should do this every day, no?
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
And please, I hope this warms your heart and puts you in the mood to be able to give to Amudim, which you're really, really giving more to yourself than you are to Amudim, because Amudim is only giving it to others. And we appreciate your support.
Menarili ממוני כשאני לעצמי ממוני כשאני לעצמי ממוני מינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי מואני אם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי אם אינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי מואני אם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני מינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי מואני ואם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי אם אינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי מואני ואם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי כשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני מינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי מואני אם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי אם אינני לי מילי שאני לעצמי מואני אם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב מוסי כשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני וכשאני לעצמי ממוני מינני לי לעצמי אם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב אם אינני לי שאני לעצמי אם לא יחשוב אם לא יחשוב אם עושה Thank you. Beautiful.
Can you catch me? You can't catch me now. Now you can't catch me. It's gonna be an hour, only an hour of this.
Hello, welcome to the Super Tiny Studio.
Thank you for having me here. Wow, Amudim, what a wonderful organization. 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄, wow. Yeah, so we chose a couple of songs that I think can tie in, and what are we starting with? We'll start with Shvurei Lev. Amudim does so much good work for the Shvurei Lev, and I've seen some of it up close, and there almost isn't a person in the community who was not affected by next of kin or next of kin that has had from the services of Amudim, and it's just an unbelievable zchut to be here. Shvurei Lev in English.
Who knows pain and all its parts? Who restores all broken hearts? Forms darkness and light, creator of peace and strife, who sits on the judgment throne, who forgives, acquits, and dons the long robe of mercy, who watches, and knows just who will heal my broken heart when I fall apart and I'm longing like an ocean with no shore. Won't you just tell me who now will embrace me and promise that I will not break down anymore? Oh, that I will not break down anymore. Who is, was, and will remain, who gives life and obliterates, opens up all hands, wings to fly and feet to land, and who will heal my broken heart when I fall apart, and I'm longing like an ocean with no shore. Won't you just tell me who now will embrace me and promise that I will not break down anymore? Won't you just tell me who now will embrace me and promise that I will not break down anymore? Oh, that I will not break down anymore. Thank you, you guys. Thank you, Ido. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Shlomi. Thank you, Mori. Hey. Didn't catch your names. Anyway, shkoyach for having me here. The crazy part is that Ari is on stage, you know? It's awesome. Okay, let's do another song. You Raise Me Up. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory why this connects to Amudim, right, Mitch? It's like they raise people up from the depths, yeah. You know when they say people hit rock bottom? Someone's got to help raise them up, right? feel so weary. When troubles come and my heart burdened be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. Sorry about that.
Broadway slowdown, killing it. Yeah, unbelievable.
I don't mean to be dramatic, but like. Anyway.
Best possible way.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean.
No worries. Oh, legends. What a joy to be here. Hey, Shlomi and Morty. Wow. Oh, that's mine. Of course, Rabariye, fearless leader. Tefillah. Wow, this one, I mean, how psychological and deep should we get with this one? Let's party with it. So, Tefillah, Shmorna alenu k'mo yeladim. You know, protect us, make us feel secure, seen like children. There's a vort I shared with Rabbi Shais Taub a while back that there's a verse that says, a pasuk that says, Ki yetzer adam rak ra min urai. So in psychology, there's this thought: are we born tabula rasa, like blank slate, or are we born with all kinds of Well, Mitch, obviously. I mean, come on. And then look what you painted on him. My gosh, look. Anyway, yetzer adam rak ra min urai. Any issues, problems, or iniquities we think of that we have are really from our childhood. So, Shmona alenu k'mo yeladim, children, it's natural for children to say, or to want to feel seen, safe, secured, and all that. But for an adult to say, oh, I don't feel secure, I don't feel seen, all of a sudden it's like, whoa. But, like, who? Come on. But, Shmona alenu k'mo yeladim, we're all children, and Amudim, Shmona alenu k'mo Amudim. How's that? All right, here we go. Tefillah.
הוא היושב לו אישם במרומים, הוא הרופא כל חולים, הוא הרופא עושה משפטים, הוא העושה משפטים, הוא בשמיים והוא היחיד, הוא הגדול הנורא, הוא השומר עלינו מצרה. אלוה שמונה עלינו כמו ילדים, שמונה ואל תעזוב, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו כוח ועוד ועוד. שמונה עלינו כמו ילדים, שמונה ואל תעזוב, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו גם לאהוב. מה כבר נותר לנו עוד בימים, מה כבר נותר כל היום, שמש תקווה והמון מבטים, לילה ויום של חלום. הוא בשמיים והוא היחיד, הוא הגדול הנורא, הוא השומר עלינו מצרה. אלוה שמונה עלינו כמו ילדים, שמונה ואל תעזוב, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו כוח ועוד ועוד. שמונה עלינו כמו ילדים, שמונה ואל תעזוב, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו גם לאהוב. שלומי שמונה עלינו כמו ילדים, שמונה ואל תעזוב, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו גם לאהוב. Thank you. I'm thinking V'simchat Ne'urim. What is it so? Why are we so happy about, youth? We get to be children and we get to be say we want to be seen. Oh, the rent is too darn high. All right, last song, Ale Katan Sheli. Huge shout out to Yishai Lapidot, who wrote this beautiful tune, the lyrics. Of course, one of my greatest inspirations, Rabbi Avremel, for recording this. And it's pretty simple also how we tie this into Amudim, right? Am I right? Why Ale Katan? Just because, it's a story of an older person giving advice, or a more sage person giving advice to a younger, less experienced person, and that's what Amudim does, man. They hook up people with therapists and with mentors, and that's just the little things. They do a lot bigger things than that. But anyway, Ale Katan Sheli. זקן ושבע ימים, ראיתי כבר רוחות הזאת ורעמים,
קטן מתנועע, בטוח בעצמו הכל יודע, קח איתך צידה לדרך את ניסיוני, אל תזלזל, אולי זה כל מה שיש לי, כי יש ימים יפים הכל פורח, ויש שעות קשות הכל בורח. תחזיק חזק עלה קטן שלי, כי לא תמיד הכל בחוץ בהיר, ברוח זר וסופה קרה, תזכור ותתחזק, אני איתך. תחזיק חזק עלה קטן שלי. ולא תמיד הכל נכון, הכל מובן, חיים זה לא שיעור חשבון, זה גם מבחן. עכשיו עלה קטן הכל רגוע, אך מרחוק אולי ענן מגיע, קח איתך צידה לדרך את ברכתי, חצי הכוס היא מלאה, תזכור תמיד, וכשהשמש אל הים שוקעת, אוי אל תדאג, מחר היא שוב זורחת. תחזיק חזק עלה קטן שלי, כי לא תמיד הכל בחוץ בהיר, ברוח זר וסופה קרה, תזכור ותתחזק, אני איתך. תחזיק חזק עלה קטן שלי, אוי תחזיק חזק עלה קטן שלי. עלה קטן שלי. תחזיק חזק. Thank you, thank you.
Success means, from my point of view, that it opened a dialogue where finally somebody has some place to go to and some place to talk about the situation, the trauma that happened to them. So that alone is a success. And I believe the mere fact that somebody can pick up the phone or somebody can come in and talk to somebody and they know that this person cares, they know that this person has no ulterior motive besides helping them, that is success. And when I see the numbers that come in, or the number of calls that come in on a daily basis, it makes me feel good. Maybe we might not have the cure, but without getting the word out there, without letting people know that this help is available, and this topic is no longer taboo, quote unquote, we have to talk about it. We have to continue talking about it. And the beauty of it is that Das Torah is on board. They support it 100%. Nothing is done without Das Torah, and I think that's the right way to go. We live in a world that we have quite a few problems that maybe we might not have had 20, 30 years ago, but we can't give up. We just need to continue going. And you get the chizuk that you need. Being here and seeing that it's not just alone working the world, we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. This is, in my opinion, the worst case of shfichas damim that you can have. When you kill a person, the person is dead. That's it, he's dead. When you abuse a child, your child keeps on living. And what you've done is excuse me. What you've done is you've put a knife in this child's heart and killed that child. And the child keeps on living for the rest of his life. It's worse than shvichas damim. It's absolutely creating a situation on your hands that I don't even know how you deal with it. We still have a long way to go, but we have the Das Torah, we have what it needs, we have all the tools to deal with this. Let's deal with it. Let's eradicate this magefa from our children. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is 𝐋𝐈𝐕𝐄 from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm coming to you on behalf of Amudim, an incredible organization that has literally helped hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people, whether it be drug addiction, abuse. I know several stories right here in our community, in our city of Philadelphia. They are a global organization, not just here, but all over the world. Thank you, Amudim, for all that you do. Please, please help support this incredible organization. Have a great night.
My name is 𝐿. Welcome to Unite to Heal, powered by Amudim, with a big thank you to our friends at Charity Bids. This is hour number 34. You've been watching, no doubt, a whole bunch of amazing content since yesterday morning, since Sunday morning we began this live stream. Some of the segments simply remarkable, everything high quality, a lot of great content. And now here we are for hours number 34, 35, and 36 of this live stream to wrap up as strongly as possible with tremendous success and a fantastic goal having been met for our friends at Amudim. I have the actual total right in front of me, and at the moment, we are at 2.252 million, which means 64% of the goal. We originally announced the goal yesterday when things kicked off of $3.5 million, and we're getting there. We're getting there, and with your help, this will, in fact, be an amazing success, and we will reach the goal. Remember, every single dollar you contribute is doubled, which is great value, tremendous impact every time you give and every time you encourage others to give. Let your family and friends know through your WhatsApp group and through your emails that this is a worthy cause, that Amudim is a very incredibly functioning organization which has an unbelievable track record. It's not like we're sitting here tonight and introducing Amudim to you. The entire Jewish world knows about it, and it does have an amazing track record. And you know the investment in Amudim is amazing. So, right now, 64%, $2.252 million. We're on our way to $3.5 million. Be as generous as you can. Continue to give and send the link around so that people out there who you're familiar with will tune in to UniteToHeal.com. Andy Lauber is with us. Andy is the executive director of Amudim, and he no doubt is enthusiastic about the response that we have gotten so far since the beginning of this live stream yesterday.